see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark. No fear, getting ready for the ride. Yeah, stepping into the light. No limit, aim high. No limit, the prize is mine.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouth. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. But your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. Listen to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone, 'cause I'm just like you. There's no failing when we fight. We're not afraid to. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to what could be a very tense week of action here at ESL Mobile Challenge. It is payday 7 and 8. 8 will be tomorrow, which you're aware. I'm Lee Dimmer Smith. Joining me on my left is Ark and Lethal, who are going to be taking you through all of today's action. We have some cracking games coming up. We're going to have some deciders, which I got to be honest, guys, you know, I'll start with you, Ark. We've been talking about it over the last few weeks. Like, those mid-table fixtures have been bouncing up and down, wins, losses, but it does seem to be settling.
It is a little bit. It is a little bit. You know, Navi have had a much better season. FA starting to come out a bit more as well. Blood Diamond as well, doing really, really well right now. So I really like the way that mid part of the table is shaping up. Of course, you know, Clash, no surprises there, still out in top. But hey, that could change today.
And Lethal, I know you're a very busy boy. You're covering Clash of Clans for Mobile Challenge as well. But back on the Brawl Stars side, it does seem that a couple of teams are slipping away here.
Yeah, they certainly are. A couple of teams have already faced the harsh reality of, yeah, they've got no chance. A couple of teams, it's doable for them still, as we're going to look at the standings now, which is going to be taking my eyes onto Reply Totem, where they literally, the only way they can qualify now is to pray that one of these other teams, or two of the teams, will face them in a tiebreaker situation. But the way some of these teams are playing now, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I think they can go. I think it's 8 and 7, right? I think that's the max, isn't it? Or is it 8 and 7, or is it 7 and 7?
7 and 7, I think.
It's 7 and 7, is it? So, I tell you what. So they need Navi, who they're playing today, to lose drop games. They need free agents to drop games. They're really their only way in, because as you can see, already 7+ wins confirmed for SK, Blood Diamonds, and of course Clash at the top, untouchable so far. And that's, of course, where we're going to be starting the day off. So let's look at the schedule for today. It is going to be a double-header for Clash to begin with. Some tough games. We were talking about free agents for Reply to them. They need free agents to drop games. This could be one of them. But free agents looked fantastic last week, Ark.
They really did, honestly. I mean, they're starting to build up a bit of momentum, but it just kind of worries it a little bit too late. It was a very good victory, though, against Navi in Payday 5 as well. So, you know, just that loss to SK, but then again, you know, it is SK, so we can kind of forgive them a little bit for that, can't we?
Yeah, then they play Mood, who picked up their first win last week as well. Navi, Blood Diamond. Oh, that is a cruncher right there. Blood Diamond look to have top 4 secured. Navi gonna need a win there. And Reply Totem. That is a tough weekend. Weekend? We're not on the weekend. I'm so used to that in esports. A tough week for Navi. And Reply Totem doubleheader, like we say, they've got to win both games. They've got to win every game now. Every game from now on out. SK Gaming then with Triple X or 3X, as they are known as here in the Brawl Stars. And Free Agents looking to pick up a win against 3X. Their 3X, I think they're going to be the monkey wrench maybe in people's plans. They did well in the final game of the Playday last week.
Yeah, for 3X at the moment, of course, they can't qualify, but they can certainly make some of these teams' life a misery if they want to try and stop them from qualifying. And, you know, big point made about Reply Totem as well is the fact that Blood Diamond or Navi could stop him, or stop them rather, from qualifying altogether.
And here's the predictions. I'm glad I wasn't the only one on the fence in the Reply Totem Navi game, because that's really the only difference between myself, the audience, and you guys. And it really is a tough one to call, Navi, Reply Totem. What made you think Navi?
Well, this is the thing. Going back to Playday 6, you know, they beat SK Gaming. That, to me, showed a great sign of promise. They did lose to Clash at the same time. But on the other side of things, we saw Reply Totem having a very shaky game against Blood Diamond, where realistically, they should have just... They were playing so well.
They won the game.
They won it, and yeah, let's be honest. They won it and threw it. So I don't know what kind of Reply Totem we're going to see today. That's the question. That's why I was a bit on the fence on this one as well, and did have to think more so about that in terms of our predictions than any other.
And what about you, Harry? Well, what were you thinking? Are you thinking the same things? I mean, I was so 50-50. I was sat there for about an hour pondering this one.
I don't blame you. My exact reasons were not only for the SK victory, the Navi victory over SK, which Art just mentioned, but also sometimes it takes Navi at least a match to warm up and really get into the swing of things. And that's why I felt like Blood Diamond will take him down first. It will be a close series, and then Navi will be warmed up enough to then be able to face Reply Totem straight afterwards here. So, of course, they don't worry about momentum or morale or anything like that. They never really get deflated. They can reset their mindset very easily, and they've done it before, and I'm sure they'll be able to do it again.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough one to call. I really struggled. You guys at home can give maybe your thoughts on why you, the audience, decided to back me as well with Reply Totem. Get yourself involved. At the bottom here, you can see it. Hashtag ESL Mobile. I'm a bit high on that one. It's a bit up there. So. Ark, you got to do it. Ark, it's underneath
right,
you, son. It's underneath you. It's got to be over there. There we go. You got to reach it. But anyway, hashtag ESL Mobile on Twitter. Get yourself involved. Maybe we'll give you a shout out. We had a couple last week. It's great to hear from you guys, not only in the Twitch and YouTube chats, but also on the social medias. Harry, I'm going to be saying goodbye to you. We'll be back for the next game, the next Clash game. But for now, I will be alongside Ark for this first matchup. So, Ark, let's get straight down to it. It is obviously Clash at the top of the table. 10 wins without defeat. They haven't even really dropped many sets either.
Yeah, I would agree. I think they've been, you know, as we kind of expect them to be performing exceptionally well. Definitely, I think to memory, it was only Reply Totem, which took 2 sets off of Clash. So no other team able to have done much the same yet. EA, IKS, Lanan, and Yoshi, of course, had a phenomenal season last time round. This time round, it's pretty much the same story. You can't really fault them. You can't really fault them. FA in their last sort of run-in, go back to Playday 2 as a 3-1. So FA were able to get a set off of them. But again, that's definitely no easy feat at all. Joker, Cyclone, and HK today have got a lot of this mountain to climb, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, and for Free Agents, they definitely turned up a lot better last week. There's no doubt about it. You know, we saw them in week 2, Playdays 3 and 4, and they were just terrible. They were just terrible. I don't know what happened, don't know what wilted away, but they were. But last week, they were reinvigorated. They were back. This is what the Free Agents that we saw qualify. They looked incredible qualifying as well. So that's the team we need to be seeing today. We need to see them popping off. Clash, coming back with the same bands they used last week, actually, which was the Crow and the Jesse, which does leave, obviously, a bunch of things open. The main one being Brock. So since Poco and Ash being banned out from Free Agents, Brock being available is a big one for me. Ring of Fire, Nuts and Bolts, Gem 4, Sneaky Fields, Dry Season, pretty much standard maps that everybody will be very used to by now.
Yeah, I kind of get the Crow, but I honestly don't get the Jessie. I've got to be honest. I don't really see her sitting in anywhere really here. So unless it's like a specific counter to something which they're wanting to implement or have as part of their strategy, I'm not entirely sure. But nonetheless, yeah, it's that same recurrent pattern we're seeing again today. I much prefer the FA bans of the Poker and the Ash. That makes a lot more sense to me. But yeah, I mean, you know, clearly Clash have got some idea up their sleeve. But in Crow, I can understand. You know, Ring of Fire, yeah, that can work there. Sticky Fields as well. Maybe not so much from the way that Kaints can sort of force their way through, and Genful, it can have a place. But I just don't see it as being a particularly hard hitter, in my opinion.
Yeah, definitely going to be interesting to see how it plays out. Obviously, straight into Ring of Fire, so it's going to be a tough one to begin with. Clash coming into this one. Will they drop a game? Will they drop anything? They have dropped a couple of sets so far. Let's talk about Ring of Fire then. Let's get into that map. It is one we've seen some very successful, especially Yoshi using the Sprout actually on Ring of Fire comes heavily to mind. It's definitely worked out well for him, but we've seen some this is the map that I would say has been out there in terms of the meta. There's a lot being used. We saw Meg being used pretty successfully by Navi, if you recall as well, against SK. They tried to switch it themselves and it didn't quite work out for them. So a lot of options for this one.
Definitely, you know, I mean, Clash likes to run, you know, Rico like Chaos on that side of things, and just what he can do with that brawler can put a ton of pressure on. I think Leon's a great choice here. Bell's a great choice here. As you mentioned, Meg, you know, can have her moments as well. Pro would have been great, in my opinion, here. It was probably the only place that I feel kind of, whether that's about Clash trying to get that early start, that early lead in with an early set win, I'm not too sure, but that would have been a good shout as well. Other than that, I mean, you know, you got the Sandies as well. Sandy can be a great brawler to have in just terms of bringing back the flow of the action, placing down that Sandstorm. You're kind of left wondering where your opposition are going to be lurking within that. So there's a great deal of brawler choices here, absolutely. As you rightly say, you know, it's very varied right now in terms of the meta.
I still think it's who plays alongside Brock. So,
yeah,
I mean,
true.
It is very. Although, well, I seem to recall, was it Reply Totem last week that had Brock available, just didn't play him at all throughout the entirety of the whole series or something like that?
I think
so,
it's possible. Team, yeah. I just think that if you've got Brock available, you've got to play it. Yeah, I think there's definitely a match, to my knowledge, where we saw that, and they weren't playing it. I think it was also Ash as well. Like, you know, some of these brawlers that are so strong in the meta, if you've got a chance to play them, you've got to bring them out of the woodwork, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely. So obviously these players, one of the great things about certainly Clash at the top of the table, obviously being 10-0, is the fact that they are using this 4-man roster. They keep it rotating and it keeps winning. It's not like there's a weak link in this team whatsoever. It amazes me the most because ordinarily, obviously, you know, you're generally going to have, for example, think of say SK. You know, obviously you got 3-man lineup. Got one that will play left channel, one that will play mid channel, one that will play right channel, and that will pretty much stay the same throughout whatever the map is. Whereas for this 4-man rotation roster to work, everybody needs to be comfortable in pretty much every channel.
Yeah, you've got to be a real, you know, versatile player. You've got to make sure that you're able to get placed into any position. You know, it's one of the great things about Clash, in all honesty. You just never really kind of know which one is missing until you kind of pay attention. Right? That's how I see it. It's like they always play so well that you have to really pay close attention to who's actually playing at all. But yeah, I mean, you know, Yoshi bringing in some great Sprout, Arceus bringing in some great Rico. You know, I think we're going to see Frank coming back into the meta as well soon, and that's going to be a nice thing for PA to see him back onto the Frank a bit more than we would have otherwise seen. We've seen some of those balance changes a little bit in terms of sneak peeks coming up. But yeah, I mean, you know, it's a great thing when you see a team that are just able to have, you know, so much versatility as an entire unit. Yeah.
We're just waiting for the game to start. As always, we get left hanging on the first game. It's always the same arc every week. Every week. Anything exciting been happening in the world of Arc? This is what I want to know. Come on, no, you do a lot of content. You get a lot of content out there. What's been going on for you since in the week we've seen you?
I'm looking forward to what is coming in the next update for sure. I think the Brawl Talk was really fascinating to see. I've had a little bit of a chance to get hands on as well. I'm not going to go into different details. I haven't checked the schedules to what I'm allowed to say and when I'm allowed to say it, but I've seen some of the balance changes and they look quite appealing to me as well. I like the fact that there's also not a crazy amount of changes simply because we've got the World Finals coming up. So definitely, I feel we're going to see some tanks coming a bit more into the forefront. I think that there's definitely still going to be some that are kind of like the new Brock changes and others that kind of are still a bit anti-Brock at the moment. I find Brock very frustrating to play myself, play against rather. I find it's one of those brawlers that right now I feel is like a very, very short range when I'm playing it, but yet when I'm playing up against it, I can't do anything. So
yeah, it feels like it's the longest brawler in the game. You're like, what is going on? How can
Exactly.
I not hit that guy and he's hitting me every time? Yeah. Wow, 95% of the people in the Twitch chat backing Clash for this one, so not too surprised there. I've already put the numbers down for it, but it is hot zone. It's a tricky map, and at the moment, free agents are starting strong.
Yeah, nice. I like the Byron pick as well here, actually. That's a good choice. And the Meg as well is going to be able to assert a lot of authority, but Clash are going to be looking to target HK very early on. They're actually getting a lot of good heals from the Byron side of things as well, and they will stay alive for the most part. But yeah, Clash are behind a little bit. A nice sneak attack there from Chaos. Yep, beautifully done. But no heals coming in. But now just the Invis heal going to come in as well to keep him in the mix.
Yeah, get around the side, get in the Byron's face. It worked out well, and that's given them the control they need. And now it's going to be really tricky for Meg to try and get forward here with Chaos taking control. We'll be able to pop into that Meg. It's putting a lot of damage down on Guille, but wasn't able to finish it off. Finally takes him down. Will get knocked out of the mech, but Chaos did the damage once again in the background, and they continue to pick up more points. But it is still an advantage of free agents. Oh, Dark Joker going to come back, gets popped out, and now Clash control.
I think Clash is doing really well to shut down HK in all honesty, because it can take a while sometimes, and with a Meg like that, just being able to dominate in the mid is a tough thing to shake. But now this is a great chance for FA to get a bit more of a healthy lead here. It's only Yoshi alive, and Gee trying to come back into the mid as quickly as possible. Gets one tap, two taps to HK, three tap was still the deal. The mark on the Cyclone as well is on point. That's a very strong turnaround from Clash there.
Guille just tapping heads there. Absolutely. Now Chaos is going to come around the left angle. See, sorry, the right side. Yoshi trying to put the pressure on the left side. They have still managed to gain a little bit of control. They need to back away here. Guille going down. The mech comes out, and that's going to get immediately dealt with. But no, didn't get to take it down. Finally do. But is it too late? This is going to be a very tight one. It's going to be down to Guille to start tapping again, but it's Cyclone that comes out on top. Chaos goes in. He commits on towards HK. Is it not going to be enough? It doesn't seem that it will, and it will be free agents picking up the first game, but a very, very tight one.
Very close to the end. If you just saw just before Meg got her mech, that's hard to say, there was a time when they almost got that taken down just before it spawned in. So HK was very close towards the end. I don't know whether the Clash would have been able to turn it around off the back of it, but either way, I feel like Hefe had a great strategy. They just kept cycling the Meg, bringing her into the mix, and there's very little that Clash could do about it. It just took a lot longer to get rid of HK than it did any other player.
Yeah, it seemed that way, and it wasn't just a case of like just they needed to focus him. And with the smallest additions of the Byron heals as well, just sort of helping out the back there, kept him in there just a little bit too long. You did feel as soon as Guille went down, it was going to fall away. They needed to keep all three players up. So, do they bring a Meg themselves? Do they bring something else to maybe punish them? Do they bring the Spout? Do they bring switch a Leon out for maybe some other thrower? I'm trying to think of a thrower that could really cause a problem. I can only think of one or two.
I mean, I like the idea of the Sprout coming in, and again, like that's something that Yoshi does very, very well. That would keep Meg at bay a little bit more, and maybe he could focus on trying to keep that one back. I think Spike could be a good shout here as well as a good sort of tank killer. But I think also matching the Meg, like you rightly say, is not a bad shout either. It's not going to be what Clash are going to go for. They're going to keep the same idea. I mean, I didn't mind it. When Clash were able to make it work, it did take it down very quickly, but the problem is the Cyclone on the Bell realistically, and that's where they were able to get a ton more value in that game, not just from HK delaying the game, but having this Bell be able to really get a load of value from Clash being all close and hunkered together. So they got to make sure that they take down HK quickly, which they appear to have done already quite well, and Joker really getting him out of the mix here is key.
Yeah, just keeping the focus on him. You can see Chaos is going to go around the backside again, put the damage down, get him out of that mech, try and work it out. But they have lost Guille, so they need to wait for Guille to get back on his feet. This is incredibly close to getting Chaos just being punished on that left-hand side. They will finally manage to keep him out, and as soon as Guille comes back, they can take control. Yoshi gets aggressive on Dark Joker, but it's Dark Joker that will fall. And now they have all three down. That will give them a huge percentage chance.
Yeah, great positioning, and I like the fact that IKS and Yoshi are just working together to eradicate the real problem here, which is honestly Joker and Cyclone. HK is doing wondrously well, but ultimately they are the people that are the pests of this combat. Now with the mid-control back in their favor, we're going to have to see how Clash will be able to retake this, and if they're going to be able to retake this, Good shots already from Gear coming back in quickly, and Yoshi as well needs to get HK taken down a bit faster. This is a good mark from Gear. Now HK goes down, so Clash are doing well, but again, FA just seems to turn this around at the final moment.
Get the lollipop down as quick as they can, but the problem is, it seems that unless they can get Chaos in that left alcove, which is where he's been working, like, if he can't get there, they're struggling to get control because it's short range, obviously, that Chaos will offer, but he does manage to get the make down quick and early. HK there. Clash do have the percentage advantage now, 84% in closing. As soon as it hits 90, it's starting to get scary for free agents because they know they have to push. That's why HK is going for it. He's going to try and get in there, but didn't have the right angle. He will get cleared out. Cyclone can't keep them at bay, and Clash will even up the series.
A really nice result, and again, just confidence being displayed, I think it's fair to say, because Clash could have done a number of changes. It was a very good strategy going in by FA. They stuck to their guns, and I like that. I like the fact that they did that, but also the fact that they were able to pull it off with conviction because there was a much better Clash that time around. They've definitely got a bit more warmed up, and now FA have got to respond to this, and I don't see them changing either. It's kind of like the battle of the stubborns at the moment.
I feel it was a very strong start this time. I think I would have to double check it, but I'm pretty sure in the first game they weren't sure what the third player was going to be. So they were just, okay, what was out there? Was it a Meg? Whereabouts is he going to be? This time they just went straight in for the zone. Got Bad Chaos straight in there, iChaos straight in there to get the aggression down on the Meg of HK. So he's managed to make it work this time around. So it does seem to be that the start can be pivotal. It did give him about 40% advantage as well, that start. So as you say, I think they're going to probably stay pretty stubborn on this one. I don't expect to see changes unless maybe would a Barley work here? I'm not sure if a Barley would work. I'm not too sure. Maybe on that left angle, but I don't think you've got to be very active and put a lot of punishment onto that Meg when Meg switches into it.
I think Sprout is a better one just simply because you have some utilization of the mid control. You can kind of like place that wall down there or lock it down the left channel there. It depends, kind of like especially with Yoshi. I think that if you're going to have him on the field, then that would be a good place to put him onto. But I think, yeah, sticking with this, I'm just going to bring out the Amber on the side of FA, which is a surprise. I think they should kind of keep the Meg. I actually now favor really much so Clash because they're sticking with the same comp, and I feel like despite the Amber's ability to break open the mid, this is going to be, I think, a bit of a struggle. Look at Chaos, yeah, just going to keep left-hand side control, and yeah, I think FA has better odds with the Meg, in all honesty. They're going to keep the HK in the middle, but I'm kind of surprised to see this change.
Well, it was the bell. The bell, you mean? The bell they changed over?
Yeah.
The bell for the Amber, yeah. It definitely seems to be gone that way. Obviously, they lack that shield ability the Gear was offering, but I tell you what, Cyclone's getting pretty leery in that mid. Will get taken down by Chaos. Chaos comes around. That's HK down as well, and Bad Joker's the only man that's left to hang on at the moment. Immediately gets locked onto by Guille, and Guille will clear him out. They do take control. The mech comes out. Guille's in trouble. Going to put the pressure down just out of range slightly on Yoshi. And now Chaos over on the right-hand side. But I tell you what, this is going to be a tight one.
Very close indeed. The nest egg is there, but not being popped at the moment. Guille's looking for the value from it, and it seems that Joker's just too aware of its existence. HK, though, still looking to get his mech and to get back into the mix, and does so. It's continuous pressure here from FA, and now Cyclone coming in to help out on this left-hand side. Yoshi and Guille got nowhere to go right now, and Chaos fortunately coming in now to help out the right-hand side.
That's a really good lollipop drop as well. He's got himself in a really sticky situation, and that's causing problems for Dark Joker. That's the problem right now. Chaos has decided, right, I'm going to focus Dark Joker. I'm going to take down that Byron. I'm going to lock him down, and until they do clear out the lollipop, there they go. Should be able to burn it down this time around, and they will manage to get it cleared out. Now it's down to whether free agents can get back in there. It's still pretty tight. Guille is down at the moment. Now goes Chaos. HK doing a fantastic job of holding point, but he goes down 74 to 71. Clash can't get a toe in there at the moment. You can see Cyclone's being forced to back away. Dark Joker has to respect the fact he's got no health. They do manage to get the big burn down, and it does keep them at bay, but they're closing in on 90.
Very, very close game. Chaos needs to go for Joker here. Honestly, they've got to get rid of the Byron here, but actually it's cracking shots from Yoshi and Guille into the mid. Now, full control to Clash. A great turnaround, but that was a close one.
Yeah, that was tight. That was tight. There's no doubt about it, but I loved the play that Chaos did. As soon as he got control on the right side, went straight in for Dark Joker. Lollipop dropped down. It gave everyone the confidence to step forward, get that invisibility, get in control of the zone. That gave them that big 30% gap we saw at the end there, because it was neck and neck around 70% at one point. So really nice play. It will be Clash that will take the first set, but we know that free agents are here to play today, and that's a good sign, I think, for games to come later tonight.
Yeah, very, very close matches, honestly, and I didn't expect it to be quite much the way we saw it go down, in complete honesty. But I think it's credit to FA. I mean, they have been growing. They've had a little bit of a mid sort of down part of the season, which they seem to be recovering from nicely, and definitely displaying some good awareness of the meta and giving Clash definitely a good run for the men to start things off. But you can see as well, like the damage there, just a bit more in favor of Clash. I think that's really the key to me, was that we saw a lot of mid control and kind of aggression coming from FA, but the actual damage themselves coming in for Clash, I think, was what made all the difference, really.
Yeah, I mean, they needed that damage, right? They're going to keep focusing the mech non-stop. So
Yeah.
I think it's a pretty sizable target to hit, which is obviously where a lot of that damage came from. But the heals as well, not too surprised, obviously, with the changes that came through. But definitely a tight one. Still question whether the Amber change worked out better than the Bell. I don't know, because both games before that were tight. Right, where do we go next? Where are we moving on to? I will tell you. I can't actually find it myself. Map pool, there we go. That's the one I'm after. We are in Playday 7, and it is going to be nuts and bolts up next. So, sort of standard path, as we've covered nuts and bolts a bunch of times. Well, and you know what? Ark, the game's starting, so we're not even going to get to talk about it. It makes it different from the first game, so let's see what they bring to the table. You talked about Guia and the Frank. There it is.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised to see no buzz, in all honesty. Kind of looking back and just thinking, this is definitely no buzz ban. So, okay, fair enough. Sprout, I do like the B, and the Stu can have the breakthrough, but only the one tile there broken by Yoshi. Not sure that was intentional or a mistake, but ultimately, I think if you've got B, you kind of want a bit more value than that to get your breakthrough to go through the mid. And I mean, Guia obviously needs to keep the left-hand side or the right-hand side a bit more cover-oriented for him to be able to get the value that he wants. But already clashing back, but triple thrower is going to be tricky here, I feel, for them.
Yeah, one thing that is sure, as you say, a double throw is normally very hard to defend against. A triple thrower, that's a lot of damage that can go onto the Ike from range, and that's exactly what's happened there. HK managing to get the punishment in, and that was just a crucial setup there. But a triple throw is definitely an interesting one. I don't think I've seen a triple thrower setup on nuts and bolts yet.
Yeah, Store, I was doing a little bit of a sneaky look into some scrims the other day, and I did see it coming out, so a couple of teams are experimenting with it. But now this is where Clash have got to get around, or some pressure at least, or some bolts ready for the next. Good takedown here from Guia, and just avoid a decent amount of damage along the way, but this map is going to be opening up swiftly. We have no defense, but at the same time, some good momentum starting to come in for Clash.
I don't know whether they can hold back at level 8, but I gotta be honest, 65% down. They have to focus on this one. You can see Gear and the Frank, he's gonna get in front of it to try and tank out as much of the damage as he can. And you can see the Yoshi's trying to do what he can just to keep them away, keep those throwers at bay. But the damage has been now mitigated, and Yoshi's done a very good job of getting Dark Joker down. Has been picked off now by Chaos, back on his feet as well on the B. But now they need to get some bolts, because they are looking at the last siege here, and they're already looking at a deficit.
Yeah, realistically, Yoshi already needs to stay alive in that position on the left-hand side, went down, but now coming with the aggression here, and it might not be too late, but Chaos going down. He did make the bolt, though. I wonder whether it'll be enough. I think it's still going to be able to have defend this, but I feel it's too much. Yeah, this is just such a really well strategized idea coming from FA, and yeah, nothing Clash can really do about this. It's a bit too little too late.
Yeah, relentless. I mean, like they say, they needed, obviously, the Stew. Yeah, the Stew can be great against throwers, but he needs to try and survive. But there's a triple thrower, you know, that's a lot of dodging you got to do there, which is where it all came from. So, free agents, just like the first set on Ring of Fire, they do pick up themselves the first chance here, and now a chance to close the set out. The triple throw definitely catching Clash off guard.
It's one of those things where I like to see the Griff kind of combined with this idea, and having, I feel like if you're going to do it, you got to really commit to it. Go B, go Griff, and really focus on your long range a bit more. I think that if you've got a Frank, you're kind of undoing your own strategy by having to break things open and allow the B to thrive. You're ultimately going to have the Frank to be able to thrive less. And it's great to have on defense, but at the same time, you know, at the beginning, or rather towards the end of that first stage, there was really no cover destroyed. The map was still pretty much all intact except for that one tile from the Stu breakthrough. We'd like to have seen the map be a bit more destroyed and a bit more open for the B to be able to bring things back in the second stage. And by the time that we saw any momentum, it was just a bit too late for Clash.
Yeah, once they finally started to take control of the mid, it was they were behind a box, as simple as that. Like you say, the Sprout doing a fantastic job at just basically keeping Stu away from them. It's like, nope, keep, you're not getting close to us. So let's see what Clash are going to switch up. I'm pretty sure the Frank's going to drop out here. Whether free agents do bring the triple thrower again, I suspect they're going to change. Maybe at least one. I think just one maybe in there. They maybe switch one of the throwers away. What do they have? They had Sprout, they had Barley, and what else did they bring to the table? Dynamite, yes, of course. I do wonder if Dynamite's going to switch away. Let's see. Dynamite's obviously something that Clash have been bringing out a bunch in the past. They themselves are going to bring out the Buzz, the Barley, and the Sprout. It is going to be the Stu, a total change from free agents. I love it. Max, Griff, and Stu, they've gone full speed.
Yeah, and again, like I like Griff on this map. I think it can work wonderfully well, but I do like the buzz change for Clash, and I was surprised to not see it in the last game. So Barley as well is a great thing to have. I think this is a much better idea going into this one, and they're going to get a first push out of it as well, which is great to see. I think a single push from Clash in the last game. HK very low here as well, but keeping low to get the damage to roll in, and surely though his days will be numbered here. Yeah, this is why the Barley is so great to have here. Chaos able to get that guaranteed damage no matter what.
Yeah, the last call, just that little splash damage is all you're going to get from it. That's a nice bit of work. The hedge is going down from Yoshi to stop him getting around there. So Cycling will push out. It's going to try and go for that speed and chase down the throwers. But they have to be cautious of Gie, who we're watching here, who's ready to try and hook on to Dark Joker. Look at that. That's going to be HK popping out. Managing to work it away. And they, this time, want to destroy all the area. They have yet to get the bolts, though. And I think one more. Should be able to bank it and tie it. They do. Gonna get one more in, and it will be. No, it didn't go in quite in time. It looked like it was just gone in time, but no, it isn't tied. And this is going to be a battle now for mid.
Oh, great shots from HK. Chaos is low, and Guille can go down as well. This was a crucial moment really for Clash to be able to bring it back, but now the mid control is all with FA. Banking bolts like this note tomorrow. Guille's got the super as well on the right hand side, but he's got to make sure he connects here, and he misses. The face from Cyclone was on point there. He's going to go down. This is going to be surely a guaranteed win for FA. They're just going to make sure they get the damage that they need, but it's only going to be 32%, needs to draw 33% to win. So I do like their odds in that respect, because it's a beefy boy about to come in.
There's a massive bot about to come out here, yeah. Level 18 already, 19, 20, good. I don't think I've seen a 20 bot in the ESL Mobile Challenge today. They're going to back away and respect it, but now here we go. Griff comes out, throws out his super, doesn't manage to catch anyone, but look at that massive bot coming through. They're going to throw everything their way. They have got the hedge to try and redirect it. They're going to have to redirect it a heck of a lot of time. The problem is it was the last bot to come through, so there's nothing they can do. 68% already free agents way. The beefy bot, I tell you what, they've done a great job at kiting it there. Are they going to get it? No, I don't think so.
HK went down towards the beginning of that push, and as soon as that happened, there was nothing behind that. There was no range, there was nothing. Clash made that look very easy, but it was calculated. They had to make sure to ensure a takedown along the way. And when the defense came in, again, having Sprout on defense can go a long way in that respect. But honestly, HK needs to do better to stay in the mix there. They should not have been walking away from that game with a loss off the back of a level 20 bot. Just no way.
No. With that control they had in mid, that should have been theirs, but I mean, obviously with the edge, you can always redirect the bot around non-stop, which they did a fantastic job. Again, a level 20 bot down that much. That is a massive amount of hit points they had to work their way through, but it worked out well for them. And here we are once again, all tied in the series. What could be already 2-0 for free agents could slip away from them once again to a 2-0 clash.
Yeah, genuinely, it's part of the joy of watching Siege, really. You sometimes look at a round and you just think, well, this is going to go one way, surely, or another. But ultimately, it just goes to show, like, it's not over until it's over. No matter what the comp or what the situation, it's how you approach it and the strategy going in. And that's what we saw in the last game. I think there's still a great opportunity to see a bit of, FA swap towards a Buzz here. I feel like that would be a good shout to kind of counteract that. Surprised to see that kind of very slowly coming into the meta at the moment today. But Clash going to drop it, actually. They're going to bring in the Sandy. Okay. That's, again, not what I was expecting to see, but I do like the grip here. But again, FA is going to make this work a lot better than did previously. They're going to be a little more careful around how they value their health.
Yeah, the Sandy Gene Barley Definitely going to be a bit different. As I say, they don't obviously have the immediate impact of the Sprout to redirect with the hedge, so it's not going to be quite there. But they do get themselves the opener. So first little level 2 bot coming through. Of course, with Barley, you can always back that up pretty successfully. And he's being protected very well, by the way, Guille here. The protection up behind it. Here we go. There's the super to go down. The last call onto the icon. They're going to get a lot of damage done with just this level 2. They may be able to take it right here, right now. They're keeping it on. Guille is going to continue to toss them in. It's going to tick down. 3% is all that remains. Holy moly.
Yeah, that was that escalated quickly, let's say. I mean, now realistically, you just need one super on Guille to be able to finish the game off, and Clash are going to be very slow in the approach. This is what we tend to see from some of the more senior teams in the competition. They're very, very patient around getting this final percentage of damage and not going just completely on the aggressive here. You know, one super is all that they need to have, and ultimately Guille is the person who needs to really aim to contain it. They have to defend, though, in the meantime, and not overcommit, because they can't push now. They've got to take care of this spot, which shouldn't be the worst from the worst. The level 6, nice slowing gadget there as well from Guille along the way. There's going to be careful not to throw this push. That's all they've got to worry about now.
Yeah, just making sure they protect it. You can see Cyclone is getting the damage down, but it's nowhere near what Clash just did. And now they can try and push back here. They can just get, if they get one kill, I feel that may well be the turning point. You can see Clash going in. You can see Yoshi getting the damage down. He uses the last call, though, to try and cover that one out, but he only needs to get a single shot off, but he's been picked off. It doesn't matter. Yoshi rushes up there with the Sandy. A quick splash and dash, and Clash will take it. And now they go 2-0 up. Would you believe it?
It's been so neck and neck, but Clash have just got the edge today, it seems. Like, every step of the way, they just seem to bring out the stop when it matters most. And yeah, it could very much be a 2-0 in favor of FA at this point. It really could. There's been such a small margin of error, but Clash are looking more composed. They are making sure that the games that really matter are those that they're focusing the most on. You see just how different that matchup was in itself. We started off, seeing Clash really, so much on the back foot, conceding 3 times in the match, not getting a single push. Then that, which was basically a 1 push off the first one. So they're developing and evolving with every set, it seems. And I wouldn't be at all surprised if we see this be the final set for the team.
I mean, that is obviously the sign of a great team, right? That they can adapt and look at what's ahead of them and not just fall into the mirror match category, which often you'd see a lot of teams do. They look at it, they digest it and say, okay, this is the comp that we know can work. I mean, they were pretty stubborn with it in the first set, no doubt about it. But here in the second set, you can see it wasn't a case of kills or damage or I mean, the healing definitely is strong, but it's more a case of what you do with that damage. And obviously, in that final game, it was all about backing up that level 2 bot.
Yeah, ultimately, if you're getting damage to the Ike, then there's not necessarily so much need to get damage on your opposition. But, it does kind of work hand in hand sometimes. But you can see there, yeah, sometimes stats don't necessarily tell the big picture. And one big push and they're not necessarily getting anyone taken down along the way. It can still do all you need. But, yeah, that's going to be Siege then, over and dusted. We're going to see Gemfort then up next for the gem grab. And again, I feel like that's a good mode for Clash. We do see some sort of troubles run into every now and again for them. But at the moment, the way they're playing, I would be at all surprised if we see this go to the 3rd game of the set. But I don't know. I think Clash at the moment just have the edge, it seems. In every set, they seem to learn from their mistakes and make the comeback when needed. FA are going to have to do a lot to be able to turn this one around at this point.
I'm very interested to see what they bring to the table. Just to remind you guys, the bans were Crow and Jesse banned out by Clash, Poco and Ash banned out. Whether they're going to use, say, a Stu or a Gene or something like that as the gem carrier, it is going to be the Sandy in there, the Leon, and I think it was the Gene I saw in there, the Pam, meanwhile the Rico on the other side, and the Leon as well. So pretty standard comps that we've seen throughout here. I was expecting maybe the Amber actually to come back out from free agents after just being used a moment ago.
Well, Yoshi's way out of position at the minute, going to struggle. I'm not sure quite. Oh, good shots, but now it's a super that could help out a lot. But I'm definitely surprised to not see Chaos running on Rico, in all honesty, and then having Guille maybe go on to the Leon himself. But I think that for me, FA have got the better comp right now, and Clash are struggling a little bit here. Going to be a lollipop drop going down from Chaos, and Invisihill now going in to climb over into the bush here. I like the assassination attempt there, and some big back value to take down the HK. But I still just feel like at the moment, Clash is struggling.
Oh, he didn't land the shots that he needed, and that's given the mid control. Yoshi does get back, but instantly goes down. You can see Chaos trying to get the damage down. I would say for free agents, this is a very SK comp, I would say, certainly. This is something that you would see them running quite often throughout here. I like the idea, obviously the Sandstorm, the Lollipop drop, so all that piled up invisibility option that they have. But as you can see, 8-3 down right now. They do finally have mid control. They need to clear out HK's Lollipop themselves here, but they are under pressure.
Yeah, Cyclone now coming in with the Invisi Hills there, gets stunned out. Nicely tuned there by Guille. Cyclone's got the 5 gems, and there's a couple in the middle now that Clash are going to be able to retake for themselves. Nice Invisi Heal as well will go a long way, and every time they get that Sandy Super, it's going to put a lot of unpredictability, but I don't think Guille can push that. He's got a nice takedown there, but can't go and overcommit. They've just got to hold firm in this mid and just buy out the clock a little bit more because they're in a good spot right now.
Yeah, just got to be careful. Pushing around the side there, Chaos going in. Seeing if he can peek around the side, it's very hard to take that pound down, but that was great work from Chaos. He gets backed up by Yoshi. That's it. They've stolen the gems away. Cyclone's going to try and come in and try and stop them. The rot at the moment, but Yoshi's giving some great cover. Now comes Guille out, and that's going to be surely enough. The Rico going to get the damage down, gets a really good bouncing shot there onto Yoshi. They do manage to get one down. Can they try and lock them down? They do. The gems get dropped just on the final counter, but they've been collected back up by Bad Chaos. The stealth working wonders, and he's gone.
Yeah, surprising Guille not use the
Cyclone.
Yeah, gonna go straight on the aggressive. Yeah, I mean, at the moment, that's kind of going to be perfect for Clash to go on the run here, and then right in the spawn and just making themselves known for it. Definitely a cheeky little end to that game, but surprised Guille not use the Sandstorm really to help defend the gems. He kind of put it there for himself, but he was the only person in the position to really utilize that. And as soon as he went down, then it was kind of like a bit of a waste. But ultimately, towards the end, yeah, I like that strategy. I don't see it too often in Gem 4, but when you're on countdown at the end, the last place that your position is going to expect you to go is back into their spot.
Yes, snuck away. But I tell you what, that was tight. Like, I mean, Clash did a very good job at stealing it away from free agents in the first place, which is what you saw there, obviously Yoshi and Chaos combining. Then you saw, I mean, this is the danger that Rico and Pam offer, right? Like, that's just a great crossfire of power that came through, and other than Leon's, stealth abilities, that basically is the only thing that got away with it there.
And I just don't think, to be honest, the Clash had the better comp. I mean, it was like again, against the Pam, which is a real tanky brawler to have, especially when inside the healing station. And I just felt like they were going to struggle without the Rico or anything to kind of have that piercing damage towards it, or any kind of hard hitter. I felt like they were going to struggle, but they made use of those Sandy Sandstorms, and that was really what gave them that mid control back every single time. Now, Clash are feeling confident about this. They're going to bring out the Dynamite, and did work out well for Yoshi. And I think it's normally EA that brings out Dynamite here, or Chaos. So going to be interesting to see how Yoshi fares on that side of things.
The Tara, we know, can work on Gem 4. It has done in the past. That's going to catch him around the back. EA is going to try and push in, but he eats a great big chunk of damage from HK, and Dark Joker takes him down. Yoshi back out there, but as you say, Gem's still very much in control of free agents. They've never given up this mid yet. That's a great push from HK.
Yeah, good takedown there as well. The Sandstorm coming in. Cyclone going to find Guille on the right-hand side, and that's a good use of support from beyond there from Guille, but he does go down for it. So that's going to be one less schedule for him, and mid control maintained from HK. So Nathan Super does do well for iChaos, but HK's still alive, finally taken care of by Yoshi. Let's see now if Cyclone can come back out of the mid now with these gems, because first call for FA, but they're going to lose mid control, but maintain the gem.
Just one more is all they need. Yoshi will start collecting them, but look at this. Dark Joker straight out there, collects it. The speed and power that he needed, gets in, gets out. Now the countdown is on, and Clash really haven't been in this one at all. Chaos, though, with the Rico, always a threat. And obviously with a Dynamite, you can toss them in straight into the corner there. They're putting the pressure down. Dark Joker's going to get chased, and he gets caught out there by Guille. Cyclone comes chasing in. He needs to be careful now. He goes in the face of Yoshi, but he has to get in and out as quick as possible. And now we're all square once again.
Yeah, he's lurking. Cyclone is very close to being pulled here.
Oh,
He is going to connect it. Guille is single-handedly carrying everything for Clash at the present moment in time. They're going to be able to retake the mid-control, but I don't know what everyone else is really contributing. Yoshi's not really landing that much, but it's going to get a nice double bomb there, in all fairness, literally contrasting me as I speak, and again with another one. So Clash getting some confidence now, it seems, as the result of that turnaround from Guille, but my goodness me, that was cutting it fine.
Catching him out once again. Guille puts in the damage down. Cyclone on nothing. He tries to go aggressive, but it doesn't pay off for him. And now they're going to collect the gems that they need. So it is all in the favor of Clash once again. This should be match point right here. They've managed to clear out the top as well. 15 gems their way. Here comes Free Agents. They have to close it down, but it's got to be Guille. They're going to catch it. I'm pretty sure outside of that sandstorm that's already there, he has himself a black hole ready waiting to go. Does throw it down. And that is, in the end, I mean, it didn't look like it was going to be an easy game to start with. It looked like they were going to lose it. But again, Clash somehow find a way to turn it around.
Yeah, they're just able to be in the right places at the right times. And again, you know, a world-class team are able to do that. They're able to take a circumstance like that, maybe not have the strongest brawler comp lineup either, and still make it count, still make it matter when it is needed to. But I still feel like FA, you know, in every set here could have gone a set ahead. I think that Clash gave them many opportunities to do so. But we're just able to really bring it back under control when it mattered. And Guille was the man there in that game. And very, very importantly, so that they did, because again, you know, they could have given FA a bit more of a spur of confidence, but able to shut it down right then. And yeah, this one will not be going any further.
So a quick 3-0 sweep, which honestly, we could have been at this point. We could have already had Free Agents up 2-0. It was just that's how tight he was. So Free Agents should need to look at that and obviously take a little bit of heart from it. The fact that, you know, while it was a 3-0 sweep, it could have been very different. There's no doubt about it. Just a few small things to turn it around. As you can see, damage is very much obviously excessively in Clash's way. When you land that many gravities that Guille did, it's almost certain you're going to get a lot of damage in there, because he just sort of single-handedly whitewashed them there. Fantastic start. It means we're on schedule, ladies and gentlemen. That's what it means. Clash are not going anywhere. They're going to be back in just a moment. They're going to be facing off against Good Gaming up next.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Mobile Challenge. Ark has decided to step out. I mean, he hasn't decided. He's been told to step out. It's the rotation that we have here. He's going to get himself a well-deserved snack. It'll be a quick one, though, maybe. Lethal coming in for this one. It generally means we get a 5-setter. I gotta be honest, it does generally mean that, but I don't see it this time in Clash versus Mood.
Yeah, you know, it is the trend we do have, or you could say tradition, but this time round, I would be absolutely gobsmacked if we saw it this time round. Clash looking to go for the perfection here, and you've got Mood Gaming doing the complete opposite end of the spectrum so far. And let's be real here, for Clash, it's all about seeding from at this point. We full well know that they qualified. They've probably already got #1 seed in all fairness at this point, and considering how far we are into the season. But for Mood Gaming, though, again, it's the opposite. And as I already mentioned, you know, they haven't got anything to play for. They still have, of course, a bit of prize money if they manage to grab 7th, maybe even 6th, depending on how we apply a tournament. But apart from that, no, that's literally about it, as they have been pretty much smashed about on a number of occasions.
Yeah, I'm very intrigued to see whether Clash will switch it up. They haven't. They've stuck with the Jesse Crow ban and the Byron Spike ban from Mood. And something we didn't actually mention in the last game was there was no Brock. There was no Brock in any of those games. You know, he's available once again. You know, Byron's Spike ban, I guess that will open things up there. But yeah, without the Brock ban in there. Factory Rush, Super Stadium, Parallel Plays, Acute Angle, and Hot Potato if we need to go the distance here. This opens up a lot. The main thing I'm seeing is the fact that Ashe and Poco are available as well. Ashe especially a very strong brawler currently in the meta along with Brock. You know, we're going into Factory Rush as the first map out there. Actually, we still might see him on the Faction Rush. But what I wanted to go back to, obviously, it was the triple brawler comp that we just saw a moment ago on Nuts and Bolts. This time on Factory Rush. Now, absolutely can still work here. I wonder whether one of these teams adapts and says, you know what, that's a bloody good idea, free agents. We'll use that.
Yeah, we're going to see some very fruity compositions, let's put it that way. And we've noticed as well for Clash, they've banned Crow, what, 4, 5 times in a row now? So it's a staple ban for them to a certain extent, and be interesting to see if they're going to continue doing that for the rest of the season. They probably will do, because they don't really need to do much else, do they? They don't have to try and give away any bans or reveal anything, so perfectly understandable. We'd love to know your thoughts, of course, hashtag ESL Mobile, to see what you guys think about this matchup or any other matchups in the future today or tomorrow, because it is, of course, the final week, isn't it? We're now going to determine exactly who's going to make it to the finals. But for Clash, though, we already know they're in. Absolutely.
I wonder, right? This could be a thing. Bearing in mind, obviously, we know that OP loves to play Mortis. We'll do it every occasion, and obviously it is available. I wonder if they're banking on the fact that Clash do come in with some sort of thrower comp, like they just had a moment ago with the Sprout, the Barley, that they sort of used a moment ago and obviously mixed it in with the Buzz. I wonder if they're banking on something like that, maybe going to try and bring a Mortis themselves, or maybe a Buzz themselves, or something like that. Or maybe they're going to go for the triple brawler comp. I don't know, because obviously these bans do open up pretty much a world of possibilities. Jesse Crow, Byron, and Spike. Spike obviously taken out, you know, could theoretically be used if we were to get to well, we will do, we'll get to Super Stadium, so absolutely a ban that could work on Brawl Ball. But on Factory Rush, I'm intrigued. I am intrigued to see us going. I should say, I was watching ESL APAC earlier on today, so covering out obviously for the Brawl Ball, what was going on there at the Brawl Ball. It was actually Purple Paradise. They were using some very interesting comps that I've never seen Europe used on Purple Paradise, let's put it that way. Well, Gale was being used, which I don't think I've ever seen used outside of any, certainly on a Purple Paradise, but definitely interesting comps being used. I watched it, I was like, what? I was like, what is happening here? This is not the same game. It is going to be a double Brock setup. The Meg bit going to be picked up as well by Yoshi, obviously picking a leaf up from the book they just played against. Gugu, though, I was expecting maybe a couple of Ricos in there, and the Stu Bell on the left-hand side that Chaos is battling. That's going to be a tough one for him, but he's going to charge it down and pick it up. And the first bot, though, is going Mood's way.
Interesting. Okay, so it looks like Mood Gaming have decided to go more towards the range rather than the fire rate here. So, of course, a lot more that individual initiative will be coming in terms of a plan of action later on. Down to 70%, a little bit more here, but it's all right. The Ike will definitely clean that up. So a good start already here. And at the same time, though, do have that one bolt advantage or deficit now, as already AC Milan's Clash just pushing on forward. Yoshi was using that mech to keep OP away and almost taking him down, but just manages to get away. But remember, with the Bell's range, it should be okay. Rolex are taking down Chaos, and Gia and Yoshi just trying to stay alive in the center. But saying that, though, already taking down one. Gugu's actually quite weak on the right-hand side. They both need to decide who they want to push first, and it is going to be Gugu.
Yeah, they did manage to lock him down to get the 5 bolts just before Mood managed to bank their 5th one as well. So it could easily be in a tie there, but now this is the pressure. Clash comes in, and with Rolex going down instantly. Oh, that's not good. Gugu goes down. They're just going to pile onto the Ike here. This is actually disaster, and I think it should be done right now. 10% and counting. Can they finish it off? Yes, they can. Just getting that double kill before the level 5 bot hit the Ike. That was just instant disaster for Mood.
That was literally a repeat of what Clash did last time, but the only difference was they had about 3% left, and it was just basically delaying the inevitable, wasn't it, for FA? But this time around, they was able to secure it, and that was with a level 2 siege bot, mind you, the last time I'd done it. For level 5 one, yeah, it was a little bit more, a bit easier for them, you could say. Good prioritization with the slaying power as well, you saw earlier in the center. Gia and Chaos was just trying to, also Gia and Yoshi, shall I say, were in the center, just trying to make sure to prioritize one opponent off the other. Well, the other two from Mood Gamer were just trying to get angles, but in the end, though, they both started drifting apart, and when Clash were able to secure a lot of these little wins here and there in terms of the micromanagement. It was quite tough for Chaos, but what I was going to say was as well, Mood Gaming, yeah, but did have a very good start. They decided to prioritize a little bit more the range over the fire rate in terms of the ballers, but I think we're going to see something a little bit different this time. Also, no Buzz either.
No, I don't know, honestly. There was some interesting picks they both came out with. I'd say Mood came with more of a standard comp sort of setup with the Rico, etc. The double Brox, I don't expect that to change. Maybe we see a thrower coming out from Yoshi or something like that, maybe for Clash, just to get a little bit of control, maybe the Barley in there. But honestly, you know, they just backed that up and won pretty easily. Let's face it, the first bot was a level 1 bot. It was just a case of who bagged the bolt first. It wasn't a case of Mood took control or anything. So I think it's down to Mood to try and switch up and change what they can do here. But for Clash, man, I tell you, they look strong. Once they go for the jugular, boy, do they deliver. Let's see what they bring to the table. Will they go for the changes this time out? They do bring a Rico themselves. The Mega saw in there as well. I didn't quite catch the third. It is going to be a Brock, of course, once again. Meanwhile, same again for Mood.
Interesting, we don't really see any changes. I thought we might see one coming from Mood, just have a little bit more aggro, but instead just sticks with the Bell anyway. But OP has taken down Yoshi early here, so this will give him a little bit more room to breathe so far. And I love what Mood Gaming are doing at the moment, just purposely not really going too far deep with these bolts, just getting a level 1 siege bot just to keep them at bay, whilst they use the others here to make sure that Clash do have a bit of a bolt deficit as they try and regain center control.
Yeah, once again, lost out the initial fight, but they should be able to clear this one out. That's a lot of damage, though. 55% is down to, so a 45% damage burst. Now they've got to try and regain control. Chaos has to use his super to take down Rolex there. Yoshi trying to get around the side. Gugu doing a great work with that bounce, and he takes down Yoshi as well, not able to get a control. Of course, without the stew there, they haven't quite got as much wall breaking that they'd like that they had before, which actually is going to punish Yoshi in a way. And this is certainly going to be a second bot going the way of Mood.
Certainly is. Much better control this time around from Mood. They were a little bit too separated last time and didn't really have the angles, but this time around they've been very, very stable with their positions and just keeping a very close eye of, very keen eye, shall we say, on how Clash are trying to break this setup. But once again, bot heading the way towards of Clash. It could actually be the final bot here because the amount of damage it's doing so far, but distractions are coming up though. But look at the amount of damage already from Gugu in the right lane, deep there, and it looks like Mood Gaming will be tying things up.
Yeah, interesting that they chose not to have Rico versus Rico there. They chose the Rico versus Bell on the left channel, and which basically gave Gugu free control. He was having a great old time on that right side, dealing with bot the Brock as well. and as well as Yoshi. I mean, Yoshi was just zero impact, I would say, in that game with the Meg. I think we're almost certainly going to see the Meg change this time around. I guess they're trying to see if it can work here, but I think the answer is a clear no.
Yeah, if it was a smaller map, they probably could make more use of the Meg, you could say. But don't get me wrong, of course, with the Meg added, it can do a lot more tanking, a lot more damage across the board anyway. But again, I don't know about the Bell, really. For OP, he made better use. I think he just felt like he could have a lot more value this time around, because in the first game, he barely got any. He had a lot of work to deal with, but this time around, he was hitting his shots, and I think Clash may have been a little bit too predictable in terms of their movement, so OP could have at least predicted a little bit better and was hitting a lot more of his shots across the border. So more towards the aim skill, really. So I think he knew that he could have got more value, and he did, which was obviously a requirement. But I don't really see Clash going for a brawler with more range, though. Something similar should be coming up trumps from here.
I mean, obviously Bell got a lot more control there because he didn't have Stu in his face this time. Like, that was the big difference. Had that Rico, could keep it at arm's length, and that suits Bell down to the ground, right? Going for those long range shots, quite happy to make it work, and just took control, as you say, dominate the left, dominate the right. Mid channel was pretty much in control because the right was dominating. So yeah, definitely interesting for Clash to make some changes here to work it out. I almost 100% expect that the Meg to switch over. I think they may actually keep the Rico, maybe change the channels, who knows, whether they're going to decide to switch that over. The Brock will probably stay as well. The question is, what do they bring? Do they bring a Stu back to the table, maybe to get in their face, maybe to chase it down? Do they bring a Barley out to sort of get a little bit of that thrower control? It is a map that can be broken apart, but as you saw there, you know, once the Stu was off the table, that ruined the ability of the Meg to be able to just take full control and sort of stomp it across to get the damage down with the Meg. So definitely a problem. Let's have a look what they bring to the table.
Yeah, we know you're talking about the Brock as well, and yeah, you're right though. Like, we're definitely going to see the Brock because of the fact that, of course, we want to destroy as much cover as possible. And yeah, it is going to be completely the same here. OP's actually come back to the left lane. He's already done a lot of damage onto Yoshi's Meg, and you can see he's just trying to stay alive. But OP looking very good already. Gears having to try and deal with relics, which he has done, as him and Kez are just sticking together. Just out of the Bell range so far, but Gears trying to look for a little bit of damage with that Brock.
Yeah, they have changed the channel though. There's a Chaos with the Rico on the right to challenge out Gugu, which is giving Yosh versus the Bell, so Meg versus the Bell basically, which is why they've gained that little bit of control. This time it's working out better. They've clearly just looked at it and says, okay, we know what we can do. We just switch it over. But look how much they can back it up. This is going to be a 0. I've done it.
Literally on the first bot as well. Even if it stays at 1%, they're going to get it anyway at some stage. And this problem is here, D-Man. It's all about mood gaming and testing out their map awareness. Okay, that's not a good start at all. Testing out their map awareness. They can't let anyone get by here. And literally, Chaos is just literally diving by and getting the saves at the exact same time. Just adding insult to injury here.
Took him down. Yeah, he had the super. Chaos did there. Just needed to shoot, literally. That's all he was looking for. The super for Guille as well. He just needs to walk forward and just pop that super off. But he's being respectful, I think it's safe to say. They're just going to make sure they don't get the same done to them. They know it can happen here. Has to use the super instead to try and block it there. They're going to try and back it all the way through the middle here. A lot of damage coming out. Uh-oh, where's that Meg going? The Meg sneaking around the backside. 24% and counting. He's got to get it quick. One shot's all it needs. Because I'll tell you what, I think they could have took it. If he hadn't snuck past, I think they could have took it right there. That could have been a 0 to 1% job.
Yeah, it depends on the scenario, really, doesn't it? Because they're technically in a 2v3, and I think they're just letting it go anyway. But I'm not too sure what happened at the bottom. I was also keeping a keen eye on for Meg to see if Yoshi was going to flank all the way around, which of course he did. So maybe they could have saved the percentage a little bit more if the Meg was there. But he was just like, do you know what? I've got so much time left in my hands. I'm sure my two teammates can at least delay it enough just to get it to the other side of the map, which he had done. It's only about like a 10-second jog really onto their icon, and it's all pretty much done and dusted here. So Clash, you know, had their hands full a little bit there in that second game. Good control from Mood Gaming. Now I'm actually quite surprised because from Mood, just from our standpoint, from what we've seen so far this season, they've not only been the kind of team to adapt very quickly on the fly in a lot of these sets, but it's nice to see them bring some kind of flair onto the server in that second game, but doesn't change the fact that Clash will take the first set.
Yeah, so we're going to move on to Brawl Ball next. It'll be Super Stadium. Just to remind you guys of the bans, because they're a little unusual. Jesse Crow banned out by Clash seems to now be their staple ban, by the way. They've done it about 5 games running. Byron Spike being banned out by Mood. Now, the Spike absolutely could work here, absolutely on Super Stadium. So that's, you know, a focus ban, if you could call it a focus ban. But what are they going to bring to the table? Super Stadium. As I talked about before, OP does love his Mortis. It's 100% playable on Super Stadium, but obviously always brings that drawback that it has of needing to close the gap, trying to get the range. If you think of what we saw from Clash earlier on, you know, we know they can do very well, say the Tara, the Sandy, the Jean, something like that in there. The B, they played the B earlier on as well. I wonder though, I do feel that Clash are trying comps out right now across maps. Like they're forcing the Meg into situations, I feel. And I'm just wondering if I think we may see the Meg for the first time in a Brawl Ball game, certainly here on ESL Mobile Challenge. I feel like they're testing the waters with different comps at the moment.
Yeah, you know, there's scrimming or, you know, having a social land, but there's also testing it in a tournament environment. And this is the best time for them, really. But the only problem is they're testing it against a team who really are out of competition. They're technically playing for 7th, I would say. I hate to say it, really, but, you know, kind of how it is already. But you're talking about OP as well with the Mortis. He actually comes up with it straight away, and that's going to be the first goal already.
Yeah, that was quick. That was quick. So the Ashe, of course, wasn't banned out, so they do bring the Ashe to the table with the Brock and the Pam. But we know what the speed can work out, and the speed of a Mortis Max is phenomenal. But they also can get damaged quite quickly, and that's what's happening here. Oh, he tries to pull them in. Oh, Rolex with the Jackie gets himself all 3 down. Gugu can just pile straight up mid and get themselves the 2 goals. OP will just run it over the line. Oh, no! No! He got caught out. He's got a disconnect or something. I don't know what happened there. He got blocked out, but either way, that is disaster.
That certainly was. Oh, it might have been that reason, and I wouldn't be surprised either, but it might just be from the observer's end here.
Yeah, I think it is,
one's already taken down. That's going to be a full-on team wipe so far. And now Chaos coming with the pound is going to be passing it to either Gear or Yoshi. But remember, though, there's still 3 up. They just managed to come up on the respawn as Cuckoo is just stuttering to the left-hand side to get that ball away.
Frame-by-frame action here, ladies and gentlemen. It is a full PowerPoint presentation. But, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just the observer. It's not the players that got it. So which is good to know. But I'll tell you what, that Jackie is causing them problems at the moment. Now they should be able to get the pass in. Yeah, no, blocked out by OP once again. You know, they should have put this game to bed already, but they are still 1-0 up with 50 seconds to go. The Jackie tries to chase them down, but Chaos not having any of it on the Pam there. And now OP's going to try and dash past. He gets the shot away! Brilliant stuff from OP. That's what we've seen. We've seen Mortises do it in the past. I'm pretty sure the name maybe have done it as well before. But OP gets the goal away and Mood go 1-0 up.
I don't know, it's always Brawl Ball, the ones we cast, just we get some really weird or dicey plays or something happening. That time now, you know, you rightly put it, was literally like a PowerPoint presentation going through the majority of it, but it was still a good laugh. And even then, though, you're right, I kind of feel like they should have won that 2-0 a little bit earlier from what we saw earlier on. I'm not too sure exactly what happened, but, you know, it could have been a connection issue, not too sure 100%, but, you know, it's just one of those things. But what we do know is the fact that Mood Game is actually on top here in this set already against one of Clash's best game modes, but you've also got to remember that Clash are known for giving away that first game sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, let's be clear, guys, that wasn't the players, it was the observer that had the lag, so don't worry about the players, they're perfectly fine. You know, it was quite obvious that it wasn't any of the players because nobody was stood still. Yeah, let's talk about what we actually saw there. So Mood bringing out almost the classic comp, the Max, the Jackie, which we've seen, you know, 3X, I think, were the first to bring it to the ESL Mobile Challenge, and we've seen multiple teams bringing it at the same time. But with OP coming on his Mortis, it adds that extra little flavor that works out really well. Let's see if they make any adjustments here, because obviously, you know, Ashe, very strong brawler, no doubt about it. There's the Frank, and there's the disconnect error once again. We're going to have Wi-Fi problems again. Yes, but the Gale, the Frank, and the Ems, that's definitely a better approach.
Yeah, and we've got to see what difference it's going to make with his Frank change as well. Of course, having a bit of a tankier option should work in his favor, but the problem is, in overtime, it is going to cause a little bit of a ruckus later on here. So this is definitely even worse than a PowerPoint presentation. It's definitely frame by frame as literally just going to push on forward. But we're going to see what happens eventually here. We may even just let this game crack on, or we may just literally try and do a reset. We'll have to see. But it looks like the players are doing their best to try and play on. But of course, yeah, from this angle, from our point of view, we don't even have a Scooby right now.
No. So
I'm not even going to try and attempt it.
Yeah, so I mean, it might be a server issue. We're certainly expecting it to probably be a remake. Yes, okay, so there's going to be a remake of some variety to try and fix, hopefully, whatever the heck is happening on that side. That causes us a problem. You know what? It had to happen for us, didn't it?
Yeah.
We were looking at a 3-0, and we're going to get a delay of some form. Of course. You know, if it's going to be a 5-setter or just a simple delay, it had to be when we're casting. It's like we are cursed as a combo to bring you these delays. So, I mean, hopefully they're just going to sort that out, go for a remake, change server, whatever they're going to do, relog, whatever works. Apparently, it's been a problem the last few days.
Okay, right, that makes a little bit of sense. And I was going to say, sometimes just a quick remake normally does itself justice, but yeah, if it is something which happened last couple of days, then we have to see exactly how this is going to turn out. Because as much as I enjoy casting games where I get to see what happens every 10 seconds, it's not really in my skill set, Dean. I'm not going to lie to you, mate, but I can definitely full well try it. But yeah, I'm not even going to bother. So yeah, we'll see what happens. We know there's going to be a little bit of a delay. I'd also be interested to see if they even reset the first game, because we don't know if it was, again, you know, it was from the observance, from the way it was playing, but there was a few key moments where I wasn't really too sure either. So if they do reset the entire set, I wouldn't blame them really, but then again, Mood Gaming probably wouldn't be happy with that either. So it wouldn't surprise me if we just crack on and just continue with the second game.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we'll see what the decision is. The admins and the players are trying to sort it out in the background while we sit and look pretty. You know, we don't have a magical start the game, but despite what everybody would love to think that we do, it is we're contracted to talk so much, so we got to fill that void. So
have our own podcast at this rate.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what, Lethal? I'll ask you the same question. What have you been up to in the time since the last Playday 6? What have you been up to other than casting Clash of Clans?
I was casting other stuff over the weekend and prepping for that as well, so it's been very, very busy. Yeah, definitely had a lot of days on my plate as well. And I was waiting for something else to get released as well at the same time, which I'm going to give a go in a couple of days, which I'm not going to mention. So yeah, it has been a certain
game that may release on the 28th of October. On a certain
you can Google
computer.
That. It's fine.
Yes, I think I might know what that is. It's been about the decade actually probably 2 decades, isn't it, coming? I think since the last one was out, but a long time coming up, that one, a certain.
But no,
it's product from another company.
But no, it has been really, really busy. And normally, like, you know, when you get into it, it's sometimes it's busy, sometimes it's not. It definitely has spurs in the moments. But yeah, it's been absolutely jam-packed, and yeah, just can't complain really.
Yeah, it's good to hear. I've had a nice, easy game playing a certain beta product of another game on a personal computer. No, it's been good fun. Yeah, we're just waiting. I'm keeping my eye on to see what exactly is going on behind the scenes. We're just waiting. Is Lethal British? I mean, Crescent Rex is about as English as you can get in terms of, actually, it's more landed, isn't it? It's a bit more landed. Got to get that London accent going on. Yes, he is definitely very British.
I'm the Danny Dyer of the esports world.
He's kind of like, yeah, you know when you think of an English guy getting a bit leery, that's Harry there. So
yeah, you're gonna hear a lot. If you like English slang or some weird British humour or just words you just full on don't understand, come to me or just come to these streams and I may teach you a thing or two, or maybe not teach you anything at all. It could be a kid working with both ways.
Yeah, so since production hates us talking about English language, they're all Australian, they don't care.
I've been called Australian before.
We sent them away 200 years ago, didn't we? I think that's right.
Yeah.
Anyway, before they change my voice and my face and everything else that goes with it, let's have a look at what the players got up to, trying to guess. And you guys at home can try and guess, because this is quite fun. Guess who the brawler is by the emoji.
Hello, this is Inso. I'm the coach of Totem. Hi, I'm Skyris from SK Gaming.
I am Auge, the Brawl Stars coach for Navi, and this is the emoji challenge where we have to guess what brawler is probably meant by the emoji that we're gonna see on the screen.
I hope I know them well because I'm a coach, so I'm supposed to know them.
Pretty well, I think. Like, I always have a tier list to look on, so...
I think well enough, to be honest.
I mean, it could be 8-bit because of the robot.
Sword?
It could also be some different skins, maybe like Bass with the sunglasses.
Search, it's definitely Search.
Oh, Search, lol. I should have known that.
Mr. P, this easy, Mr. P.
That's Mr. P.
Mr. P?
Oh, he's so cute.
Oh, Mortis, for sure.
Ah, that's Mortis.
Mortis.
Oh yeah, I'm good to go. 2 out of 3 right now.
Oh, what is that? Lou?
Lou, this is Lou.
Maybe that's Lou? Because of the eyes?
Oh my god.
If you stay too long... Oh yeah, nice. Ah, he also has a cup of ice.
Okay. Dynamite? Yeah, Dynamite. Dynamite.
Is it Dynamite? I mean...
Dynamite?
Ah... Oh, the lamp on his head.
Ogie's so delicate in guessing them. Oh, maybe. Oh, it could be. It's
Might be, might not be, could be handled off.
I mean, I think most of them will. I would say the Surge one was a little bit tricky at the start. I don't know. Yeah, there's a few that mostly. I mean, Dynamite was pretty easy.
There's definitely one. I can't remember what
some
it was,
tougher
though.
ones later on. Yeah, there was the Carl one that comes. It wasn't in that video, but there's a Carl one that's very tough. We showed it last week, mainly because it's the emoji is a shopping cart and not a mine cart, because there's no emoji for a mine cart. Like, why would a mine cart exist as an emoji world?
Those poor coal miners. What a shame, eh? What a shame.
Yeah, so as far as we know, the first game is going to count, by the way. Obviously, the first set will count, which Clash picked up. The first game is going to count, so obviously Mood find themselves 1-0 up in Brawl Ball. Neither of the teams had lag in that first game. It obviously kicked in the second game. It's pretty evident for everyone to see that there was a bit of a server issue there. So hopefully we'll be able to get it back underway in just a moment.
Well, we're not professional. I suppose we are technically professionals at casting. People start stepping everywhere, but yeah, it's enough though. It's enough. We need to.
I've covered enough games out about this. So.
Yeah, I know. I think we're old enough to, over the years, casting games of that magnitude. But yeah, going back to it though, we're gonna have to see. Hopefully everything will be fixed. If you're just joining us, it is technically the second match of the day out of 7. We're going to see how things are going to pan out between these two. We've got to a nice quick start, but of course, you know, these things cannot be controlled. These things do happen. It has happened in the last couple of days, as you rightly mentioned. But hopefully we'll get into the swing of things as soon as physically possible, because we guys just want to get into the games as much as you guys do as well.
Yeah, no, we love sitting here. We love sitting here staring at you guys in chat.
Oh, yeah.
We love it. We love it. You know what? While we're waiting, let's talk about the schedule we have today. With Clash, obviously, they've already taken down free agents. If you missed the first game, they won 3-0 over free agents, but it wasn't an easy 3-0, I would say. Could have been 2-0 for free agents in that one, in fairness, to set things going. But yeah, they swept them aside. We're obviously got Mood versus Clash right now. Coming up, a big one. Navi versus Blood Diamonds is going to be a big game. It's definitely a battle for position. Blood Diamonds currently 3rd, Navi 4th. So a game that I wouldn't say Blood Diamonds necessarily need to win, but they would certainly like to win. But Navi really could do with a win there. Reply Totem, Navi following that one. Another battle position. Reply Totem cannot afford to lose a single game now after absolutely throwing that game against Blood Diamonds last week in a very impressive style.
Gosh,
if you missed it, I'm sure you can see the highlights out there.
You just
then
reminded
it's Mood
me.
Gaming versus Reply Totem. Yeah, exactly. Mood Gaming versus Reply Totem. And then a double 3x header to finish off the day with SK versus 3x and Free Agents versus 3x. By the way, if I was Free Agents, I would be having a go whoever made this schedule, because they start the day and end the day. Like, everybody else has got back-to-back games. They'll be like, what the hell? What do we do to deserve this? The start at like 6:20 and then the final game, it could be at midnight.
I didn't realise it's 2002 over again, but it is balmy. It's difficult at the same time, isn't it? The fact that it's not that you've got to keep yourself warm, you just got to keep yourself aware of all the matches going on, and half an hour previously before your match starts, you've got to warm up again. It's a bit of a nuisance, really. It's understandable, but like if you're 1 or 2 matches in between, that's fine. But first and last match, yeah, it is.
No,
a bit of a
Joker's
pain
in
in the
chat.
backside.
It's just, he asked about it. Yeah, I when I looked at it, I was like, wait a minute, what? that's a bit harsh. I mean, that's easily going to be a 5-hour gap. Like, it's going to be 11 o'clock at the earliest. I would say we'd probably start that one, especially with now the delay is kicking in. So that is a bit harsh on Free Agents. But you know what? They're all professionals.
Yeah, exactly.
They're free agents, actually. They're not professionals, technically. They're still waiting for a team. Come on, some team. Pick them up.
It's surprising, really, isn't it? Considering how well they've performed. Of course, for organisations, etc., may wait until some of these seasons finish. But even teams like XO, for example, not being picked up, considering how well they performed in their placements, and I'd be surprised if those 2 teams in particular don't get picked up by just any org, really. Just even if they're not watching this, it's 2 teams you should definitely keep an eye on, but Free Agents especially, we already know about EXO. They've already well known in the scene already, in the EU and MENA region. But just these Free Agents just in general, because they are very strong, they are very consistent, and I will be definitely keeping a close eye on them, just not just in the ESL Mobile Challenge in general in 2022, but in the BSC especially, because they're definitely going to give some teams a few hiccups along the way.
I feel like a bit of a Sky Sports reporter right now, because I can tell you, ladies and gentlemen, the second game has been played and AC Milan Clash picked it up. We'll get them on the phone in a moment to see what is going on. Yeah, hopefully we'll get the third game on your screens. At the moment, I'm just doing my Jeff Stelling and basically sitting here. Anyone's not English probably doesn't know who Jeff Stelling is, but he's a legendary Sky Sports man that will be bringing you all the updated scores and reports all through the day.
Yeah, we're just basically on-field reporters at the moment, aren't we? Until or front row seats, however you want to call it.
I'm like the guy outside the grounds on the transfer deadline day. I've heard a rumour from the boot room. My mate's uncle's brother has heard that Wayne Rooney is going to leave Derby County.
Just absolute Chinese whispers everywhere. Absolutely brilliant. But yeah, we are sorry, guys. We know we are still waiting at this moment in time. We're still waiting for players to start. We've been told so. Just a few more minutes, hopefully. But every time I say a few...
We're waiting for you to start the game, Lethal.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I forgot about my bloody button.
I could show you guys the chat where Lethal said, look, I need at least half an hour on camera, guys, today.
Starting it now,
the game started. Woohoo! Okay, Lethal's decided to finish, and we're straight into it. So, the Barley in there, the B, and over a Dynamite again. So, coming out from Chaos this time, not the Yoshi who played it before. Meanwhile, the Sandy Brock and Tara coming out from Mood. So, very different team comps, but it is Clash taking control.
Yeah, this is going to be the third game of the second set. Company tied here. Clash looking to try and get their 2-0 lead if they can. Yoshi's already taken down Rolex, but both players from Mood are just sitting back here, just waiting for the opportunity to rise. But saying that, though, they might have to keep Gear and Yoshi back. Gear cannot fight anymore, but at least can keep him at bay. Just a tag with that super especially. And now Rolex is to make a difference in that left lane, but he just can't.
Yeah, Chaos is really using the terrain well to just keep him at bay. Stays alive in the corner. And now with the double thrower, they could just bombard them in the middle, but they still can't get the ball in the goal. Little pass back there. Gugu on Rolex. If they can get Guille down, they can push strong here. Now, still no Sandstorm available for Rolex just yet. He's got to wait for OP to get down here. He can try and break away some of that cover in the mid, but this is good work here for a potential first set point for both teams, remember.
Yeah, that was a full team wipe, but then actually, I thought they'd push up a little bit further than that, but it looks like they decided just to hold the center until they know exactly what Clash are going to be up to, as Chaos now just in that left lane looking to push a little bit further, but already Rolex has been very, very aggressive. Good counteraction there, and Yoshi's last one left standing. He's been taken down, and that's going to be a goal. hopefully, yeah. Well, no, my God, it's not over. What is going on? Mood Gaming should have had that in the pocket, guaranteed.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Just about kept it out there. And that was, if anything, I would say they kind of delayed a little bit there. Maybe should have took the shot earlier than they did. But, oh, my God. And that's going to come straight back and haunt them, I feel, here. Chaos going to try and bounce that one. Will get the shot down. Yoshi looking to get it across. Kie with the super ready to go. He's going to try and keep him pinned there. The tower gets taken down of Gugu. Now the pass in, the super shot ready to go. Is he going to try and take it? No. Gets the pass in, tried to get the rebound. It did work out. That went wrong as well for Clash. And now Mood still hang on. 14 seconds to go.
I don't know what's going on. I feel like they're trolling, but I don't know. It might just be me, though. Like, it just seems really odd. But anyway, it's going to go to sudden death. Clash have got full control at this moment, and surely they'll be able to make something, or at least make a go of this now. As two members already taken down, Yoshi looking to try and finish it. Dear, can you please finish it? Can you please just finish it? There we go. Okay, lovely. So it's going to be a 2-0 series lead now for Clash. My word.
Whew, okay, so that was easy, wasn't it? So that's Brawl Ball out the way. How did Mood not score back there? I want to look at that on the replay because that was very tight. I really don't know how they didn't manage to get it over the line and get at least one goal because they really pushed them strong. Let's have a quick peek at this. So it started off strong. Clash were looking to get a goal early. Mood somehow survived, but this here. Okay, so Yoshi gets taken down. That ball doesn't go over the line there. It gets stopped just about. Oh, we didn't see the second spawn come through. In the end, it will be the goal, though. But yeah, that was about as tight as it can be.
Do you know what I find quite funny as well? Maybe because it's from the observer's POV, but it looked like it did go over the line at one stage, but instead it just didn't. I was just about to say that. Thank you. I was just about to say that as well. But yeah, I don't know. Very odd, very weird. I think, you know, a bit of trolling and taking
we need to check VAR. We're just checking VAR to see if it went over the line. Give us 5 minutes. We need to check.
We'll probably play another set by then, but it'll finish as soon at this rate. We are going to go into the third set, and it is
parallel players. Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. So in this one, you know, it could be a little bit chaotic at the start, depending on how the start strategies are going to go. But kind of feel sorry for Mood, really. You know, taking or you could say scraping a couple of games of Clash here and there in these last two sets. But FA did the exact same thing, didn't they? It's just been the adaptation of Clash.
So this is a map that's actually affected by the bans, I would say. Parallel play. So you've got the north-south two zones that obviously you're covering off here. Jesse can definitely work here, is banned. Crow can definitely work here, is banned. Spike can definitely work here, is banned. And Byron definitely can work here, is banned. So all four bans really kind of focused in on this map, sort of laser focused, which does mean that, you know, we're probably going to see maybe a Sprout and Leon in there, something like that, or maybe an Amber we've seen used a couple of times. Probably a Sprout to be a bit of that defensive sort of line to try and keep them back. We've seen Maxes used here as well a bunch of times, maybe a Stew, something like that, something fast to try and get in their face. We've also seen total contrast. We've seen, you know, Rico's Colts used here. So this is it's a very interesting map, especially with the bans that we've had that are all so focused onto this map. We shouldn't forget that obviously, you know, Ash, for example, is out there. Meg has been used predominantly by Clash tonight. You know, it's a possibility we could see it used once again here. They used it on Ring of Fire earlier on. So it's totally possible we could see it on Parallel Plays as well.
Yeah, we could. It's going to be interesting to see how things kick off so far. But for Mood Gaming, though, they must be feeling deflated here. Clash is just, again, it's amazing how strong they adapt. I know it's one of their
Are you now saying there wasn't enough air in the ball to get it over the line? They're deflated?
Yeah. Maybe. I don't know. It's just balmy, isn't it? But I suppose, what do we expect? You know, we've got a team who've just not lost yet and a team who've just lost almost every single match. It's, you know, key factor there just been the adaptation from Clash, and they're just doing absolutely everything in their power to make sure to secure it. And it's going to be a nice little confidence booster, not just for, you know, just for the heck of it and for the first seed, but of course going into the finals as well. But I really don't know what Mood Gaming are going to do here. Even if they have like some kind of miraculous counter composition, I still feel like they'll struggle to a certain degree.
Yeah, we'll see what they're going to bring. It could change things around. I mean, obviously we know that obviously still OP loves to bring Mortis out. Mortis has been played on this map by Mood before, so it's a total possibility. He obviously played it in the first set as well, so to great effect, I should add. Actually, in that game as well, on Brawl Ball. To be honest, if I think back, probably would have been strong in that third game if it had stuck to it. But it is kind of like his gimmicky go-to brawler that honestly he does very well on. Like he can make it work. So we'll just wait to see what they're going to bring. You know, after having such a quick, long wait, you know, how are they waiting so long now for this next game? How? I want to know.
Yeah, if I was a mood gaming position, I'd just be like, you know, let's just crack on. Let's just do what we normally do. Let's not overthink it, because some teams do overthink a lot of compositions, really. But there's still something up for grabs for them. Remember, it's in terms of qualifying for the ESL Mobile Challenge Finals, that's not going to happen. It's just like mathematically impossible. But to get a little bit more prize money, placing 7th or maybe even 6th, depending on how apply Totem to do, it's the only thing they have going for themselves at this stage, which is a little bit ashamed to say, but got to be brutally honest considering. But yeah, I don't know
I'd
what
say
else
that's a hell of a stretch.
It is, yeah.
I mean,
it is.
they're 1-0-9 right now. That's a hell of a stretch to say they're going to pick up 4 wins and surpass Reply Totem, who still obviously yet to play. Let's see what they brought to the table. So it is going to be a Brock. Of course, I forgot Brock's available. A Brock, a Max, and a Gene in there. They do love to play the Gene. The Leon, of course, on the other side, as I expected, the Leon, Amber, and the Brock.
Yeah, Leon's definitely a very good pick, especially on that left-hand side. Yoshi's going to be dealing with him for now. Just trying to see where OP is actually going to go. Looks like just going to be sitting back here, and Yoshi kind of feels that he was there and right to do so. This could be the time for him to make that push, though. Gugu just sitting directly next to him to try and get some kind of sneak attack going on, but Yoshi smelled that from a mile away, but still taking a lot of damage. Does manage to get away. Chaos is directly next to him, and you've got to be extremely cautious of OP, just pushing all the way in here, and this is where we could see some kind of respawn. Sorry, it says at the times of the respawns getting messed up a little bit here in terms of the death cycle.
That was a little nerve-wracking for Clash there, because Mood obviously realizing that they've maxed out 50%, locked that one out, so they can 3-man push here, which is what Clash were kind of expecting, and they are in danger of getting crippled here and pushed back into their spawn. You can see OP putting out, oh, the magic hand misses as well. That's a big problem. Now he puts down the lollipop got took out instantly, so that's good for them. And now Yoshi's going to try and get that presence around the right-hand side. We'll get one down. Can he get Gugu picked up? He can! A massive play from Yoshi to come out on top there. They've locked out the south side as well, and now the push on north.
Oh, they should have just let him have it and just wait to recover. There was really no need for it. They kind of got a little bit desperate. It was actually just a bit of a risk there. You've got to remember that he had the cover on the right side. It just needed to Ferrari pick that one point in order to try and take him down, and he risked it and got it there, which is a little bit of a shame. But you can see already OP gets it taken down. It's going to be a 2v2 with Mood Gaming having a slight disadvantage. Rolex will be the one who's taken down here, but Gugu has to pull all the way back. But do remember, though, do take into account that Mood Gaming do still have that 13% lead.
Yeah, it is a small lead. I feel like maybe the magic hand that Chaos has right now ready to go could be a huge part of this one. Let's see if he can make it work as they keep pressure on him. You can see Rolex just forcing him back there with the barrage. Oh, the flames just touching him as well, but Chaos unable to get close enough to use that hand. That super's still sticking in the pocket. 35% and counting. You know, we could possibly have a timeout before the 100% is reached here, because both teams are keeping at hand, and obviously that's going to favor Mood now with just 25 seconds to go here.
Yeah, they definitely will. They just need to keep this defensive posture and just let them push in at some kind of disadvantage here and just spam and just try and keep them at bay here. But it's the only time they're going to push in. No, but it looks like Mood Gaming are the ones that are going to push, because they're the ones with the advantage where they were, but now they push them all the way back. There's no way they can come in at all. And Clash almost all taken down. Yoshi does win the final engagement, or could say gets traded out. And that is going to be Mood Gaming with the first game win in this third set.
Yeah, nicely played, honestly. You saw the second they got about 40 to 45%, they were like, okay, 3-man push, go south straight away. And they caught Clash off guard. They managed to catch one off, which immediately puts them at disadvantage. Everybody has to back away, and it got them that small little creep in terms of percentages. They did it again. The Clash pushed up, and they tried to push that high line, but they just couldn't get caught, couldn't get in there. I feel we may see the gene change here, because we saw a lot of magic hands actually missing this time out, and he just didn't have the range to be able to get close enough to deal with Gugu. Gugu and Rolex was playing on the Brock, so just didn't have the range to get close enough. I wonder if they're going to go with something a little more defensive Problem is, if you do bring, say, a Sprout, which I'm expecting maybe to come out here, it does give you that added advantage, that thrower advantage. But the problem is a Sprout versus a Leon can be a little scary sometimes. And obviously, he's looking at being defensive. Leon's still pushing. It could be problematic.
But he needs to be a little bit careful on the side of Mood Gaming as well. I've noticed on a lot of occasions, especially on these team attacks they make when they coordinate, they're losing a lot of them in terms of like not just aim duels, but in terms of the damage. They always seem to be heavily out damaged in comparison, but they're lucky that Clash have hesitated on a number of occasions. But of course, you know, with that gene potentially being changed, we could definitely see a lot more aggression coming out from Clash. This could be a great way to counteract it. Anything or any border with a lot of individual skill across the board or individual talent to just make use in terms of the game sense, the game sense and using the initiative, then it should be perfectly fine. The only problem is, depends on what they're going to change to now. Because it was still a very close affair between the two teams. I'm actually surprised on a number of occasions, but Mood Gamer was still able to come out on top. But it's like I said, during those last 30 seconds, a nice defensive posture should be able to do it. And in the end, they actually ended up pushing them just to keep them all the way back here. But let's see what Clash can do now to adapt.
So Yoshi does choose to go to that Sprout as expected. He is going to be up against that Leon. As I say, it can be scary sometimes. The Bell change as well from Gugu, switching out the Amber to the Bell. Just trying to get, both teams really just trying to get a little bit more calm control rather than sort of the sporadic, speedy craziness. Great work from Guille, by the way, to lock down a bit of percentage early on the north side there. So that's worked out well. He's also removed the cover there. If you just noticed it, removed the cover on the hot zone there, Guille did. So that removes any defensive capabilities that Rolex and Gugu were relying on. And now you can see the hedge going down from Yoshi. They can use the cover themselves to keep the pressure on.
Yeah, Chaos making sort of try and hold into this left lane here, but OP is just waiting for his chance to try and take down Chaos. Almost did, but in the end, Yoshi was able to cover his backside, managed to train him out. And Gugu now just coming out with the Bell once again here. Rolex actually almost cleaned up. He's on 290 HP, but already he's already surrounded by both his teammates here. But look at the amount of damage they've already taken. The percentage is dead even here, 50-50. But I kind of feel like the way Clash are playing at this moment in time, it is just going to be a matter of time.
Or is it though? Mood picking up the first one, putting the pressure on. Oh, that was really nice from Yoshi to deal with OP there. And now Chaos trying to keep on the point for as long as possible until the reinforcements do arrive. And here they come. OP once again. I tell you what, I was talking about how a Leon is hard to deal with by a Sprout. Yoshi manhandling them there. That was very impressive. He is so strong on the Sprout, no doubt about it. OP tries to come in once again, put the pressure on. He does this time get on top of Chaos, and he should be able to deal with Yoshi once the reload comes in. There it is. And now they can push, but 97%. Clash just need to get a few feet on there. For Chaos, it's just a case of stealthing up and going in.
Yeah, that is exactly it. And Yoshi is now keeping them at bay also, still somehow out-damaging them. This is my point I was talking about just before this game started. That shouldn't have even happened. Chaos was able to dodge and weave and be able to try and stay alive. It looks like he may be able to take OPE down here. Let's see. No, he does not. So he wins that engagement. He needs to really push south because he wants to make a go of this. He needs to push now. 25 seconds left. But in this moment in time, though, it's almost made it mathematically impossible.
Yeah, and that's why they're trying to be so defensive against Chaos right now as he goes up there. Almost teasing them on the point, I feel, because I think he could finish this at any moment, but instead chooses to stick around. Guille and Yoshi will finally clear it out. They don't manage to get Gugu down. They will now. There we go. And now all three of them can just walk up. They're just teasing. They're toying with Mood right now. They've already got it in the bag. They're just going to use the clock and run it down. They could have finished it long ago.
Yeah, they certainly could, and that is going to be all it here for Clash as we manage to tie things up once again. But all we've done is tying up sets. That's all we've done so far, and it is going to be now Clash on match point. And do take into account, I do believe they're currently 32-5 in terms of the amount of sets they've won so far, and that's a huge achievement considering the amount of people they're going through so far.
Yeah, I like the change that Clash worked with as well. You know, just bringing that Sprout out is pretty much what we expected on here, and it worked so well. The question is, how are they going to unlock this? What are they going to do to change it? How are they going to switch things up? The Bell came out, not convinced by it. I feel they maybe had a bit more luck with the Amber, especially with, say, the Yoshi in there. I do wonder whether they're going to switch to maybe a Sprout of their own and try and be as defensive as they can with that instead of just using the Brock on defense, which is what they were using this time around, because that really isn't working.
Yeah, but previously it did okay, but we didn't see a lot from Rolex, did we, with the Brock on a number of occasions. And it's like I said, it's the damage infliction that Mood Gaming needs to improve on so far, because of course damage infliction, any damage done, of course, is going to give them a huge amount of map presence. It even kind of shows statistically how much map presence they had, and we haven't seen a lot of it here so far. And they really need to be a little bit more cautious with some of the engagements they take. But let's see what's going to happen so far. Okay, OPE with the mortar. Oh, okay. So we've got the Primo and the Frank. Okay, the B there as well. And we've got... what is going on here? These are some drastic changes here. Even
I like it.
Gugu switching out with the to the max as well. Yeah, interesting, but I do like it myself.
I like it. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Gugu on the max as well to offer that speed. But yeah, the Primo in there, the Frank, the Mortis that we know that OP loves to play, they are locking this one down at the moment, I'll tell you that. Chaos is going to try and do what he can, but this may get dragged out to a fourth set.
Maybe, yeah, maybe. Gugu's going all the way to the back line, but the only thing he's doing is delaying the inevitable, but the main thing is that he's just trying to distract as much as possible. Both players in Mood Game are still on the northern side. Gugu's there just waiting to make that push, but Chaos is waiting to go directly behind him. He should be able to take him down here as Gugu just manages to get away, but there's still 3 members weak.
Yeah, Chaos is bouncy bubble, nearly wiping somebody out there. He nearly managed to get all 3 of them, but he's going to try and bat away onto the buzz now. He's going to get locked up finally by Rolex there. And this is tight. This is tight. All right, Gear 8, it's all on you, son. So get that hammer working on the big Frank. Not going to happen. Yoshi has the super ready. He could catch all 3 of them. Doesn't go for it. Manages to jump on Gugu in the end there, but it's still not enough as Chaos tries to bat in. They didn't go at the same time. 91% and counting. They lose this battle. It's going to be Mood that will pick it up. Still 93%. Gugu tries to come in for it. That's going to be one. Rolex gets taken down. Now Chaos on it. 94%. Opie trying to push in. If he comes out on top in this fight on Yoshi, they might be their game. And Yoshi gets it.
As if he got away with that as well. That was ridiculous to say if it is. Because, of course, OP was using the mortars just to swipe a couple of times to really get into the other objective, but in the end it didn't really matter. It came back close, 3% between the two, as we thought we were going to go to full set. Looks like we ain't, as Clash is going to literally close this out in a 3-0 fashion. And let's be honest, I think we wouldn't have thought anything less of them, really. I think we all predicted that it was going to be a not a whitewash, but a clean sweep.
I think it's safe to say there may have been a bit of a gentleman's agreement to just bring bruisers only in that game. The fact that both teams brought 3 different bruisers, nobody having the same in there. So yeah. Gugu didn't quite get the memo though. I think he's like, no, I'm staying on max. But yeah, either way. Yeah, interesting games. Let's put it that way. Let's move on.
yeah. That's what. Yeah, debatable. I think is definitely what I'm going to use as the words of the match. As we can see, I still feel like Clash were a lot higher up in damage. I think that game just didn't really tell the tale here. You could tell from the 13 more takedowns on top of that. But end of the day, though, it's going to be Clash taking another victory. And if I look, I think they were 11-0, weren't they, before they came in? So now they're going to be 13-0, I believe.
Yeah, no, they were 10-0. They're 10-0, so 12-0 now.
Sorry,
so yeah, they're
12-0.
absolutely smashing it. There's no doubt about it. The Clash are possible. You know, they got what, SK and Blood Diamond are the last 2 games they've got tomorrow. So tough ones to go complete. I'm sure SK would love to disrupt their perfect scoreline along with Blood Diamonds, but they're tough games. That's all tomorrow. Next up, though, is Navi versus Blood Diamonds. See you after the break. So I'm joined by Ogo from Navi here. Let's get straight into it. Welcome to start with. Let's talk about your season because we're halfway through now. We've had 4 play days to come through. And Navi are looking good. You know, that you are actual contenders for the top 4, which is fantastic. And some would argue you've had some unlucky results as well. You should even be maybe higher than you are.
We nearly had the reverse sweep against Blood Diamond, which was really close and probably also unlucky. We nearly had this game. And also against SK, I think we nearly made a reverse sweep, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, like 2 results against also contenders of the playoff spots. Definitely looking forward to make it better against at least one of the teams that we lost to in the next season to really save our spot for playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been completely different. Like, you're on 4-3. It could have been 6-1. Everybody else would have been down a result because obviously Blood Diamonds and SK are directly above you. So really a really nice transition. So let's talk about how things are going, because obviously, you know, in terms of a team, you're still relatively new. Obviously, you've brought Alex in, BBG's went out with Jason. So it's like that 4-man roster. How are things now, I guess, 2 months on since the changes?
Had to play some scrims and some serious tournaments like Brawl Masters, ESL, which where we had really important games, and also the Razer Invitational for Europe. And right now it's really looking good. Like we beat Tribe, we have beaten our 2 really important games versus Mood and Free Agents. And also we are still in the race for the semifinals in the Razer Invitational. So it's really looking good right now. We also have to improve a lot, I think, like in some chemistry points. And also, I mean, there's always space to improve, you know. We are happy, but we still know that we have some deficits that we have to work on.
But Olga, honestly, I'm loving what I'm seeing from Navi, loving the progression. Is there anything you want to say to, obviously, the vast quantities of Navi fans out there?
Yeah, I've been really impressed in the last week by the chat that I've seen while we have been playing, because sometimes, I mean, it's not accepted at all, but sometimes there have only been Russian people in the chat, like only Russian letters. I can't read them at all, but it's really funny to see this because it really blows your mind somehow. So we really appreciate your support in the chat box, for real.
Ogi, thank you very much for joining us, and best of luck for the second half of the season.
Thank you. See you next week.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge for Brawl Stars. Ark is with us this time round for another banger. We have Navi versus Blood Diamond, and I'm sure there's going to be a cracker to try and continue the evening. And Navi have been looking pretty strong, but Blood Diamond have also been equally as strong, haven't they?
Yeah, it's been really fascinating to watch these two teams specifically and how they've been kind of progressing because, again, it's a rough season for Navi last time round. Blood Diamond coming in as well and giving us like some fantastic games. This is a really important matchup as well because ultimately they're currently placed 3rd and 4th. So if Navi take the loss here, then they could be in a bit of a position where they might have to fight really, really hard in the remaining games to keep hold of that 4th place. At the moment, Blood Diamond, again, you know, currently a 7 and 4. So this is going to be very exciting to see. MMA, Alex, Jason, and Cube go up against Blood Diamond, of course. So, yeah, this is a really tough one to call, to be honest.
Yeah, we listened to Olga there, and he was saying about the chemistry just needs to work on that a little bit more. And we've seen signs of that as well. It could be a reason for their slow starts now and again. But against Blood Diamond, they can't afford any slow starts here. Rafa, Blacksea, and Javi, all just incredible players. And they've put on a much better performance than we even anticipated before the season actually begun. So now we're going to see what Blood Diamond can do here. I think for them now, they're looking to try and secure a place in the finals, not just try and add it to their tally of wins so far. So we're going to be starting off with center stage, then going to shooting stars, some assembly required, safe zone, and then gem fort. And we've got the Rico and the Brock ban, okay, as well as the Mortis and the Ash here.
Rico's a really interesting ban, but again, I like these sort of bans because we see that Brawler played out so much. It's just not quite, you know, warranted enough to be a top runner in terms of bans go. But getting rid of Rico here, I think is kind of smart. I mean, center stage is definitely up there. Some assembly as well. Safe zone definitely as well. I think it's a viable option in pretty much 4 out of the 5 maps. So, you know, Ash and Mortis from Blood Diamond. I mean, you know, yeah, Ash, get rid of Ash. Brock as well for Navi, get rid of Brock. And Mortis, again, is a problematic brawler, one that we don't tend to see so banned so much, but one that can definitely cause a problem.
Yeah, the Immortals can create a span in the works on a number of occasions, can't it? But it's going to be tough now because I'm sure it's brawlers or bands we're not normally used to. It depends on what the teams are used to, aren't they, in terms of experience and what composition we're going to see. And no Poco ban again, which is quite odd.
Yeah, that's going to definitely be a contributing factor to the sort of tanks and that kind of thing going into Brawl for sure. I mean, you know, it's quite often that we tend to see Poco being banned, just as a kind of go-to at the moment. Again, nothing that really... I prefer to not ban Poco, but I can understand why teams are so kind of consistent in doing so. It can definitely contribute a lot to those kind of tankier comps and you know, double tank healer kind of ideas. So definitely worth keeping an eye out on that side of things as well. I think, you know, also Bell is going to be quite ripe here. I think the biggest interesting one is the Rico, to be honest, but and the Brock. You know, definitely having Brock out of the way here is going to be quite a big factor.
And we'd love to know your thoughts. Hashtag ESL Mobile to let us know who you think and tell us the results or how things may pan out later on in the evening. You know, we maybe read out some of your tweets, and of course you can vote in the Twitch chat as well, and earn yourself some channel points to create some emo only chat things happening. You know, just to be an absolute nuisance, and I might even do that later on just for the crack into the giggles. Why not? But yeah, but going back into it though. I think Blood Diamond did take Navi out last time, didn't they? But it wasn't comfortable. It was actually very a close affair, even if it didn't reflect it. But we're going to see now if it's going to be the exact same as the last time they matched up against each other. But now Blacksea already in the front line, already taking a lot of damage. He's realised that already. He's pulled all the way back here so far. And MMA now just still on the front line, just looking to see if he could do any more damage. But both Rafa and MMA just on the other end of each other in terms of the structure. But it looks like MMA will get taken down. But Alex, though, could sneak by here.
Right, Spaceshift is Blacksea to spam so hard it manages to do it. My goodness me, that was definitely going to be very close and almost a drop of the ball there from Blood Diamond, but now in a good spot. The feed going back out to Rafa and having as well managed to connect with it as well. Throws out the... So for the top of things, this could be a goal quite easily so for Blood Diamond if they can force this one through.
Yeah, it certainly could be. The only problem is Blacksea has been pushed all the way back and Rafa doesn't have enough HP to try and go forward with it, but he's going to take the risk, and the risk, granted, the risk pays off. And that's going to be Blood Diamond with the early goal.
Well, BD in the chat, no doubt about it. I can just see that one coming straight off the back of that one. Let's see, though. I do like the comps that Navi are running. It's definitely got some good suppressive capabilities. It's just about whether they can just make it happen with the next minute, and there's a good amount of time. BD definitely on the lower side of things. We're looking to heal up at the moment under the sandstorm, but yeah, down goes rough there. That's not great news at all. Alex is taking further this top right-hand side position here. It's some good suppressive fire from Javi, but again, the ball's staying stuck firmly in the mid, and Navi are right on the back line there.
Really are, as you said, they're definitely feeling the pressure as both members of Blood Diamond now, Blackseat and Rafa's already taking a lot of damage in that right lane. Has been cleaned up. Blackseat looking to try and get behind Alex, and he does. Only problem is, though, is the fact that he's still got taken down. But the main thing is Javi did get the trade. MMA sneaked by and managed to take that one down, and he's actually just decided to leave the objective and push on all the way up. But sadly, he missed red, then potentially pushing into those bushes on the northern side. Blackseat now trying to push in towards MMA to try and clean him up, which he has done, so that's the threat already taken care of.
Yeah, 20 seconds left, and it's going to be a Navi moment here in the final moments. Otherwise, it's going to be Blood Diamond to take the first game. Blackseat stunned on the super there, and MMA's the last one alive here. I don't know how there's going to be enough time at all without Max Let's Go or something to get the ball up the map here. Alex making a final desperate attempt to try and do something about it. Not going to happen. Blood Diamond going to take the first game.
That easily could have been 1-1, especially from what we saw earlier on. We thought Navi should have scored like off the bat, didn't they? But Sandy Bay just could not do it. They couldn't capitalise. And I wouldn't say that was a fluky goal there from Blood Diamond, but it was clutching it up just a tad.
Yeah, I kind of honestly felt like we were going to see Navi score again, because it was not necessarily a late goal, but it wasn't an early goal either. There was definitely about a minute and 20 seconds or so to be able to respond to it, and I think they had a pretty decent comp. You know, they had the Max, they had Ems as well, and all those bros and the Spike can do a wondrous amount of work in this particular map. So yeah, kind of surprised we didn't see a return in that respect from Navi.
Yeah, we'll have to see that. And there's no reason why Navi can't try and reflect the same performance they did at the very beginning of that game compared to what we saw there. It could be a bit of a story. Again, Brawlers, what we're going to see, we can see the same. Does Navi feel like they can get a bit more value? I don't think there's going to be any drastic changes here across the board, but we'll have to see exactly how they're going to, what they're going to bring to the table, of course. But there was something I was going to mention about Navi, and it was kind of important, but I forgot.
Oh, interesting. we'll do a rain check on that one, Lethal.
Yeah, if I remember and actually don't have a bad memory span, then I'll let you know. Fine.
Awesome. I mean, I don't know. I mean, we could see a Rosa come out the woodwork. I mean, it's not necessarily the best map for it. It can be opened up quite easily, and unlike, you know, sort of sneaky fills and that kind of thing where you got a bit more space to maneuver. But again, you know, as you mentioned earlier, without the Poco ban in play, there's definitely some options, but both teams can be stubborn to it, it seems. I think we're going to see the Sandy come out from Rafa again, and the Ems as well for MMA. So both sides seem like the way that things are going to be pretty stubborn in that respect. And just the line there from Alex to be going out, but he's just surviving on. Look at this. Javi's doing great work here, just shutting this whole thing down. MMA's got a lot of work on this left-hand side to keep things afloat.
Certainly does, and Javi and Rafa are still there, but they know that the only thing they can do is just try and hold on to that map control whilst... Oh, hold on a second. Blackseat could sneak round to. He's actually passed the ball over to the other side, but just trying to bait Navi to push up on it, but it looks like they've not taken the base. So good discipline here from all the members of Navi so far, even though they've been on the defense for quite a while here. Is Javi now was able to get down one, Blackseat takes down another, so now they've got time to get the ball, get full map control once again. But a problem is, though, for BDs, the fact that MMA is already taken down Rafa.
Now, Blood Diamond at the moment are just being so good at keeping Navi completely trapped, and now have a little bit of a chance to breathe. Navi are starting to creep out their spawn, but they've got to keep this ball higher up the map and push their way through, get some takedowns along the way, and really start to secure things better, because Blood Diamond have been doing very much the opposite. Oh, great hit from Alex. It's surely a goal now for Navi, and this is a great way to start this next game. They've got to hold it now for a minute, but even if they just hold on, they'll be able to take a game and tie this one up.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised considering how dominant Blood Diamond have been so far for the majority of this matchup. It's not one of those matches you see where the opponents have like definitely the majority of the possession and then score straight afterwards here, but it looks like MMA just managed to save that one by the skin of his teeth. But the problem is, though, with all this pressure, I can't really see in the defenders. No, they're absolutely not going to, as Rafa eventually is going to stop being a nuisance and tie things up.
Oh my goodness me, that Sweet Dream stun, it was amazing to see it safe off the line actually, but followed up nicely again by Blood Diamond to secure things, but continuing the aggression straight away and not wasting any time because they want this ball to be in a good spot going into overtime. Ultimately, it's going to put Navi in a really difficult spot when all these barriers and push go down here to have this ball so high up the map. So everyone just holds in their position at the minute. It's a bad spot for Navi as they're trying to get out of it. Alex hitting some good taps into Javi, but again, it's not quite enough. He's got the speed to come in, but yeah, shut down again. Blood Diamond are in a great spot going into overtime.
And the problem is, Navi's been in their lower third, like, I feel like 89% of his matchup, and Blood Diamond have put on so much pressure, just suffocating on the goal line, and I'm still surprised that Navi was even able to get that goal earlier on there. But let's see how Blood Diamond can really make the effort to try and keep him at bay. MMA is already taken down one. As long as he stays alive, he could be okay to carry on putting this pressure on there, but Harvey's already managed to take him down. Cube and Alex are the last two left standing. They've actually got less HP than Blood Diamond, so Blood Diamond could take advantage of it here if Rafa gets there just in the nick of time. But again, they've got map control, again keeping Navi on that lower third. Harvey's already taken out Alex, and surely this is going to be a goal, and it looks like it will be here for Blood Diamond.
I think deservedly so as well. I'm surprised they didn't make a bit more of an early attempt on the goal there. There was a moment where we could have sent some pass on the left-hand side. Didn't quite happen, but I think Blood Diamond played it really, really well. They were kind of very much aware going in off the back of that goal that they had to be in a good spot going into overtime. Ultimately, that was what gave them the edge there, and now we just couldn't really kind of collect themselves off the back of that. They did so the first time round, but then Blood Diamond was able to keep that composure needed to seal the deal at the end of the day.
Yeah, I don't really think it was them hesitating in the centre either for the, for the main portion of the possession Blood Diamond had. I think they were just waiting for the right moment at the right time, and it just didn't come to them really in the first 90 seconds, did it? Even with all the damage infliction and control they had there. But they got there in the end, 6,000 more damage there, 8 more takedowns, and a fair amount of healing as well, just under 19,000. So not too bad here for Blood Diamond. I'm a little bit worried about a slaying power from Blood Diamond as well, because of what we saw there, that could be a key indicator, or maybe what we can see here from Blood Diamond, because it seems like for the majority of that set, I've said that word so many times now, but you know what? It's literally been the word of the day for Blood Diamond, hasn't it? They had so much map control for the entirety of that set, and if they play like that in some of the other matches or some of the other sets coming into this next one, then I'm a little bit worried here for Navi.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think that Navi needs to, definitely up a gear. I think that the next map mode is not a bad one for them to do that, in all honesty. They like their long-range brawlers, their shooting stars. Definitely no shortage of that when it comes to that particular map. And again, bringing back down the pace of this game is a very important thing. Blood Diamond at the moment are very, very aggressive. That is the one kind of quality that you want to have against your opposition, because if you're ahead in bounty and your opposition is very aggressive, well then they're more than likely going to be extending the gap between yourselves. So if Navi can just start to just rethink things through just a little bit here, they could be in a good spot to tie this one out quite quickly. But let's see the tick. No Brox. I think Brock was banned, right? So that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, so going pretty much that same traditional idea, really, shooting style then with the Pipers, the Nannies, and the Ticks. Unless we see anything crazy, I think this could be pretty much the norm going into this next buff mode.
Yeah, we thought if the Brock wasn't banned, that tick would certainly wouldn't be, but that's for sure. Literally in the sense at the moment. Both teams just trying to establish dominance here across the board, but nothing as of yet. And the key indicator is the fact that no one, even after all this time, has been able to try and bag that blue star, as both teams are still trying to find or edge their way into the center, but not really much luck out of it. Alex is going to risk it. He managed to get away with it as well, but not for long though, as he was taken down straight afterwards, but also means Navi do have that 1-star lead.
Sometimes, yeah, just that 1 star is enough. See now, Blood Diamond starting to push forward a little bit. Raphael got some of this left-hand side as well, which is going to be quite nice to have ultimately if there's a situation where he needs to get out of the peril. But I prefer to save it for a peep, so MMA, if he gets that, will be a great counter to it. But a bit of a slow advance really from Blood Diamond at the minute. They do need to get a takedown. I think coming in, and Havin was missed it. It's top of the turn the center from MMA there to be able to get out of that situation pretty nicely. At the moment, Navi look much more composed, and again, they're not taking any chances, which I like to see. So definitely playing this one better than they did in Brawl so far.
Yeah, this is a very standard textbook matchup. Not just the ballers, but just how this is playing out at the moment here. Navi just need to wait and bide their time here, as Cube is able to survive that one. Blacksy and Rafa was going to make that push, but to be fair, look, no damage has been taken, so this is a great time for him to make that initial push. But the problem is, though, after that, Blacksy's already taken a huge amount in the left lane and already taken down the tick, but the trade has already managed to come out. But will he be able to take him down? No, he does not. Blacksy does stay alive, but doesn't change the fact that Navi won by 2 stars.
Oh, how different it could have been if Javi connected that peep towards the end. They would have probably got the lead and then had that aggression being coming towards them as opposed to having to go on the aggressive themselves. So, bit of a miss there. You know, Kubik didn't have his super to hand. He couldn't have evaded that. It had to be a piloting thing there, but very close nonetheless. I think some mistakes learned from by Navi, and they were looking much more comfortable in that game. They had the lead. They had no reason to go on the offensive and to push. So ultimately, the mistakes had to be Blood Diamonds to make, and that gave Navi the advantage.
It certainly was. Nothing really too much to discuss there. We know that at the start, the Blue Star was in limbo for at least a good 30 seconds to a minute until someone was able to grab that. I think it was Alex, but in the end got traded out straight afterwards. But, you know, usual stuff at the end, absolute pandemonium, but at least in the end, Navi was able to secure that victory by 2 stars. And don't be surprised if we see the exact same thing again in the next game, maybe even a game after as well. But of course, it does depend on if there's going to be any brawler changes. But with the Brock out of competition here, it doesn't seem like that's going to happen.
Yeah, Brock would be the brawler which would make the biggest impact to be able to bring it in. And I do still like to see some wacky, crazy ideas, but I was seeing very much less of that this time round. I mean, I like to see a bit of Pam and a bit of Max, but again, this is the much more the safest pair of hands to go with here. Can't really see any changes at all yet. It's going to be the same thing. Take the Nanny and the Pipers there. Rather than gets a good tap onto MMA to start things off, though, and Alex low as well in the mid. So that should be a mid-star collected there by Blacksy, yeah, and it will be. So good aggression out of the gates from Blood Diamond, but they've got to secure a couple more kills, ideally, to give themselves a little bit more of a lead.
Yeah, I don't blame him. MMA and Alex took a huge amount of damage, which is going to be a key indicator there for Blood Diamond to get the advantage and grab that Blue Star. Nicely done there, and good reads as well. MMA just doing a lot of damage onto Rafa here. He's only on 420 HP, but he does back away. And, oh, he was actually still in range, but it's fine. He had enough HP recovered in order to tank 1 more damage. But he's a little bit cautious here. Rafa's actually pushing up a tad, but feeding himself information to let him know. But, you know, a lot of damage is going to be coming his way, and he does get taken down. So it does mean that Navi do have the 1-star lead.
Javi again missing the P, but on the other side of things, it was a nice connection from MMA, and that's going to give Navi the lead. Let's see how Blood Diamond cope in the circumstances now. And Rafa in the mid trying to find Alex here, and Javi takes a lot of damage as well. MMA, though, bottom left is very low himself, so he can go either way here. Blacksy should be able to get a takedown here. Oh, return to Signals popped very nicely in time here. But MMA finally goes down to Blacksy. But now out of position here, Alex is going in the aggressive. But somehow, Blacksy comes out, taken down by MMA. That's only going to be giving more stars over to Navi, though, in the day the transaction presents itself. But now Blood Diamond have the lead. They're able to go backwards onto their spawn. And yeah, this is a much better position. Somehow they managed to come out of that whole mess a little bit better than they came into it.
Absolutely. Oh, it's just got even worse now. Javi's taking down Cube. 4-star difference between the two. And the problem is, how much of a disadvantage is Navi going to have to push into? It looks like quite heavy. Alex has taken a huge amount of damage, but at least the tick is going to be sitting back anyway. The Piper's taken down. That could be the one frag they were looking for. Oh, Blacksy to stay alive, but it wouldn't have done too much of a difference anyway. He had a 2-star bounty anyway, which means the Blood Diamond are going to tie things up instead.
Yeah, that's done. I was surprised that I think Blacksy did a ton of work to get out of that as better off as he did. I think he got 2 kills before he went down himself along the way. But yeah, I mean, just those plays is what you need to have in the shooting style. You got to go on the aggressive at some point, and hopefully make sure it's a calculated decision. Yeah, this moment here really got MMA, and then I think followed up as well with a takedown. But almost went another way there. But yeah, ultimately a much better performance for Blood Diamond, and they could go 2 sets up here. But at the same time, this is the real turning point realistically here, because Navi could equalize things out. Blood Diamond could go 2 sets ahead. This next game is really, really important to see which one of these 2 teams is going to either take that lead or get behind.
That's right. You know, if you're a Blood Diamond fan, I'm sure you're a happy chappy after that last game. But if you're a Navi fan, don't worry. They could still equalise things. If they win this next game, they can tie up the series and go into the 3rd set, because it wouldn't surprise me if they went all the way. These 2 teams had a very close affair beforehand a couple of weeks ago in the previous play day, so there's no reason why we can't do it again. We know Blood Diamond are very strong, but I'm still glad that Navi not only have a chance in the running here to make it to the finals, but also at the same time, massive improvements, massive strides compared to what we saw last season. It's like last season didn't even occur. That's how much of a difference we've witnessed in comparison over the last few months here. But let's see what's going to happen. We know it's going to be a very much a coin flip. We know how methodical this matchup can be, especially with the same brawler picks and the same outcome each and every single time. But in terms of getting the blue star, though, they could be getting it early here, and Blackseed does manage to pick it up, does get away with it, which does mean Blood Diamond will have the lead and could keep this defensive posture if they see fit.
Hey there, just with a nice turn to send it on to Rafa. Alex into the mid, and Cubic for the positioning on the right-hand side as well to give a helping hand. It's kind of unusual now to see Blood Diamond so far back, and they've always been pretty decent in the early game to have that mid control, but that blue star in their favor now. They've got to be able to control the situation as Navi just need to push forwards a little bit further.
Yeah, they certainly do. MMA wants to push a little bit deeper. He wants to try take down Rafa there, but Rafa just got away. He was just on the edge of in terms of the range of MMA, but Cube takes down Blackseed, so that's going to do him a massive favor. MMA's also got one, and so did Cube get Javi, so that's Blackseed all on his own. 5 stars behind. This is looking very solid here for Navi.
Yeah, Cubic absolutely doing work on his right-hand side, and continuation shots keep coming in as well. Blacksea does have to use that cover there to his advantage. MMA can miss that one there, but this could be turned around, but it's going to require a lot of precision on the side of Blood Diamond and a lot more control than they've demonstrated so far in this game. Let's see, here's the peep coming in as well. Gonna look around. Cubic's got jump, however, gonna force it out there, and I think nothing more than that though. And yeah, not a great outcome for Javi.
Yeah, that was something he desperately needed. And look how early they're trying to push it. Javi's already taken way too much damage. Rafa's going to go for the push anyway. Blackseed's just on the far right left-hand side. But the problem is, though, they've actually tied up. Navi, though, managed to get a 4-star lead. Javi still has an opportunity to push on forward. Cube is going to try and do something, but we're meant to do anything at this point. Now, it is going to be a 6-star lead in favor of Navi, and they're going to be taking the second set. All tied up here, Mark. All tied up.
One little tick line from Alex there, just caught Rafa on his landing, and it just turned everything around very, very quickly in favor of Navi. But again, Navi deserved it. They started off so much better than what they had previously. They had that explosive moment where all 3 members of Blood Diamond were taken out, and pretty much from that point on, that was the game changer for me. As soon as Cubic was able to land those shots, and yeah, the follow-ups were on point as well. Like, it was just like a house of cards falling there in that moment and giving that 6-star advantage. But yeah, I think that's, you know, Navi played it perfect. They had a rough start, but then they were able to learn from their mistakes along the way, and that's ultimately what gave them the win.
Yeah, we know what that map's like. It's very, very situational, especially without the Brock, isn't it? There's not really many individual plays you can make apart from maybe catching your opponent off guard, and, you know, there isn't really enough time for it on a lot of occasions. But Navi found a few dents here, found a few exploits along the way, got one more takedown overall. And look at the damage. That's how close it was. Literally 878 more damage between them. That's ridiculous considering how close that was. And not really surprising either. You know, it's very back and forth. We expect it to be back close in terms of damage count and infliction, as both teams are known for their aggression. Navi, they're known for their aggression when they're quite warmed up. Blood Diamond just come out the gate swinging, don't they?
Yeah, exactly, and you see that it's that 1 kill difference, but ultimately when it's, you know, averaged out in that way, it just makes it look so slim, and it can be just one of those things where if you're able to get the high bounties, you acquire less kills anyway. So just all about balancing that aggression with the defensive as well. So very curious to see now which team is going to go and take this one. Again, you know, when it came down to predictions, this was one that I was very much like kind of thinking through a little bit as well, and some assembly required for Siege. So yeah, that's a very different map and mode for the teams to consider now going into how they approach this one. Do they go on the super aggressive? I would advise it in the early outcome of the game to go in super quickly on the Bolt side of things, but you never know. Sometimes teams want to try and tie it out and then have something go into the second round. But you know, this is the moment now for teams to get ahead, so they've got to get the comps right.
Yeah, I was kind of feeling the same as what you just mentioned earlier on as well, as the fact that in terms of predictions, I think this match, and I think it's both Navi matches really, this one was quite difficult, but we know for Navi it takes them a little bit of time to get themselves in the groove. We've kind of seen signs of it now, but actually no, I wouldn't even say I've seen signs of it yet. I think that kind of matchup there was basically a time waster for Blood Diamond so that Navi can really get themselves into the group, as I already mentioned. And then by the time Navi playing as for Totem, they're warm, they're ready, they want to really get absolutely into it and come out swinging. But we know for Navi it takes a little bit more time, doesn't it? But it's been a couple sets here. They have room to still make improvements, even though they did win that last set. But let's see what we're going to find out here, as already okay, the Frank coming out from MMA here. Normally we've seen him come out with whipping out the throw it on some of these siege maps, but not this time. Alex comes out with a Stu as well, and the B as well. On top of that, we've got the Sandy, the Gene, and the Max. God, that's like a composition you would have seen like 6 months ago.
Yeah, the Max and the Gene combo, yeah, coming through. But I do like Navi's idea here, to try to use the B to break things open. Again, just got to consider that the more the map is broken with the Frank, then it's going to serve to help the B, but also like force the Frank into a different position on the map. But let's see, it's pretty decent defense so far. Blood Diamond are very slow to mark and just clearly going to go in for holding this position rather than going for any damage at this stage of the game. But again, I want to see the map being broken up a bit more from Alex there to allow Cubic to be able to have a bit more of a role here. There it starts to go in, and that's going to be a slowdown that's going to affect both Blacksy and Ruffer here. So good coming out of the defensive for Navi, but ultimately, again, not much gain.
Oh, MMA's actually stay alive after all that engagement. Raf and Javi has to back away, but the only thing is that it's going to be a tied siege, and it looks like Navi could actually gain sense of control, but no, they won't. Actually, Rafa's taken down Cube, and Alex has been taken down as well. MMA's going to be the last person. He may be able to take down Blacksy. He still doesn't. That is full control here for Blood Diamond.
Yeah, great plays from Blacksy there, just dancing around the Frank there, and MMA just really unable to do much about it. The bolts coming in really nicely there in favor of Blood Diamond, and they'd be able to get this final push quite easily, so I can't see any way that Navi can turn this one around. There's too many bodies in the mid. Despite being low on HP, like, there's just enough speed to be able to maneuver this one, and even with everyone going down, I don't know. There's a lot of bolts on the map, but they're not going to be able to respawn until they're picked up either. So I don't see how Navi can bring this one back ultimately. I think the damage has been dealt by Blood Diamond. The Max is a really, really great pick here. Honestly, just seeing so much control of the mid.
Yeah, Blood Diamond, I can tell you what, this next bot has not missed leg day once in his life. Level 17, here he comes, heading towards the south, and it could be curtains here for Navi, as it pretty much is actually anyway. What am I talking about? They're already down by 9%, but this isn't going to make it worse. Look at him, absolutely going straight towards the Ike, absolutely deleted. And there we have it, Blood Diamond with the early lead here in this set.
And again, we've seen this comp idea tried out, and it's not working every time. Again, I like the idea of it. Having B is a great thing. I always like B, honestly, in Siege, and it can do so much work. But again, you're breaking the map, but you're also like gonna struggle because you need cover as a Frank, but you need B to have open space. I think you just got to commit to the idea. Just have one or the other. Again, Frank's a great problem to have on defense, but Spike is ultimately in much a similar place on the defensive, or a Sprout to have those strong defenses anyway. It's a high-risk thing from Navi. They just didn't pay off. We just saw how dominant Max was, and the Sandy. There's so much unpredictability, so much speed. It's a hard thing to go up against.
It's weird, isn't it? It's weird seeing that composition 6 months later, because I didn't think it wasn't that I didn't think I'd ever see that composition ever again, but like 6 months ago, it was just every single time, no matter what map we were playing on, we were just like, the same comp again and again, no matter how many bans and that saw, somehow it will come out of somehow, some way. But seeing it again, brings a little bit of life, of course, for anyone who's inexperienced or hasn't played against that comp in a very long time. It can do dividends to a certain extent, but it seems like they just weren't ready for it, were they? Not at all, and not in the slightest here. Blood Diamond may have threw him off a tad. Let's see what they're going to bring in the works already this time round. As if they win this one, they could go up 2-1 in the series. They're going to stick with the exact same comp. Oh, actually, it's going to be a complete mirror match. So, yes, it is 6 months ago.
Yeah, our time machine works, people. Yeah, I can see why Navi just like the idea of it and to match it. But again, like, it was Blood Diamond to set the precedent. So I want to see how Navi are able to handle it. That's a good takedown there, just right in the nick of time. Tie for the first round there, and the Sandstorm going out from Javi is going to provide a nice cushioning here for Blood Diamond to get his mid-control. Ultimately, I think Gene is definitely the weaker of the comp, but underneath that Sandstorm, you're going to have to be very, very cautious in how you approach it. If you get a magic hand to the face, then you're going to be pulled in like that. Just the takedown of Javi was quite swift there from Cuba.
Yeah, Okay, so Navi, they have the angles, but just waiting for the right time to make that push. And it inflicts a little bit of damage before making that vital push, but Blacksea's put a stop to MMA straight away. They got the numbers. They're literally charging in. Rafa's taking down Q, and Alex is going to be the last one. MMA's rejoined him, but the problem is, look at the amount of damage coming out here. They're literally just spamming just to keep him at bay. And do you know what? Why not at this point? They may even attempt to go all in here with this pot, just due to the fact that that's a big deficit. They can catch up with a few bolts, even though there will be 10 available once this one has approached the Ike kit. But let's see how things turn out, as Blood Diamond now is going to go with the bot here. Let's see how much more damage they can at least do. And they've made a push, but I don't think they're going to commit here.
Yeah, I think the right call not to do that. I was worried a bit when they were looking like they might. That's a great pull there, straight off the bat from Rafa. That is a statement, but yeah, at the same time, a return one there from Cube, and the damage much greater with the help of the Ike there. So very, very close, but 9 bolts now with Navi is a big outcome here. Ultimately, I think it's going to be very difficult for Blood Diamond to get a push, but they can try to defend as many of these off as they possibly can. But least amount of damage from that first push from Blood Diamond, to be fair. Let's see whether Navi can be able to do the same.
Yeah, so yeah, Alex was on like, I think 28 HP or something like that. It was ridiculous. But the only thing Blood Diamond have done, you could say, is cushion the blow and again early damaging as well. But this has to be an immaculate defense. It's only 37% required and they can easily go all in. Alex has already made stuff worse here for Blood Diamond, taking down Javi. But the bot, though, good defense so far. But the problem is they're all just going to make the jump fit, already overtaken their percentage. And that is going to be it, as Navi managed to equalise once again in this third set.
It's always going to be tricky when you have, like, you know, a man go down right when that push is coming. You've got to stay in the mix. Everyone needs to be really behind that. It's a really tough one to defend, or have someone to go on the aggressive and really try to locate someone early on, get them to eradicate on the side of Navi. But yeah, when you got 3 men on that push and you already go down on the side of your team, it's going to be a really, really hard thing to defend. Ultimately, I think Navi played it really, really well.
Yeah, this is why I was questioning whether Blood Diamond wanted to fully commit or not, because okay, they had a 7-bolt deficit, something like that, but they knew they collected a couple more bolts along the way. And the only problem is the fact that if they can't catch up, the only thing they can do is cushion the blow, and it's only 37% they were after either. So, you know, for Navi, that shouldn't really be a problem considering what they had and making this jump it straight away, because there's nothing better to do. They don't have to worry about regaining sense of control, and that's the problem really when your opponents do grab the last bot.
Wow. This is an interesting turning point. Ultimately, you know, I felt like Blood Diamond had the advantage because they led the idea. That tends to be what you see a lot of the time when another team trying to match the same outcome with the comp. Then they're often playing catch up to it, and the other team that sort of initiates the idea will be able to see the set through. But now we're going to be tied up really, and I don't know whether we're going to see Navi try anything kind of crazy to experiment. I mean, I still love the idea of the Griff with the B and something else, you know, but not a Frank. And often we see it combined with the Frank. I'm not really kind of sure why, but I think we're just going to see the same thing again. I think it's just Sandy, Gene, and Max, because ultimately he just has all those boxes ticked. We were seeing a lot more value from that on the Navi side than we were seeing on the Blood Diamond side of the last game. So yeah, Navi will potentially be able to do pretty well if they continue this kind of thing forwards. Blood Diamond have got to respond a bit better. They've got to be alive for more of these pushes. They've got to be having a bit more control. They didn't want to tie the first set, the first stage either. That's a really important thing, which they didn't achieve last time around.
I was just trying to think what could counter it. Like, you know, you could use like something with a bit more range, because you're playing against a decent fire rate and decent range, aren't you? Kind of like the middle ground. So we'll have to see if they have a thrower or anything like that. So we've got the same for Blood Diamond, and for Navi, okay, so we do have a thrower. We've got Barley here coming out here, which is going to be from MMA, which is going to be no surprise there either. So I don't know if it's going to fully work. I think it depends on how offensive he can be with the Barley, especially keeping his opponents at bay and just causing a little bit of trouble along the way. But Navi having to cause a bit of trouble here, as Javi actually managed to waste MMA Super, does get away, but the question is, how long for is MMA still keeping him back in that far left-hand side?
Well, I've got to say, I like the Barley pick for sure. I think that if MMA plays it right, he'll be able to keep Javi on the lockdown, but that's a lot of damage coming in and not outstaying their welcome on the side of Blood Diamond. So I think a really smart play there. They keep the control. There's enough bolts to be suppressed down here, but B coming in for Navi. He's trying to fight back, and that form is just missing there from Cubic, and that could be costly for Navi.
The only problem is, though, on the offensive, it's difficult to counter-attack with the Barley sometimes, but when you've got center control already, it can be a lot easier, just, you know, trying to stop him from crossing paths in certain areas. But you can see it here having a little bit of trouble so far, but even then, though, if they win this engagement and Blood Diamond win in terms of the bolts, in terms of getting this next spot, then it doesn't really matter anyway, because they're going to regain center control, but it doesn't matter. Navi did not win that, which means they have to defend once again. Let's see how well their defense is going to be this time round, and actually it's going to be an almost immaculate defense there. Only took about 10 to 20%. This could be a time for them to try and make that initial push, but the problem is they need to wait a little bit of time as Harry's already taken down Q.
Yeah, it's a nice idea with the last call there to try to seek through the sandstorm, but at the same time, Blood Diamond are very much still in position. Ruff's got that magic hand as well to see what he can do. If he wants to go for MMA, he can. See coming from Blacks, and he does so. Knocks back as well for the additional help of the lamp blowout too. Cubic on the outside though gets Javi brought right into the radius, but look at the bolts though. There's so much in favor of Blood Diamond here. There's no way they don't get this push.
Yeah, he's done a few bench princes, and now he's heading towards the Arc there. And let's be honest, it's already done and dusted, isn't it, Arc? It's Blood Diamond with the victory, but I must say that every single one of these sets could have easily gone either way, considering how close they've been, both trying to adapt against each other. But it would be Blood Diamond. For any fans out there, happy to see them be able to try and get that 2-1 lead. One more set away to close it out.
Yeah, well, you said it earlier, Lethal. This could be a game that goes all the way. I think you could well be right. I mean, not just because you're casting it, but because genuinely very close matchup. Okay, then. Wow. I mean, very, very back and forth in Siege. It genuinely could have gone anywhere. I actually quite like the change to the Barley. I thought that was going to give MMA a bit more of an advantage there, but if they just kept the Sandy back a little bit more and didn't feed as much, then it may have gone another way. But again, Blood Diamond initiated the idea of the comp, and I think they've been, in that same reason, practicing it a lot. That was very much the only thing that Blood Diamond were kind of thinking going into that game. So, and the stats will say more or less the same story as well. The increase of deaths on the side, or sorry, the more takedowns on the side of Blood Diamond, down 26, and greater damage, more healing across the board. So yeah, I think Blood Diamond seemed prepared for that one. Navi a little bit behind, but as we saw, you know, in Bounty, they were able to stay composed and turn things around. So I kind of wonder what kind of Navi we're going to see going into Heist.
Yeah, 23,917 damage more than Navi there from Blood Diamond. That's pretty impressive stuff across the board. I think the Barney pick was going to be very hit and miss. It was going to work well or it will not work at all. And I think it's something you need on that map in particular if you've already got control early on. But the problem is, for offensive purposes, it can be quite tough, can't it? Especially when you've got some decent players as well, especially when they've got the fire rate to try and flank around that Barley. And you saw how much of a hassle MMA had to try and make it work. But I don't think he did too bad of it. He just didn't really have the opportunities to make the Barley work and get a lot of value there. But it's just one of those things, you know, I think it's nice that they took a gamble to try and move away from that composition, and it just didn't work for them. So it's just one of those things. But we can now go into the fourth set here to see if Navi can try and take us to a fifth and final one, which we've definitely has the potential for, as we're going to see exactly what it's going to be the next one. So it is going to be Heist for Safe Zone, and if it goes to the fifth one, which wouldn't surprise me in the slightest, it will go to Gem Fort straight afterwards. So again, another aggressive affair, I think, this time.
I think, you know, for me, there's definitely still the prospect here of kind of a Max BB Poco idea. I mean, those brawlers are all not banned. It was the Rico that's banned by Navi, which is, Rico and the Brock, which are banned by Navi. I still think Bell is a great mid or Piper, and we're going to see that similar idea. Yeah, no surprise there to see Emma go onto the Nanny, but again, I still feel like there could be the potential of seeing that comp. This will be probably the staple, I would say, with this matchup in Safe Zone, but don't underestimate the possibility of seeing something different next time round.
So I don't know why I said aggressive. I was thinking of Julian Beaters for some weird reason. But yeah, it's going to be methodical. Let's put it that way here. As all three of these players haven't really found any openings as of yet. But Rafa, though, taking a fair bit of damage. You keep double back, but as you took, so he took the brunt of it there. MMA Black Sea still fighting back in fourth here. But already, or you could say it's been a while now, and nothing has come out of it as of yet. Not one takedown. A lot of caution from both these teams because they know how important victory will be here for themselves here in the ESL Mobile Challenge.
Touch from Cubic there, and just a nice homemade recipe to seal the deal, and was low on HP at the time, so Laxy's gonna have to contest this, but he's being a bit sheepish around doing so. He pops the silver bullet just in time now to allow Ruff to come back through the mid there with a nice pickup as well, putting the pressure back into the side of Navi here, and Blacksy now gonna Gets sort of hunkered down. Nice silver bullet there from Alex and just shutting that down. Yeah, very, very early on. Takes the push in the process, but not the worst trade-off there. Still very close game, just the 3% in it as the peep coming in from Blood Diamond looking to get some damage here.
Yeah, they did do a sprinkle of damage onto the safe fares. Blood Diamond currently down by 6%. Blacks had to pull all the way back with that Colt just because Alex has actually switched lanes. I don't think he expected him to make that switch. But anyways, a lot of damage against Blacksy once again. Cube has actually managed to capitalize and clean up, but MMA's actually done a fair amount there. An additional 15-20%, and look at it already. This is looking bad here so far for Blood Diamond, just inching away from the brink of death so far as that percentage is just dwindling here. And on a map like this, it's not really a common sight here. Ark is now MMA trying to survive. Blacksy's taking him down. Cube is trying to do the exact same thing. 20 seconds left to try and hold on to 29%.
Yeah, Blacks is outnumbered by all three, but he's surviving a long time under the circumstances. Cubic though as well, yep, gonna be low enough to get taken down by Rafa as the peep coming in from Javi will come into the right-hand side to get some damage. There's damage rolling down, but is it enough though? 9% needed. I don't see any piercing damage on the side of Blacksy, but there's a takedown, very important, and so as well. Blacksy coming in just in the nick of time at the end to get the win for Blood Diamond. My goodness, that was close.
That was such a shame, wasn't it? But yeah, for that map in particular, that's a huge lead. Like having 30-40% in any means, shape or form, that is a huge lead. But the fact they actually brought it back right to the very end, kudos to Blood Diamond to do retaliate in that kind of way, especially adapting in the last minute as well. That means it's going to be match points here for Blood Diamonds. And yeah, I'm just a little bit surprised because we thought that was going to be a comfortable victory from here on out because we know Navi's got a good defensive stance and setup. We've seen it before back on Shooting Star for Bounty, but this time around they just could not hold it together. Sadly, saw Cube get picked off towards those last 10 seconds, which means they had to fight at a numbers disadvantage, and they were just losing those aim duels outright and just couldn't trade it. Even the trade out would have definitely done them justice there, because there wouldn't be enough DPS to even deplete that percentage enough for them to overtake it.
Well, again, you know, this is the time that I always would say that the team who's behind have got to go with something daring, but I know that Navi are not going to be that team to do it. I know they're not going to bring the BB, yeah, they're just going to stay with the same idea with the Peep, the Poco, the Piper and the Colt. I think that would have been the time. That would have been a great time. They're against match point, going with something which can like really start to tear through this idea of the Max, the Poco, and the BB, but they're going to happen. So going to be having to go back to the long range affair, and again, that's such a close game last time round. I wonder if this is going to fare well for them.
Yeah, it's a mix of stubbornness, but I think also at the same time, it's their comfort zones, isn't it, really? Like, even if something else may give them a little bit of an advantage or just throw their opponents off guard, they'd rather be comfortable with their safe picks rather than be a little bit uncomfortable with an advantage, which is understandable for some of these players especially. But now, though, Cube taking a bit of damage here, but it's actually retaliated against Rafa there. Got a shot of his own. Blacksy's doing a very optimistic push here. He's actually taking a little bit more damage than he would like to, but he's actually dodging and weaving really well here. Just trying to survive over that one tile, but Alex does take him down. But that's going to be 2 now here. But the problem is, look, Javi's in that right lane, dishing a lot of damage, but MMA and Alex are doing the exact same thing.
Having that falls back as Cubic respawns back in, and that's a very important takedown of MMA there. Going to give the peep as well to Javi, and the shots from Cubic are not going to matter. Shield is in play, and now the TP going down to the bottom left-hand side, but little tiny bit of damage, not very much at all though. Realistically, MMA can take care of this with a nice pinch from Alex, and the Silver coming in as well now. Should see Javi gets the takedown along the way. That puts Rafa into a great spot here, mid.
How is Javi still alive? He's outstayed his welcome by a good 10 or 15 seconds. Finally, Cube has taken him down. It had to take someone. Cube was the man to do it. And yeah, already Javi doing the business on that left-hand side. That could be the game changer here. But Blood Diamond desperately required to try and secure this victory outright. But Rafa's been taken down. MMA's given a lot of room for Navi to try and take down his safe. 17% left. Cube is just diving on in. Alex is still trying to sprinkle a little bit more damage to make things even worse here for Blood Diamond. But do take into account, though, there's still a 7% difference. Navi may be able to find it. They do. 8% now. And look at this. The entirety of this Blood Diamond squad need to push down south. 15 seconds there. Blacksy's trying to stay alive. Doesn't. Trades out. Alex is still trying to defend it as he goes, but I don't think he's going to do it. Navi is going to win this game and tie this set up.
Nicely done. Again, a very close matchup. I think that Blood Diamond should have done better. I'm just gonna say it like that. That seemed to me like a good time to be able to aggress and to be able to take things under control. There was a moment as well where we saw Navi just get that little shred of difference to bring back it into their favor. And I don't feel that they isolated the situation. Alex was clearly there in a position to be able to get it. And I think a bit more of a pinch and a bit more awareness to him would have been going a long way there. And definitely a couple of mistakes along the way. But nonetheless, you know, Navi now in a great spot. Blood Diamond, though, I felt like they just seemed like leading up to that game that they were going to end it there and then. It just felt like the time that was going to be there to seal it. And, you know, giving a bit of a glimmer of hope to Navi is a dangerous thing. You know, that's the sort of thing that takes it to fifth and final sets.
I think it will do at this point here. I think Navi are starting to feel it a little bit more. But the problem is, you can't really thrive on the momentum on a map like this, can you? It is very, very tough. And I think that's why Navi will be having a few issues as well. If they win this set, there's no reason why they can't take the fifth set. Depends what happens on Gen 4 if we get that far. But I will say this, props to Black Sea and Javi as well, especially on Blood Diamond, valuing their life down to a T. Javi should have died ages ago in that bottom left-hand side, ages ago. And it took literally all three members at one stage just to remove him from that entirety of that left-hand corner where he was putting a lot of pressure on, was still getting trades out, and Black Sea at one stage staying alive behind one tile space for like 10 seconds. It was ridiculous, and still came out on top after that engagement here. So I think this is the issue here for Navi, is the fact that Blood Diamond could be a real nuisance when it comes to staying alive. And I think the one thing I will say for Navi is that they don't get desperate and they don't overextend when they try and take some of these members down from Blood Diamond.
Hey, well, it's going to be that slow-paced start as both teams try to earn this. Super surprised to see like a very short amount of break there from Blacks. I'm not sure if that's intentional. I'm assuming so. It kind of matches the side of Alex, but I prefer a much wider space to maneuver myself. But let's see now as Kubik's got his first on a jump. It's going to be looking towards Javi and MMA really on this right-hand side now to see who's going to get the peep first. I don't think Alex is going to push forwards that much, or nor Black Sea. So when that peep comes in, we'll start to see a bit more of a change up here. Silver bullet finally from Alex and breaking up that side now, allowing Black Sea more movement. But at the same time, very, very slow start to the game.
Yeah, Navi just want to take it to the fifth set, and Blood Diamond just want to end it here and now because they know that with Gen 4, it may cause them a fair few issues here. And we haven't really seen any, I wouldn't say optimistic, but just some overzealous plays here from Blood Diamond. Normally it comes out of Black Sea, that's why I'm keeping an eye on him at the moment. But let's be real, Alex has been very aggressive, just trying to keep Black Sea at bay. He probably knows what mischief he gets up to here, but here we go. This is Black Sea's moment here. I was just talking about him just now to that left lane, but Alex though maybe able to take him down. It looks like Cube was just in range. Actually picks up two. That is two huge kills here for Navi.
I'm kind of wondering why Harry just didn't go for the safe to get some damage. I mean, one hit would give the lead, and that would have provided some advancement, but May comes through now, not able to do either the same for himself, but gets to take down a rough, and now Alex and Cubic will get the damage, you see. So now, Blood Diamond behind. They could have got a bit more value there, staying behind in their back spawn. And yes, you know, Javi could have gone taken down in the process, but I think they could have done better from that situation than myself.
Yeah, they certainly could, completely agree. Rafa does take a bit of damage trying to recover. Cube, though, literally dodging like it's the Wild West by like literally at least a couple of those shots back and forth. But he's jumping on in, and it looks like Blood Diamond's safe. It's taken way too much damage. That is said and done. They got nowhere near the DPS to take Navi's safe, even to anywhere close to 38%. And that is going to be Navi winning the set and also going to a set 5.
Well, it's not like we didn't see it coming, is it, Lethal? It's not like we didn't see it coming. So, yeah, Gen 4 it is, and you know, giving that false hope for Navi, not false hope, but just hope to Navi, really. You know, you can see they thrive with it, and they look so much better that game. And I think a lot of the time there's moments there where Kubik just popping off there gave such a great ability for them to push forwards and get the damage they needed. And you know, in a map like this where there's very little kind of comps to kind of go towards and change and switch up to experiment with, you've got to expect that same thing coming again. And I felt like Navi was more patient that time around.
Yeah, they certainly were indeed, and as you can see there, 13,307 damage more by Navi, which is a staggering amount considering the stalemate situations you have to put themselves through. But I do respect Blood Diamond for some of the plays they did. They took some very risky plays, and we know how risky it can be. Black Sea definitely came out trumps on the odd occasion, but yeah, sadly for Blood Diamond just couldn't come out on top on that one. And I just want to give everyone a kind of a refresher on exactly what's occurring here. So of course, this match is going into a fifth set. I'm sure the likes of FA especially are going to be watching this, because if I talk about the rankings just a tad, Blood Diamond are currently 7-4 in third place, Navi are 5-6, but FA are 5-5, and they do have a match in hand. So if Blood Diamond take down Navi here, they will do FA a massive, and I mean a massive favour to try and qualify for the top 4.
Yeah, it's such an important factor here because, again, you know, Navi are in the top 4. If they take a loss here, then they're going to be in quite a spot, really. I mean, Blood Diamond have, you know, got a 7-4. That's a great scoreline. If they're able to make it an 8-4, then they are realistically, you know, really in a great position on that kind of scoreline. But it can go either way. I mean, if Navi can get this in the bag, then that's going to shake things up even more so. Again, it comes down to this game of Gem Grab, and I think that both teams, you know, or more so on the side of Blood Diamond, could have got this wrapped up a bit sooner. So if Navi take this now, I think Blood Diamond are going to be kicking themselves for it.
I think there would be. I kind of feel like Blood Diamond have edged him in the, you know, the entirety of this matchup, but only by a small margin. You've definitely seen it in a lot of ways. They've been quite confident with some of the plays they've been making, or some of the optimistic kind of approaches they've made towards, I don't know, collecting some of these bolts or heading towards the safe, especially that last set. Like, Jesus Christ, that was actually ridiculous, some of the stuff Blood Diamond were able to get away with. And still, though, Navi have been able to capitalise. And I kind of feel like Blood Diamond have been getting the better advantageous angles in terms of positions, but the teamwork from Navi seems to be a bit better than this. So it's kind of like catch-22 in terms of these style of plays mixing together, which is probably why every time we see this matchup, it's the same thing, going to the 5th set every single time here. But the question is, will Navi be able to take it? But I will say this though, even if Navi do win, it doesn't mean FA are out on the run in terms of the top 4, because remember, they'll be going, Navi will be going 6-6, and currently at the moment, FA are 5-5. So you could say that the fate is still going to be in FA's hands. It just depends on who they're going to be playing against in their future matchups, which I'll probably talk about later on in the evening. I'll probably say maybe the last match of the evening, considering they've had to play the first match. Now they've got to play the last match, poor guys. But I'm sure they'll be getting ready to de-rust for that later on here. But I want to know your prediction here, because of course you've seen what both teams have been like so far. We've seen a little bit of everything, but do you know what? Actually, stuff your prediction. We're just going to go straight into this fifth. I can find out exactly how things are going to turn out here, as it's going to be very, very interesting. We've got the Leon and the Bell there coming out. They're under Crow for MMA, not really too much of a surprise. We Steve there again on the other side, the Max, the Leon, and the Sandy. So interesting stuff here already, and we can see if Javi now already been very aggressive on Alex, and Cube now was going to try and take him down, but Alex has already done it for him.
I think this kind of comp is in this map, it really caters towards Blood Diamond a bit more so than Navi. I think Navi were much more comfortable on safe zone, to be honest, so that does make a lot of sense to me. Let's see. Ultimately, you know, if Navi do fall behind, they can get a nice turnaround, but Rafa doing a good job in the middle now, just holding firm, pops the nest egg as well at a good time. Having now able to come in on the left as well. It's getting good taps with the Invisible Hill coming in as well to play. It's going to keep Alex very much in the mix here. Bringing with some aggression of his own and a nice stun there, but the support much more with Blood Diamond to get that takedown. But in the meantime, Cube able to come back into the mid. So quite a close game so far.
This doesn't surprise me in the slightest. Javi's pushing all the way in, and that was a good flank as well, as MMA was definitely caught out in position. Cube though, the problem is, Javi's just just doing so much work. MMA's traded them out finally. But the problem is though, they're getting limited to how many chances they can take in order to try and come back from this. As Rafa has to pull the way back with his 8 gems. Blacksea taking down Cube. MMA is actually taking down Blacksea straight afterwards. Rafa's still on the back foot in the center, but Alex is going to be sneaking all the way around. Almost takes him down. He needs to back away, as someone is actually on his case at the moment, and Alex still takes him down. And that's full center control here for Navi, but they can't move from this area.
Yeah, I think this is the really pinnacle moment here for Navi to be able to have this control, because with so little in it and the final gem spawning in, very crucial that they got the mid control. And yeah, Black's going to pop his Invisible Hill now. MMA's just trying to keep there to protect it, but yeah, not done greatly so there. Black's going to be able to escape away. MMA with a jump and taken down along the way as well. So this is a great steal for Blood Diamond, and no one's there to contest it.
Navi, not at all. This should be a last-ditch effort coming out here from MMA, sorry,
Alex.
from Navi, but I don't know if it's going to happen. No, will he be able to push it and stop it? Oh, he does not, but MMA was trying to also do the same thing. 218 HP arc. That's how close it was, and it's going to be another match point here for Blood Diamonds.
Yeah, they need to seal it. They need to seal it. They probably should have done it a bit sooner, but they're now in a spot on match point, but they've been in this position before as well. Alex almost got a takedown there as well towards the end, which I was worried about, to be honest. I think that it was going to be very difficult to come out with the gems, but we have seen Leon's do crazier things than that. Now the pressure's on Navi. I think they've got to be bold. They'll be a bit daring. And a lot of the times, I do find that they're a team which don't tend to kind of mix things up when it matters. They just tend to keep the same idea and just try to play it better. But, again, there's a lot of bans which are relevant here. We got a Rico ban, which has been a great brawler to have on the sidelines. A Mortis ban as well. Sometimes that can be a bit of a shock idea to bring out the woodwork as well. So, I don't know. It's going to be very, very tight. I would not be at all surprised to see a match point. I think that could well be likely here, Lethal.
Yeah, it will be. I hope so. So we haven't really seen barely any Stu, have we, at all in these? I know we haven't got the mats for it, but he is quite a viable option across the board sometimes. Pam could be useful sometimes. We know that she could be very good and very useful to control definitely the left and right lanes, especially just to keep them off guard, but also just give their teammates a lot of awareness just to keep off guard. But apart from that, no, not really too sure. I think the only thing we need to really keep an eye on is Javi, because you saw before that when he pushed down to that left lane, he took down 2 of their opponents and able to get so many gems off the back of that. It was ridiculous. And you got to remember, with some of these players, they can't really double take on it. They just got to assume they are going to do it again, because sometimes a lot of these players, they will just keep doing the same thing again and again and again until it stops working, and then maybe do something else, maybe play a little bit more defensively. I'm not sure, but definitely keep eyes on Harry. Just have a little bit more map awareness and try not put yourself out too much out of position, because we also saw Navi do that a couple of times at the very beginning.
Well, I mean, I still think there's a lot of options that they can consider, but I think you're right. Pam would be a good shout. I think that Battle might not be a bad idea as well for the mid.
Yeah.
The Max, though, is still very, very viable, and Leon as well. So it just kind of depends how the teams really feel about it. I still feel like a Tara wouldn't be a bad idea. Spike wouldn't be a bad lane to have here. There's definitely a ton of ideas to experiment with. I still would like a bit more Tara than I do tend to see on Gemfault these days. I still think we saw earlier today just how well Gia was able to put that into play, and you do need to have a bit of a turnaround brawler. So I don't necessarily mind even seeing a Jean in the mid here, because ultimately, having a magic hand can make those plays that you need right when it matters. Same with a Tara Black Hole. So either way, again, I don't necessarily mind if we see the same comps again. I just like to see some variation. I think ultimately when you're behind, they are the things that you can do that can give you a bit more of an advantage than just kind of matching the same idea as the team that are ahead. We shall see. Ultimately, it's a match point in favor of Blood Diamond. Navi have really got to put everything into play now to turn this one around.
That's right. Can Navi catch up in this last and final set, or will it be BD, 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 BD? And we are going to see, the Pam and the Rosa along with the Poco. Okay, I like that. Let's see if it's going to work, though, because we've seen... I think the reason why we've seen the Poco not banned and then not used, because it's not really been valued enough, has it? So let's see if it's going to work out this time round, as all 3 members of Navi just pushing on in, and they haven't really taken a huge amount of damage, I would say. The MMA could at least try and push up here, but I would say the advantage definitely going to Navi, especially with that Poco just healing him up. Oh, wow.
I really like this from Navi, I've got to say, and I got to call it out as me being wrong. I did not think they were going to be bold enough to do this, and the fact that they have is very interesting now. Yeah, I thought they were going to be stubborn and just try to play it better, but they're doing not that. And yeah, it's a nice number squeeze there to get down the lollipop, dropping that right hand side, and keeping with a lot of these scrapyard suckers as well to get rid of the ammo and deplete it quickly down on the side of Blood Diamond. But Alex, there were 7 gems that they are having full mid control all to their own, and with very little time left for these gems to spawn. This could be a very quick game for Navi if they play this right.
It really could be, and you know what? I'm sure Blood Diamond probably thought the same thing. The fact I didn't expect a completely drastic change in this matchup, and that's it. That's it. Navi have absolutely whitewashed Blood Diamond, and you got to remember, this is definitely a very good counter pick, especially against his composition. But the problem is, what range do you have? There isn't really any range, because if they've got full center control, they can just abuse the structure in the center, and they can't really peek, because if they get too close, that's it, they're done for. Honestly, that was really, really tough for Blood Diamond. I think it would have been very tough for whoever it would have been. So Navi have tied the set. the final set, going to the final game, and now we're going to see who on earth is going to try and win this matchup. And broader choice, I do not have a clue. All I can say is that worked really well, and Blood Diamond are going to be worried here. They're either A, going to go for the counter, or B, stick to their guns with this exact composition and just hope that Navi switch it up. I feel so for Blood Diamond because it's going to be a very, very tough choice for them here.
Yeah, I mean, again, I like Atara for the reason that if you have that in play, then you can take care of that quite well. But
yeah,
I feel like Blood Diamond are going to match it, to be honest. I think they're going to probably try and match the same idea and bring in more or less the same. You know, Rosa there can be a real troublesome thing, especially the poker not being banned. We tend to see poker banned for that reason. That it can make those comps work out so much better. Screeching Solo as well was in such a good place, so it makes a lot of sense. It's a tough one now for Blood Diamond, I've got to say. I mean, you know, the sort of easiest way to approach it is to match it, but I feel like if you're able to counter it, then you're going to be in a better spot. Do Navi keep it or change it? That's the question, really. I mean, I think they're going to keep it, but at the same time, they could just go back to that same max idea that they had before and kind of, you know, put Blood Diamond in a position where they're preparing something that doesn't exist. I mean, let's see what they're going to go. They're going now, so we're going to be able to find out. But they're going to keep it. I don't blame them for it. And yeah, and we are going to see the M's coming out for Blood Diamond, which is actually kind of smart to try to counter it. I just don't know whether this is enough, and I think having on the left-hand side with some connection issues as well, that is not a great start for Blood Diamond. Somehow he's actually staying alive from it. I have no idea how.
Double match point here for both these teams. It was Blood Diamond who won last time back in Playday 2. Let's see if they can now respond with that. And this is a much better start here for Blood Diamond as they keep and keep all the way back here. MMA is just pushing on up with the Rosa to try and get in range, but it's already taking way too much damage, but it's going to push in anyway. Let's see what he can get done. Doesn't really get down a lot apart from a fair amount of damage, but Alex is going to get caught with the trousers down. Cube's going to clean up in the right lane, but actually manages to survive. Rafa trades him out, and MMA and Alex are just trying to look for a way into this center compartment.
Well, actually, absolutely doing work there. I mean, this is the key, really, is you need to deplete the gadgets from the side of Navi and try to get them eradicated, try to keep the pressure on. But as time goes on as well, look how Navi just took care of business there. And Rafa almost gives the gems over to MMA, and then it's going to be countdown for Navi.
Oh, dearie me. Javi now trying to push on up, but Cube's going in the front line to tank the damage. And Blacks has already gone round into the front, but it's been cleaned up here. I'm not even sure if Blood Diamond can even make it here. They're going to try and go as fast as they can. Will we have to clean up and at least take one of them down? They do not. 376 HP. That was what MMA was on. And Navi are going to be the victors here coming out of this series. My word.
That moment towards the end, I thought there'd be a reset. I did, but I also didn't because I just felt like it was destined to be. I mean, Blood Diamond again, I felt should have had this in the bag a lot sooner than they did. It just felt like the time was going to be for Navi to shine, and they played the right comp. They played the right comp in the second game. They played it again in the third game, and the results spoke for themselves. You know, it was a much better start for Blood Diamond, but as soon as Navi were able to get that big control back and just that team wipe was there, straight off the back of that was the countdown. So it was going to be such a hard thing for Blood Diamond to really go up against.
Yeah, look at that, 51,075 more damage. That is a huge amount by Blood Diamond, but I think you've got to understand it's because of the tankier composition, wasn't it? They had to tank a lot of damage before trying to get that central compartment. And the problem is, though, that's the thing with that composition, isn't it? Once they've got a central compartment, they have to push up to a certain extent in order to try and bait them out. But the problem is, if they get too close, they're done for. And they had to go through that process again. The only difference was with the fact that Blood Diamond had the earlier controls, so it means they could keep them at bay in a lot better standpoint. But it was a real shame indeed. Again, another Blood Diamond versus Navi. Slobberknocker just finished up on our screens. But now we've got another dosage of Navi here. They'll be playing against Reply Totem in just a few moments.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Mobile Challenge. Only doing some things art for this one, as we saw Navi taking down Blood Diamonds there. Now they're facing off against Reply Totem, and suddenly my Reply Totem predictions looking a little scary, because Navi are looking good tonight.
Yeah, looking fantastic. I mean, again, like we tend to normally see their first game be a little bit, here and there, but ultimately, I could sense the comeback. I could see that the team were working together to kind of think things through as they did, and when it's time to mix things up, that's when things got really interesting. So again, I'm really looking forward to seeing how Navi are going to take this one and how they're going to handle the might of Reply Totem.
Yeah, I mean, as much as we just had that going 5 sets, I gotta be honest, I feel this one might be the same. Obviously, we're going to see how the hand injuries are going to be, whether Reply Totem do come out with a full set. I feel they are. We've seen them in their full force last week. However, it would be remiss of me to mention that Reply Totem tripped over their own tongues last week and threw the game. It could have been 3-0. They threw it away. They gave the game to Blood Diamonds, and they took it with open arms. And they have to win every single game now.
Yeah, that's where they're at. They can't drop any more anything. they've got to come out, and very, very strongly so. I feel at the moment, like the way the Navi are playing today, that's a concern for them. And if it's not, it should be, because they're making the right changes when they need to make them, and they were behind a lot of that last matchup. They had match point after match point, but they still persevered, and that's going to be a tough thing to fight.
Absolutely, I'm getting meowed at. I don't even know where from. I'm just hearing them meowing. I'm just like, where's this coming from? There's definitely meows coming at me. Hopefully, there's not going to be a giant cat jumping on my lap in a minute. It happened the other day. But yes, so, okay. So let's talk about it. We're waiting for the bans to come through in just a moment. What are we expecting from these guys? Obviously, I found him. He's staring at me down low. What? What do you want? What do you want from me? Like, I'm trying to work here, man. Yeah, we're still waiting for the bans to come through. I can tell you what the map pool is likely to be. At least with the first map, I'll give you that. I'll give you a tease. It's going to be Dry Season, a map that we've played many times, and a map that's actually been pretty open in terms of comps as well going forward.
I think you've got to have an Ash ban, you've got to have a Brock ban. I mean, that's kind of where I feel like we're at currently, but at the same time, I mean, looking ahead at the rotation as well, I mean, Poker wouldn't be a bad shout to ban either. They've got Sneaky Fields on there. Shooting Beatles as well. I mean, I think that Poker needs to be banned. I think that would be a wise thing to do. Brock as well again, and Ash. They're my 3 at the minute that I would say that we need to see off the field. But at the same time, it comes down to the players and the teams as to how they want to go about it. And we got a cat. Lovely. I mean, it was inevitable, wasn't it? It was going to be inevitable.
He's giving me a kiss.
Oh,
now he's rubbing the microphone. But I don't know what he wants. Like, he's had food, he's had everything. What do you want, mate? You just want fuss.
Hugs, love.
He wants, yeah. Because I put a white jumper on, he's just like, black hairs would look lovely on that. Yes, hello, just having a look on camera. I mean, it's nice that he's come along while we're waiting for the bans to come through. They're taking the sweet time on the bans here, that's for damn sure. We just obviously had them banning out a moment ago, so whether they're going to go with the same ones, apologies if he's rubbing the microphone, because he's having a good go at it right now. There we go, the picks, maps and bans. It is Ash, you are correct. Ash and Buzz coming out from Reply Totem, interesting. And Brock and Bell from Navi. It does mean, of course, as we said, Dry Season. I teased that one for you. Julie Beetle, Sneaky Fields, Acute Angle, and Factory Rush. So some very interesting maps. Some very interesting bans. I mean, Ash we kind of expected, but the Buzz ban.
Yeah, I mean, looking ahead, though, I think probably more likely to have been seen in Factory Rush than many other places. I mean, Dry Season possibly a little bit, but not hugely popular. During Beatles, I mean, as a result of not seeing the Poker ban, I think we're definitely going to be seeing Poker in during Beatles for sure, and Sneaky Fields potentially as well with some other tanky ideas. Maybe Buzz could be in Sneaky Fields as well. I think it's pretty more than likely just something which Reply Totem want to get out of the way. Like, they just want to deal with that kind of like buzz interaction more than anything else. I don't know whether it was particularly likely to have been seen. Maybe a little bit, but I don't think it was a hot pick. Maybe Factory Rush would be the best place for it. So, yeah, interesting stuff.
So dry season. I want to talk about dry season. If I can get this cat out my brain. We've been here before many times throughout the season. It is a pretty large one. Are we expecting, as we just saw from Navi a moment ago, we know MMA loves to use the nanny. Are we expecting, the classic? Bell being banned out, of course, so the Piper nanny sort of long range, keep him at arm's length. I don't know how Buzz is banned, so you're not going to be getting it in the face. Or another option they've gone with in the past is bringing out the throwers, and this is a map that throwers can kind of work on, especially with the Brock ban being in there, so he's not going to remove all his cover. Or are we going to go and say the way of a Rico Colt style?
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. Tick is a great deterrent of that lollipop drop, and Leon here is a great option as well. If you're going to go with it, I think you just got to be careful of the placement of your lollipop drop to have it a bit further away from the walls and such. But yeah, I mean, I do like the Tick combining with the idea of the roughs, and I'm not even opposed to a G necessarily, but I think I would personally play it a bit safer. I'd probably go with the Piper, probably go with the Leon, and just kind of have that kind of rangy idea. Maybe even Stu might be a bad shout here, to be completely honest, because that's not banned and often is in the eventuality of seeing these kinds of maps modes coming up. A Sprout wouldn't be a bad shout either. You're going to go for like a thrower, have something to be able to defend things with, and yeah, I mean, there's definitely options. I don't think that just because the Bell's banned here on the Brock that we won't see any of those ideas, but there's definitely some ideas that you can play around with, yeah.
I wonder if they're going to go in like egg or something like that. That's Navi have brought that to the table before. I think on Reply Totem's side of things, I know Soy DeBress has been playing. I can't see with those bruiser bans. I don't see anything bruiser-wise coming out from either team. It's definitely going to be a ranged affair. They're certainly taking their sweet time over it to figure out who's going to be doing what. If you did just join us, well, welcome to begin with. Thank you very much for joining us. You missed two cracking games earlier on. AC Milan Clash versus Free Agents. They won that one 3-0, but don't let the score fool you. It was a very close 3-0. Every set pushed the distance. They then swept Mood Gaming aside, although Mood Gaming picked up a few games as well throughout that set. Navi Blood Diamonds, which we just had. So Navi coming into the back of this, which why we may be having a small delay right now, did go the full distance, double match point. They had to come back multiple times throughout that game over Blood Diamonds, but they did it. They came back. They went 3-2. And more importantly, in terms of placements, that really puts them in it. They're now 6-6, and Blood Diamonds are on 7-6. And to put this in perspective, Reply Totem on 4-7. So Reply Totem, this is a must-win game for Reply Totem to get them onto that 5-7. Then, of course, they have another match to follow this. So this is why we're sort of debating about the Reply Totem results. And this is... Obviously, they're playing Mood Gaming after this, but this is the game that I certainly took a very long time to decide on my prediction about. This is probably the long... I did end up siding with Reply Totem based on, history, but like you guys said, Navi 3-0'd SK last week. They've just beat Blood Diamonds. Navi are on a tear right now.
They are just that. I mean, they had a bit of a rough spell. I think they faced a Clash and SK back-to-back, I think, one time, and it was looking a bit sort of unpredictable, but now they are really coming into their element right now. Reply Totem last week I just kind of had some question marks on because of just how they approach things, and just kind of like the lack of seriousness towards some of those moments, and again, it cost them dearly. So I think it's going to come down, for me at least today, as to what Reply Totem are we going to see. That was what I mentioned to you guys before the show. It's a case of like, I placed my prediction against them because again, I feel like Navi are kind of just continuing this kind of ability to adapt, which we haven't necessarily seen too much of from them in the past, but now we are starting to see some adaptation starting to show in some less stubborn plays. At the moment, again, after the back of that matchup today, beating Blood Diamond is not an easy thing to do, by the way. I mean, again, they've in a great spot. They're third in the leaderboard, so and that could soon be shifting if things continue on. Reply Totem, it really comes down to how they are on the day, and that's kind of like a bit different to what we saw from them last season. They were much more consistent last season. This season has been a bit of a different story. Obviously they've had those kind of issues on the team side with the injuries and such, but nonetheless, you know, you've got to kind of see how you see it. And last week was not the greatest for Reply Totem.
No, it wasn't. And as you said, I'm apparently not comfortable this way around here. What I wanted to talk about was, you're quite ready? You're quite done? Okay, the game's starting. There we go. What I wanted to talk about is, as I say, how serious they're taking this. Are they coming into this thinking, we have to win every game? Or are they thinking it is, oh, well, we're not going to get top 4. Let's have some fun.
Okay, well, I quite like the approach here with the Leon and the Tick and the Piper, but I wasn't expecting more than the ball from the side of Navi, gotta be honest. I mean, this is quite interesting. I wonder, though, if Murray can get Super to be able to break up some of this, how that will fare, but I like the positioning already. The aggression is on the side of Reply Totem. It has to be. They've got to get their supers early to be able to play this.
Well, there goes Lollipop, and that could easily get broken down by Buzz or someone just barging through. They're going to get forced onto the back. I mean, how far back can they go? But now they go. This is the go time. Okay, Alex tries to go in, doesn't manage to make it work for him. In and out, but he managed to break down a lot of the cover there with Mari having to panic and get away from that. Now, that's the kind of their idea. I guess remove the cover, but this is dangerous because they can just get bombarded by Tick in the corner. Alex goes in again, gets the cycle this time up to Mari. Meanwhile, Cubic round the side. This is working wonderfully. And now Mari, they're just like, hey, we don't care. We got the 5 stars. We got the blue star. We're going to back away. And now you're going to come at us again. And look at this. He catches him off guard, catches and forces that super out. Alex, though, should get picked off here.
Surviving, yeah, coming out, yeah. I mean, at the same time, what Reply Totem's been able to do is they've been able to get rid of a lot of the gadgets and supers along the way. So that if this pickup's there, very importantly so, at the moment, now they're going to have less to be able to handle this in the late part of the game, and that's their saving grace on the Reply Totem's side here. There's a load of tick value coming in. They just be very careful of them all. Cubic coming in now, nice jump away. Barry pops the last hurrah, and then actually
that was nice.
Right into the hands of Spider Press, who gets taken down.
Wow, that was beautiful. Absolutely beautiful and planned from Cubic there to sort of dive across, force Murray to super away and says, whoop, over the side he goes. 11-6. Okay, 2 seconds to go. They got to go now. It's not going to happen. Navi, with a very unorthodox setup, come out on top.
I like seeing that stuff. I got to be honest, like to see something a bit new and a bit fresh. It goes a long, long way, especially when it's played well. It's a very tough thing to shake, especially with the gadgets that were rolling in on the side of Navi there in the early game. You know, it looked like it was done and dusted, but it genuinely could have gone either way, I felt. Like if they'd had a bit more map control, a bit more breakage on the side of Reply Totem, then maybe it would have been a bit different story. But Cubic there was playing some fantastic ball, and the heels behind him, he was tearing it up.
Yeah, very impressive to see as well. I want to see if we've got the ball play. Here it is. Cubic gets blown away into Soiderbressa. Thank you very much. Boom, away he goes. Supers away from it. And then, of course, in goes Alex as well, just to finish things off. So, well, if you reply to him, how the heck do you reply to this? That's like, I mean, Navi, I don't think are probably going to bring the same comp out. That's just like a one-trick pony that catches your opponent off guard and then switch back to sort of the tried and tested.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised if you see that comp disappear, for sure. I think it'd be very daring if they do keep it, and very big sign of confidence if they were to keep it, actually. But yeah, there's still the more traditional approach. I think we'll see probably them go towards the Leon, the Piper. I think that these are all brawlers which Navi like to play as well. Cubic will take no hesitation at going towards the Piper pick in the mid, and MMA towards something like a bit more control based or a bit more aggressive. I think we'll probably see it shift back to that kind of same idea that Reply Totem started. At the same time, it kind of leaves the door open for Reply Totem to do something a bit kind of crazy and a bit unique and different. But whether we'll see that from them, I'm not too sure yet. It's kind of still early days. I'm kind of curious to see again. I think I have a bit more of an idea as to what Navi are likely to do today than Reply Totem in that respect. Yeah, I mean, I think Reply Totem, if they just felt they were a little unsure how to deal with it, it's like, okay, we'll just corral them in with the tick and then try and pick them off. They've decided to switch it up, so they've got Gene, Tick, and Ruffs, and they are up against the same, a mirror match all of a sudden. Yeah, and this is the combo I really enjoy still. To this day, I think it can work out really, really well. It's going to come down to a lot of these Gene hands, and Maori is a very, very accomplished Gene, and we tend to see him connecting with a lot of those, and already a nice supply drop coming down from Maru to be able to buff up Soiled Brezza. And actually, on the other side of things, Maori's a bit slow to that side of things, so it's going to be an early advantage in favor of Reply Totem here.
Well, they're dangerous position for Navi to get pinned in like that. Yeah, this is where the ticks really sort of work out. Mari also get Alex down. MMA tries to push out and be aggressive from it, but that was a really nice work from Rapaito to just shove Navi and effectively herd them into the corner.
Yeah, great use of the body blocking there from Maori to get Maori back into full health and in the mix, and the field promotion coming now into players, the HP being buffed gradually over time, taken care of on the side of Navi. Soiled Brezza though and Maori as well are buffed up at the moment, so Maori's pretty just one supply drop away from being able to get everyone in that position here. Ticket coming on the other side of things from Navi, taking care of a game quickly on the side of Reply Totem. There's the final supply drop there going into the hands of Maori.
I would say that Mari's got to be very careful. I can see he's trying to go for a grab, but he's also going to be very careful because if he gets grabbed, it's going to turn the game in Navi's favor. 4-star and the blue star is exactly what Cubic would love to get right now. Cubic just trying to see if he can find the angle for it. 26 seconds to go here as they do try and work those angles and work the magic, and see Soiled Brezza once again trying to slowly herd them into a corner, but they are pushing. Cubic's going looking for the grab. He's going aggressive. 10 seconds to go. Has to push out for it, and that's what he wants. Magic hand still available, still pushing. 5 seconds to go. No damage coming down. Mari's caught in the corner. He's going to go down. That switches to Navi in the last second.
Literally, literally the last moment. My word, that was incredibly close. I had to look so carefully at the scoreline just to see. It was a mess. It was a complete mess.
Wow. I mean, we knew what they were going for. You could tell. It was like anyone could tell what they were going for. It was that 4-star Maori, and they managed to catch him in the corner in the end. And yeah, really well played by Navi. I mean, they timed it. Look at that. 3, 2, 1, got him.
Wow. I mean, again, Navi just played the slow and patient game, and they were rewarded in the last game for it as they were then, and they had to time that well. I did feel like, for me, Reply Totem had a good setup. They had, especially with that kind of roughs idea with that comp, you got to get that early momentum going for yourselves. You got to get the supply drops in early. You got to get those tick heads rolling in and giving you consistent pressure. They got that. They had everyone buffed up. They had the at that point in time the lead. Then the field promotion starting to come into play as well to increase the HP over time. There was so much damage needed to be applied by Navi in those final moments because of all that HP and all that insurance that was placed into practice. So yeah, they played it very, very well. They had to make sure that pinch was on point though. There was a very important moment in that final moments of the game.
So we move on to Julian Beetles. You know, Navi take that one, quick 2-0, and off we go on to the next set. Julian Beetles is a map we've seen, a dozen different comps being used on. It's definitely a map that's been wide open. More recently, we've seen Meg taking control of mid, as well as Sprout being fully used here. It is a map that, you know, can be utilized by multiple comps, as we say, like going back to the SK comps of like they were using Bow on the left lane as well, and you know, obviously with the bans that we've had come in, just to remind you guys, if I can find them myself, it has been, you know, Brock Bell standard, as well as Ash and Buzz, so relatively standard bans this time around.
This is where I'm worried about Poco, to be honest. I was expecting a Poco ban. I wouldn't be at all surprised if someone brings that one in, and again, it determines by what your strategy is going into this game. You can open up the map entirely. You know, a lot of the side of Navi would tend to see like a B coming out of the mix and having some real breakage of the map, some Colt coming into play as well. But I do feel like a Poco Rosa is actually not a bad shout here sometimes. That can struggle if the whole thing is broken up. So, like I say, you know, Sprout's great for control as well. And, you know, yeah, Meg could be a good shout here actually as well.
I mean, we've seen Stews, we've seen Ambers, we've seen all sorts. There's the B, the Byron, and there is the Stew, in fact, coming out for Reply Totem. And look at that cover removed. Goodbye, Navi. All your cover's gone.
Yeah, this is dangerous. I like these bold plays, and we tend to see it more so on Navi's side as the kind of region has those ideas more so in play. And look at the difference. Yeah, and May's still going and juking these shots along the way. Maori is so weak, it's going to heal up on the left-hand side as well. So there's nowhere to hide anymore for Reply Totem.
I mean, that's the power of Meg right there. Soy Debressa just sat there trying to be quiet on Leon in the corner. He just comes in, swipe, removes everything. Everything goes. And Navi take full control. You know, I was questioning whether Reply Totem could come in and take this, but Navi looked like they've absolutely come to win.
Yeah, I would like to see this kind of more, actually. I still really vouch for it. Breaking everything open just can take away so much strategy from your opposition that just don't see it coming. And you've got to have a bit of versatility in that respect. With all this cover down, it's really going to be making so much more redundance on the side of the lollipop drops, on the side of the speed zone, the gadgets, all those things that Reply Totem would like to have had the cover for is now gone entirely. And just Reply, you know, means that they've got to land a lot of these long-range shots, which at the moment Navi are doing pretty well.
Yeah, Totem though are on a bit of a tear here. They've got 1-2. Can they get Cubic down? They will. Got him pinned in the corner. Does finish him off. And now Navi are in this dangerous spawn spiral that could give Reply Totem back all the zone coverage that Navi have been fighting for. MMA in the mech once again, trying to work this through. Cubic, he's got to land some of these shots. That's going to be a couple coming out, but MMA's mech is nearly done out. He goes, he gets pushed in there. Cubic has managed to get Soy Debressa picked off. Maori in there, still very tight, 71 to 78%. A couple of shots could make a big difference here.
I like the comeback potential here from Reply Totem, but now the mid-control back in the hands of Navi. It's just going down, but now Maori's coming in, the heels coming in at the same time. MMA is going to surely go down to this as well, and that is a crucial moment because there's only 3% needed for Navi, but now with full mid-control, Reply Totem are in a great spot to take this game.
I think they're going to take it. I think they've got it. They have. What a comeback. 100 to 97%. A great tight game, and it was all about just those couple of kills. Get them back into that spawn cycle, and they kept coming one by one and not able to take control. Instead, just wait for the rest of your team to get back on their feet and get out there.
I was surprised. I've got to be honest, if you're running B and you got the map open up, that is a golden opportunity to have, you know, to be able to have when your opposition's coming back into the map, land some shots, you just suppress the whole thing. I was very impressed with how Reply Totem came back. Again, the key to that is really the Byron. You've got to be able to assassinate him and eradicate him from the mix because, you know, just having that one brawler in play can keep someone else going on that mid zone. That's where the objective is, and you're able to stay away from that. So, Navi, in my opinion, should have done a little bit better there, I'll be honest.
Yeah, so, I mean, do we see them changing anything? When it's that close, most people are just be like, we just need to play that better. And honestly, I think I'd agree this time around. I was thinking what they could change. You know, yes, you could bring a Sprout, as I say. But, you know, that power that you had with Meg there, you know, once that was taking control, like, that's the big tanky unit you want there holding the point.
Yeah, I mean, and I think also the Reply Totem are going to have to follow suit. I don't think Navi will change. I don't see why they would. They're obviously, you know, wanting to go with that same idea in mind. When you've got that Colt and the B to break everything open, you know, Leon really can't do much. I was surprised. I was really surprised the Reply Totem did as well as they did. Because when you're struggling on that side of things and you're going with a Colt that's not designed to take on that kind of range, you should really struggle more than that. The Byron was a big shout, which they would have, again, been very, very grateful to have brought in. I think they'll be bringing that one in again. It's a great thing to have. But, yeah, I think that they're going to bring in the mech themselves. They're actually going to keep the Stu and the Leon, which I'm surprised to see. But on the other side of things, it's actually going to be quite a good thing for them that they've dropped the B ideas. So back to kind of like very traditional ideas. That the Stu, the Leon, and the Pogo is very much a go-to here.
Yeah, the Stews could be huge as I say that. The MMA's Poco does manage to get the kill down, and there goes Cubic onto Maori as well, and Soy Debressa suddenly finds himself on his own. He is managing to keep a little toe in the zone, but that's all it's going to be, and this is going to be a huge lead for Navi.
Yeah, great takedowns there as well. Support with Cubic is there if needed. He'll burn down a bit, but it's going to heal up organically, and I think rightly so there. Let's see how Alex deals with this. A nice little jump to the side and back into the mid. Gassy Hill coming into play.
Wow.
With a nice takedown on the left-hand side as well. Maori can't really do much here. He's on his own, and this is going to be surely a one and done here for Navi. This is in complete enough control.
Maru finally gets the mech, and it's 88%. It's too late, it's too little, and the mech hasn't worked out for Reply Totem like it did for Navi. They still managed to get through, and well, for Navi, they know they can just zerg in and get a couple of percentage down. That's what they're looking for. That's why Cubic is on the zone. Stealth throws down the lollipop, and there's enough time for the rest of Navi to get in. We're tied up one apiece.
Well, that was quick. That was really, really quick. Again, you know, I like the way that Navi seemed to be not lingering on the past. That for me was a big thing we saw from Navi more often than not, was the inability to shake what had already been happening in the prior games. That was a completely different story. They just went in with again such a radical difference, like not going in with the same strategy at all, but yet they made it work so well. And I think that's kind of like the new revitalized Navi that we're starting to see more and more.
Some speed and some healing, and it worked out wonderfully. Like, they just dominated from the off, they held full control, just a full aggression. And you know, I was looking at Maru on that Meg, and just couldn't do anything. Couldn't do anything. Every time we got near, obviously you want to take a couple of hits, try and get that mech up. Didn't even get a chance until 88%. Didn't even get that mech out. No chance. I mean, in that case, you're definitely switching away. So it's Reply Totem, I would feel, that's making the changes here more than Navi.
Yeah, I wouldn't be at all surprised to see Meg on both sides. Possibly. I mean, again, it didn't seem to be bothering Navi, did it? That's the thing. But they definitely got a liking for it as well themselves. I wouldn't be at all surprised to see, continuations of the healing ideas from either the Poke or the Byron. I do like the Stu, the Leon, and the Poco approach. I do tend to see it more often than not with those speed zone gadgets combined with the lollipop drop, and then Poco just trying to keep everything together. But with Mech coming into the mix now a little bit more, there's definitely some deviations. We're going to see the Jesse coming from Soya Breza. And again, like, just to reiterate the fact that, you know, Clash keep banning it, but this is probably the only place I never expect to see it.
Well, it is going to be the same again. And Reply Totem playing this one definitely more cautious. It's still Navi. They're building up that percentage. Reply Totem yet to really have an impact. You know, we're already at 30%. Totem, they can't just sit back. They have to start to get involved. They're looking for that moment, and now this is it. Bara comes out, doesn't quite work out. It's countered quickly by MMA with the heal there. And now we're at 50% and counting. Reply Totem waiting for the 3 to get back up on the feet. But it's just time is running out. They're so slow, and Alex again on Soy Depressor.
Yeah, you can't be. In Hold Zone, you really can't be. It's hold the zone or go home pretty much. And at the moment, this is such a late time to go on the aggressive from Reply Totem. 85% done. This is over, and we've barely even started. Now we have just absolutely stormed it, and they're now 2 sets up. I don't see there being any other way about it. Nicely done.
Well, I think mine and the audience's prediction have been rubbish today so far. This looks like a second game running that we're going to get wrong. Navi, I should never bet against Navi. Like, I did it once, and I regretted it. And why did I do it again? I don't know. I don't know. It was foolish of me, that's for sure, because they are looking very, very strong here. And throughout that entire game, you know, Navi just held the zone. Like, Totem just didn't. Every time they went to try and get a chance, they were pushing individually. They weren't moving as a full unit, I think, which was the big difference we were seeing there, which is something we obviously have seen from Reply Totem in the past, but they seem a little off right now. But Navi absolutely were on it there. I mean, the stats don't lie, right? They just dominated. They dominated it. Didn't even really need the healing, despite the fact they actually had a Poco. They just didn't need the healing.
I mean, the stats say it all, really, don't they? I mean, just Navi were just more composed, more aggressive, more, you know, objective about playing out the game as it's intended to be. And now a lot of work needing to be done from Reply Totem. And again, this will put them in a terrible spot, really. I mean, they're looking at a potential 4 and 8, aren't they, in terms of their scoreline, and that's going to rule them out, that top 4. So they're going to have to pull out something big. I would like to have seen a bit more hope and promise so far, but as far as Hot Zone was concerned, they just didn't get a look in. Not even a slight little peep. And in fact, the comp that I felt was going to be Navi's best comp was actually turning out to be the one that Reply Totem were able to deal with the best. So I'm surprised, I've got to say.
So we move on to Sneaky Fields next. Obviously, a map we had just earlier on with Clash. We know what this one's all about. We had some very interesting setups, actually. That was against Mood, wasn't it? Clash against Mood. I think was that the Sneaky Fields game? I feel it was when the Mortis just decided to pop off, and then obviously the game decided to pop off as well because the servers just said nope for a brief time, but doesn't matter. Hopefully that's all behind us. So okay, let's talk Sneaky Fields, because obviously we do have the bans of like Ash, which we saw obviously Clash playing earlier on, Buzz taking out Bell, Brock. You know, the Brock certainly can play a part in every map. But doesn't matter here. Are we going to be going back to the tried and tested max speed up a tank of some form, like a Jackie or something like that? Launch them in there. Let's have a look. It's going to be on your screens, and Art can judge willingly from afar. It is going to be the B, Amber, Barley coming out for Reply Totem. The Rosa, there is the Rosa, Rosa, Poco, and Mortis. Okay, I was expecting the max, but it's the Mortis in there, which we had earlier on, and Alex is already going to get Maori down. That's going to be another. Can he finish off Soydebressa? No, couldn't quite. And I have stopped.
I have also.
Bugger. I think it's the word.
To see whether that was the goal or not. I think it should have been, realistically, but maybe enough damage was dealt to ensure the save. I'm still blocked. I'm still frozen. Oh, we're back.
We're back. Yeah.
Lovely.
I mean, we will never know. We will never know. It was a goal. There we go. We're back. It was a goal. I mean, I think it was to be expected, to be fair. But Totem, good chance here. You can see Cubic's going to get burned down on the right-hand side. Alex is going to try and jump on. Maru will get him down. Also caught on Soydebressa there. But MMA instead just looking for the quick goals. Alex going to go over the line. Yes, he does. It's a quick 2-0. Navi on match point.
Yeah, and again, looking so fierce, so strong. I feel like Navi have been putting in the time. You can see it this week. They've been, again, putting in the time all year long, but like the difference is noticeable. It is there. I feel like Reply Totem have not been focusing in nearly as much as they should have, because Navi have just taken it to that next place. And that's just such a crucial time as well, because this game is massively important for both sides. You know, especially with that last win from Navi against Blood Diamond coming into play full circle now as well. And Reply Totem dropping off a little bit. I mean, it's kind of being kind, I feel at this point, you know?
Yeah, and we need to point out for Navi, you know, this is a chance to take third place. Or maybe a second. I don't know if second's actually feasible. It's possible. See how SK do later on today. And that's a big thing, because first will play fourth. I'm assuming that's how it's done. It did in spring, which would be Clash. And I think everybody would like to avoid Clash right now.
Yeah, I think that's a safe thing to say. Yeah, I mean, they haven't lost yet, so there's that. Yeah, I think that's a really, really valid point you make, actually. I think that you want to avoid 100%, and at the moment, Navi look like to be just tying this up very neatly, very quickly. I think the Reply Totem needs to do a bit more this week to be able to continue to remain in that top four. I think this is going to be a key turning point on top of what we saw from last week. Now, I don't see them how they can really come back from this.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's not forget that obviously for Navi, they just took down SK 3-0 last week, so they'll be thinking, yeah, we want to play SK in those finals. Still waiting for the finals to be announced and when and where they are. I don't know if it's public yet, but either way, you know, it is the top four. $45,000 up for grabs. Is it dollars or euros? I'm not sure. But either way, it's 45,000, and a lot of money for these players, honestly. But here we go. Let's have a look. Is this going to be Navi on match point, just taking it quick and easy? It is going to be the spike coming out from Soydebressa, Mari on the B and Maru on the M's. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Tara coming out from MMA as he goes aggressive in there with the Max and the M's.
Fredos in the middle and leaves Soydebressa to put down a super there. He's not running fertilizer, he's running curveball. So I guess just trying to keep the ball locked down realistically here and place down the life plant there for additional support. But I do like the Max, but that was a very quick takedown from Maori. It's the chance that the pass through to Maru could be there. This would be a quick and early goal for Reply Totem, and it is.
Something they needed, that's for sure. Gives them that little edge that they've been hunting for. They're 1-0 down in terms of the games. So, let's see. And I am intrigued by this Navi change. I'm not sure I agree with the lineup they went with. That's nice from Maru. Should be enough to take him down. It's super on super. Who's going to get the most damage down? They both pop each other and neither go down in the end. And now Alex goes aggressive off the back of it, but he's immediately getting running into the cloud from Maru. But QB's got himself full hit points, should be fully armed, and yes, he is. He goes aggressive. He's going to try and wait his moment to jump around the corner. Just Soydebressa doesn't have the super available, and Alex just walks it over the line. The speed of Max delivers.
Yeah, and the combination with the Tara was smart there from MMA. I wasn't sure he's going to break the mid at all with the black hole there, but I think going for that was perfect, and the phase shift was there now. A nice takedown from Mario, surely a great opportunity, but I felt like Reply Totem were going to be able to use that a bit more with some aggression there. Just kind of seemed to fizzle down, and now surely a defensive position for Navi to be able to take care of.
They're looking to try and move it. It's going to be all on Alex. I feel they're going to try and go for that super speed Max through the middle once again, but they have to get the battle on this right channel first. Cubic does come out on top, but he's lost the left side. Soydebressa, a chance for a shot here, and Cubic already realizes it has to head it off there because that was a danger moment.
Yeah, it really was. I felt like it could have gone another way, and MMA just already getting taken down so quickly by Maru. Chance now for the speed to come in, and the pocket for the ball is the only thing they can really do under this position here. Is the nuts are turning in this vice. As yeah, Mario got the super as well to hand. Now we have to pop that and walk towards the ball. He's going to be very cautious though to do so because yeah, that's super coming in. But the shot here perfectly, yeah, thought it can pass it through, but hang about.
Alex gets the super shot and clears the line. Have they got time to spawn out here? MMA already used the gravity, so it doesn't have that back available, but they are all three back on their feet. So a cheeky little pass, but you can see they are getting picked off. This should be a goal. Yes, it is. Beautiful little passing move. And Reply Totem get themselves square on the set, but they still sit on match point.
Well, it's a big turning point there. If Navi were going to be able to recollect themselves off the back of that, I was going to be very, very concerned. But yeah, Reply Totem looked better. I think the B pick was working out far well as far as that side is concerned for them. I think they got to keep it. It definitely made a big impact, especially with the Max. It's a great way to slow down a lot of that speed. So the M's as well, I think, was working better for them. Some very important comp changes, and I think that for that reason, we'll see probably Navi try and mix things up again.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say the comp they selected was setting up to be anti-bruiser, right? That's what they were probably expecting to come through. Bruisers again, and they came in, and it was a really good anti-bruiser scrum. It actually turned out to be a very good anti-comp to what Navi were running, because the Tara was kind of null and void in that game, I would say. So that's probably one change we may well see come into this one. Maybe pull a thrower back out, something like that on the left-hand side, because that spike was causing problems.
Yeah, it was, and we saw the Tara pick not being able to get much value, really. We saw it actually kind of play a key component to scoring the goal, but aside from that, it just kind of felt like it was shut down a lot by the curveball and the spike side of things. So yeah. Definitely some things to think about on the side of Navi there. But, again, they're not in a bad spot at all. I mean, they're in a fantastic position, but don't want to give it any, ability for a comeback. You know, you want to be able to tie this up quickly and not lengthen this out any longer than it needs to go on for. So I think that they'll probably go back to the Mortis. I don't know, it just seemed to work out very well. It seemed to be over very quickly. But again, if we see that B continuation on the side of Reply Totem, that could be a troublesome thing to be able to counteract. So they're going to have to think through carefully, and the mind games now take into effect. So.
Yeah, do they maybe switch back? Mortis, are they going to be thinking, well, they switch away? I mean, the spike's a good counter either way, I think, to anything out there. It's why it was actually banned out, if you remember the last time we were on this map, which was that 3 games ago? We saw the ban for the spike come through. It was Clash versus Mood, so very much banned out for this one, which is what we were talking about. Spike is in a good position right now. I think it's safe to say. It's like, if we do go through, as you were talking about, acute angle, tricky map, that's the next one. Tricky, probably the trickiest gem grab map out there. And then Factory Rush to finish. If we go the distance, that's a long way to go for Reply Totem, who haven't honestly looked at their best so far against Navi. I picked them to win earlier on today. I feel like I've actually, you especially sitting in the seat right there, you picked them to win. You did as well. This guy, he picked Navi.
And I'm fine with that right now. I'm not complaining. Navi are playing better. They just are. But at the same time, they run the risk of dropping a set to Reply Totem here. So I think this is a smart play to go about it, actually, to match the B. bringing the thrower, as we know MMA love to go with the barley pick here. This could be the moment for them to be able to make this one shine. But I do like the way that they had that additional speed before and the aggression. They are lacking that now. They're going much more for control.
Yeah, but I mean, last time I felt Cubic kind of had control. He was running the M's before. Mari, though, getting around the backside. They're going to try and go the other way. They have the ball. That's what the one thing that Totem forgot about there. Now MMA is in a bit of a tricky spot. Is just going to try and keep that ball sustainably down, which is exactly what he's done. He's done his job. He's going to get pressured. That Ems is absolutely going to wreck him there. Maru looking to try and take control here. This is looking dangerous for Navi. As Reply Totem, Cubic comes out on top in that. That's the problem when you face check against the B. He will slap you, or she will slap you down, I should say.
I bet it's got to be more careful of Mari here, because every time he just misinterprets where his positioning is, just gets takedown instantly. It's got to be much, much more careful if they're going to be able to survive this situation here, because he's a key component. He can actually do work whilst on the back foot behind these walls. So a nice takedown there, but in the middle there, Soida Breza and Mari still continue on. And nice finding of Soida Breza there. That's a nice start. They've got to continue this push forwards. The barley is a crucial component really on this comp. You want to have it to be able to push at all times.
Yeah, got to get back on his feet. They have managed to move the ball forward, but all he can hear is that little buzzer bee. Now, here we go. Okay, I was confused for a moment. He's got the healing tonic. I was wondering, I was like, why did he just throw them backwards? Okay, now I get it. That's dangerous. They catch him off. MMA is going to pour Soida Breza back. Nothing you can do. Should walk it over the line. And Alex gets the goal on match point with 30 seconds to go. It's all on Totem.
Yeah, they've got to make something count. They haven't got any additional speed, so they're going to have to go here with brute force and connect these shots. But Navi can just sit back and try to control this, and MMA is doing just that on the right-hand side there. Finding Maru, nicely done. Yeah, there's nothing realistically here that Reply Totem can do. It's just Soida Breza, and there's 10 seconds left.
Yeah, can't run it up the field quick enough. This is going to be Navi taking it 3-0. The pins drop. Alex is happy. Everybody on Navi is happy, and they have looked fantastic for the value today as well. Taking down Reply Totem and Blood Diamonds back to back. I don't think they could hope for more.
I mean, it starts down to 5 and 6. Their endings down to 7 and 6. I mean, that is the best result you can hope for at such a crucial time in the competition, because we've only got one play day left tomorrow. I mean, they are and have performed so well, honestly, against two really strong contenders.
And we mentioned it last week, you know, Reply Totem, they threw it away against Blood Diamonds, and we said that may well have cost them the chances. They couldn't afford to drop another single game, and they would have had still some tough games to go, this being probably the toughest of them, because they do face off against Mood Game in a 3x of the free agents of the other games. But now it does look like, honestly, that it is their chance gone. You know, 8 losses, you're not going to come back from that.
Yeah, and honestly, looking ahead to tomorrow, they've got a game against 3x, but that's the only one left they've got to play. So, and 3x are, have only got 2 wins on the board, so that's already looking as a favourable matchup in favour of Navi tomorrow. What a way to finalise things from the play days. And again, despite the stats as well, because Reply Totem there, more takedowns and great amount of damage, but it didn't translate to what happened. The objective was always something that Navi had a keen eye for, and they made it count.
Now, I'm not going to read too much into the Navi 3x game, because there's a bit of a grudge rivalry in there as well. So it went all 5 sets last time they faced each other. But yeah, fantastic stuff. Navi take both games back to back tonight. So we're going to move on. Reply Totem, they're not done yet. They have to pick themselves up, dust themselves down. They're up against the Frenchman. Mood Gaming up next.
Oh, Piper.
The Piper.
That's Piper.
Nice emoji.
It's a streak right now. It's a run.
Rico, maybe? Actually, I don't know.
What is D? I don't know that one.
Maybe Gale? Gale. Oh, it's Gale.
Gale?
Ah, Gale. Okay.
Oh my, that was hard.
That's Frank?
Frank?
Frank. This is Frank.
Yeah, Frank.
Yeah, it's Frank.
Daryl. This is Daryl.
Daryl? Should be Daryl. Daryl's barrels.
Oh, that real?
Damn it.
Oh my god. The killer Minecraft madness?
What?
I don't know. What is this? Is that Carly, maybe?
8-bit maybe? Actually, I have no idea.
Oh my god. These were hard. Like, some of them were really confusing.
Carl. Oh, okay. Actually, yeah, the pickaxe makes sense.
I suppose I'm the first, maybe. Like, I'm born to win, you know? Like, that's a bit cringe, but... yeah, it's just because of Navi, like, it means born to win, but... maybe first or second?
Actually, I think I only missed 2, so pretty good actually.
Hey, quite good, I guess. I got all of them.
Maybe I've been lucky, or have to get the same tier list that I use, so always join Pedro's stream and copy it.
That you guys need to study harder the game and learn the emojis related to the brawlers.
I keep reaching, I keep reaching and reaching, reaching the top. I keep reaching, yeah, I keep reaching and reaching, reaching the top. I keep reaching and reaching, reaching the top.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is the ESL Mobile Challenge. I'm immediately joining the Is Lethal for this one as we move on to Reply Totem up against Mood Gaming. Bit dour this one, isn't it, mate? I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, what can we say, really? We can say a lot about the teams, but not about their future here in the ESL Mobile Challenge, as Reply Totem has basically confirmed their spot into relegation. It's a shame. It's sad to see. Of course, there is a few bits and pieces they do need to correct in order to make it to the finals. Of course, you know, I do wish them for the best in the future anyway, which I'm sure they'll be able to put on a great performance in the other finals in the next month. But in terms of placement here, we know there's a bit of change in terms of what to be had across the board. Of course, for a different placement in the top 8 here, the ESL Mobile Challenge will get something different. Reply Totem are obviously going to try and solidify that 5th or 6th place spot. Probably 6th at this rate here, as they're all playing against Mood Gamer, who are also in the exact same boat.
Yeah, for Mood, you know, they've shown signs. I think it's safe to say they've shown signs, like even against Clash earlier on today, you know, they were picking up games. It wasn't, you know, like it was a complete stomp, but they certainly had chances in there. Whether DD's going to play or not, it was Gugu, OP, and Rolex earlier on today. I still love that picture. Opie trying to push his muscles out. It's the classic school photo, isn't it? Where
yeah,
like,
it's like a copy cursed.
Took the arms under there and like push the muscles up. Yeah, try and pretend you're cursed. Okay, so the bands come through. Byron, Brock, Ash, and Leon. Leon band out. That's a good one. I like that one. It does leave OP's Mortis open though. Double swoosh center stage, shooting star, summon something required, and parallel play. So we're starting things off double swoosh. All right, Harry. All right, I quite like some of these bands, but it does leave a lot open, like, you know, like Bell, etc. But, you know, with the Leon band, I think it's about time we saw some Leon bands coming through, because it's just been so predominantly strong.
Good, I feel like I'm speaking to Ark. He said the exact same thing. He's like, why is Leon not banned? And you can understand because he always feels like it's either the Stu or the Leon which is banned. And normally, it is normally the Stu band, isn't it? But seeing the Leon band, it's going to be a nice little change here to try and change things up entirely. No Poco, as you already mentioned. We did see it once in the Navi Blood Diamond matchup, which usually came up trumps of that double tank Poco composition earlier on in the previous. I think that was on Gemfall earlier on. So definitely has its uses. There's been times where it doesn't really get valued enough. Sometimes it gets hugely valued. There's not really much middle ground there with that Poco. It just depends on what you do with it. But we'll see this. I'm interested to see these compositions now that the Leon's now banned as well. But we're probably just going to see a hell of a lot more Stu instead.
See, I'm confused, right? I'm just trying to think like where in the maps where Leon realistically would be used. Like double swoosh, yes, okay, maybe, probably in there. But you wouldn't be using him on Brawl Ball. You wouldn't be using him in Center Stage. You wouldn't be using him in Shooting Star. Then the last two maps, yeah, okay, I could see it there. Some assembly required and parallel plays could be put to use. So I would still say, actually, you know, now that I think about it, you're getting way more value from Stu, because Stu can be used, you know, on potentially on the Brawl Ball map as well, and certainly would be used. But as you say, Stu's probably going to come into it now. Double swoosh, obviously, it's a pretty close setup map. This plays, by the way, very well for the Mortis to come out here. So let's have a look, see if he does go straight with that Mortis. The Meg coming out the Bell. Actually, the Spike for DD. So DD is playing. So OP staying on the Gene, though. So Gene, he's been forced to go to the carrier. Game starting, but he's already got 5 gems. But he's just been popped out. Gugu back on the field, though. And that has cleaned out Reply Totem. That's 7 gems going the way of Mood already. Make that 8. And this is looking strong.
Oh, dearie me. Brazier absolutely had his mech hacked down there by 2 of the members of Mood Gaming. Brazier can, anything you can do is just let things drift and just go on and respawn. And already, this is looking very good for Mood Gaming. I'm gobsmacked on this start.
Oh, Totem have just fell apart. They do stop the timer briefly, but that is 10 gems and counting. And we may have joined the game late, but I think we're seeing the crucial part of it, and that is Reply Totem disappearing off the planet, it seems here. Mood Gaming looking very strong in this first game.
Yeah, because, you know, I was talking about like the fact that they can't qualify at this rate, but there's a chunk of change. I'll just have a little brief look. So 8th gets 1500, 7th gets 1750, and 6th gets 2250. But the problem is, though, for Reply Totem, they can't really drop to the bottom 2, but they can't make it to the top 5 either. So they're in a really awkward spot. That's probably why they've been feeling extremely deflated going into this first set. But for Mood, though, they can come 7th. There's no reason why they can't. As you rightly said earlier on, there's been signs of life here from Mood Gaming. I know a bit late to the party, but the adjustments have been working for them here, and we'll have to see exactly how things will go for them. But good start from Mood. A bit of a shocker for me.
Yeah, I mean, the table never really tells the real truth behind obviously the results. You know, if you think of Mood, you think of, you know, they push SK to 5 sets. You know, they just put pressure on Clash. They absolutely can do it. It's just a case of it hasn't gone their way. You know, they had a really down spell in week 2, just the same as Free Agents actually, and 3X. They all had a really bad time in that sort of week setup. And these are the reverse games of that week. And we're seeing the Mood clearly are stepping it up a little bit here. Well, let's not rule them out here. If they take down Reply Totem, it will raise a couple of eyebrows. Certainly for Reply Totem fans out there who are going to be looking at a team going to the Brawl Stars Championships and thinking, what is happening? Speaking to the players, speaking to SK, speaking to Clash coming into this, they were both talking about how this is the perfect practice for them. Get to go into the Brawl Stars Championships. They get to play proper official matches in tense team conditions. And that's what Reply Totem got to use this as now. They can't be sitting there thinking, oh, well, we're not going to make the finals, therefore we'll just do badly, or it just won't work. They need to be thinking, we still have to use this as practice. That is a beautiful pull from OP, and that gives them 5 gems again.
Yeah, you're right. We need to treat this as a tournament scrim at the end of the day. Braze is still staying alive at 122 HP, getting full use of that mech. As you remember last time, when he was in that mech in that 1v2, he was absolutely just pulled apart. But this time around, he's not going to get sandwiched in that left lane, just biding his time, just trying to do what he can to abuse that one tile space, but not going to happen there. It does get cleaned up as DD and OP now just trying to hold him to the left-hand side. Gugu's actually got the bottom angle too with great range on Mari, but Mari's just diving on in. Mori does clean up. Braze is pushing in the left lane with the mech once again. And this is an entirely different story. Gems on the ground, but trying not to risk the pickup as of yet. Pull comes in, Gugu goes down, there's only DD left standing.
Nice pull from Mari. And finally, Reply Totem with the lead, but OP does have Magic Hand ready and available, and he's looking for his time to get hold of Mari with it. Has to just step away briefly, respect the fact that Gugu's under a lot of fire, actually, from Mari. And taken incredibly low, still manages to come out on top, actually uses the pull on Soydebress's mech. Not sure on that one, OP. I gotta be honest, no, that was just a bad call, but he has managed to get the grab back up. Let's see if he can go for it. He's got to try and find him. Tries to go for it. Instead, it's going to go the other way, and it will be Reply Totem picking up around.
Nice. Completely different opposite end of the spectrum there from Reply Totem. Turned that around massively. Maybe they just caught their trousers down in that first game and didn't expect such attitude coming out from Mood Gaming, really, which was a little bit of a shame. On the other occasion, they chipped on their own shoelaces, especially in that left lane in the first game. But this time around, much better performance overall.
I mean, it was still a grab back and forwards, which I think would have told the difference. Yeah, like you say, I think Maru did better on the bell this time against Gugu. So had sort of the more of a control over there, and as you mentioned, Soydebressa was dominating this left channel. He had full control on the Meg on that left channel. So now it's down to Mood. They've come back both games, both teams, exact same comps. This for me is the difference, right? The difference between the big teams that are doing very well at the top and these teams. We were talking about it from Navi today, right? We were talking about their ability to change. It's very impressive. They can change it up. In the past, we would look at them and they've been very stagnant in what they bring to the table. We go back to the mirror matches and blah, blah, blah. It gets a bit boring. We've seen them changing up to great effect. This is what we need to be seeing from Reply Totem and from Mood. And Mood especially, because Mood really fall into this gap. And that's obviously the danger of when you don't have a coach in your ear sort of saying, okay, guys, let's think about this. This is what we could change.
Yeah, I feel like for Mood now, adaptation is going to be key for them. They need to be a little bit more proactive as well. We've seen on the odd occasion where instead of like recovering or leaving someone go by, they could focus on someone else and then create a 2v1 scenario or some other kind of numbers advantage. We haven't seen a lot of that as of yet, but we are seeing a little bit more of it compared to what we saw, I would say, like a couple of weeks ago, where literally they were getting slapped around on a number of occasions so far. So we need a bit more role reversal from Mood Gaming to try and do exactly what Reply Totem are doing, just trying to find these little weaknesses to try and get behind them. But the thing is, though, I don't mind them sticking together too much and holding positional angles or advantageous angles. But the problem is, at some stage, they need to make some of these vital pushes. I feel like they hesitate on the odd occasion.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems that way. I wonder if Mood are going to switch back to some of the old tried and tested. At the moment, Opie's being that gem carrier. It does surprise me. I know he's normally the guy that likes to go in. Whether that's because Diddy's playing instead tonight, so he's reverted back. I don't know the dynamic of the four-man setup for Mood, but it does seem that way. Whereas I feel that he is often better as the aggressor rather than the gem carrier.
Yeah, OPE is normally the kind of guy who's on the front line, isn't he? He's the one who normally starts the getting the engagements going and actually start making work for his team to create those game-changing decisions, which we all know and love him for. And yeah, it is a little bit peculiar as well, because considering Gugu's now playing the Bell still, and we've got the bow coming out here. Okay, so that's obviously a massive change as it is, and we're going to see how this is going to work for them. But it looks like for Reply Totem, they're going to stick with it, because in all fairness, in that left lane, Brazier has done a great job with the Meg. Not in the first game, but definitely in the second.
So, I mean, they've changed the channels around, right? So they had the Bell. Mari did do very well against Gugu a moment ago, so they've switched it up. So Gugu's decided, okay, you know what, I'll go up against the Meg. The Meg gets the swipe in there, sorry to Bresser, and it hasn't worked. So there we go. I mean, that was the plan, right? Gugu's gone back over to that left side. They're going to try and double up on it. But Didi has put pressure onto Maru, but so far, not so good.
Yeah, Maru needs to really pull back now. He's really put himself in a bad position. He just managed... Oh, he's gone actually straight back in. Okay, so he actually doubled back to go for the trade instead. It did work out his favour. Very risky, but managed to pull it off. I suppose with his movement then, it was going to be quite predictable. But look at this, Brazier pushing him with the Meg, trying to get his own back for the sandwich or the pinch which they got on him earlier on in the mech, but tries to do it himself though. But in the end, does lose that gem. But the countdown still starts, and I don't think he needs to worry too much, because for Mori, even though he needs to pull back, the grab comes in, and look at that. Meg is in the mech, and that is going to be it.
So this was all Soiderbresser. Soiderbresser's neck ball with the Meg around that left side, but he just pushed it round, pushed it round. OP was just sat there. He had the magic hand available. He was waiting for him to just step forward and go for that grab, because he was well in range and he was just waiting. But the fact that Soiderbresser came around the side just flushed him out. That just ruined the entire plan that Mood had set in place. And because they had no answer to Meg all 3 games. Like, even in the first game when they actually came out on top, they still didn't have an answer to. So as soon as Soiderbresser got control, that was that. Reply Totem turn it back around and take the first set 2-1.
Yeah, Brazier gate crashing on their, you know, potential win there. I wouldn't say win, but in terms of actually getting advantage, absolutely.
There you go. Look,
I think that first game...
OP's just stood there waiting. He's waiting to get that grab on Soiderbresser. But Soiderbresser comes around the back, and then Mari's like, I'm coming in to the last gem.
Well, this is it, isn't it, though? Because I remember you were talking about, like, the first game as well, but I think that was just unlucky. Like, if he wanted to defeat Meg in that left lane, they had to get a huge advantage, and it was going to be unlikely it was going to happen again, especially against the likes of Reply Totem. But look at that, though. 8,059 more damage on the side of Reply Totem. Beautiful stuff there. We definitely noticed it a lot more, especially during that second game. And they're doing wonders once again. It was weird to see Reply Totem come off to such a soft and brutal start by Mood Gaming. And I was thinking to myself, okay, maybe these little improvements that Mood Game have made over the last couple of play days could really show some of that off to Reply Totem. But no, Reply Totem completely shut that down.
Yeah, woke them up a little bit. It's like, hang on, guys, we're not losing to Mood here. We just lost to Navi. We're not losing to Mood as well. Honestly, I think game 1, if you were to reflect back on it, it was basically down to the magic hand grabs. He managed to get the magic hand on Mari when he had, I think he had 5 gems, which is what gave them really pretty much the game overall. But here we are, onto center stage, bringing different comps out. The Mortis is back out for OP, as we would expect it to be. Meanwhile, the Rosa and the Poco also for Didi and Gugu. I like this. They're focusing so much on the Mortis that they're ignoring the fact that Didi's getting around the side there. Gugu to lay the ball forward. Mari, can he do enough? The heal comes through. No. Just walks it over the line.
Oh, dear me, this Poco double tank composition is going to definitely cause them a little bit of trouble. But with the Rico, they could hold them back, though. It's just a matter of how much pressure Mood put on there. But the problem is with the Mortis, it's so tough to deal with. And how can you even put yourself in position at that point? That's going to be a easy game there for Mood. But this is the problem, isn't it? When you've got the Mortis alongside the Poco and the Rosa, what can you do at this point? It's extremely difficult. They weren't given a chance at all.
And this is why I was surprised. Because, like, as much as we like to say OP is a bit of a one-trick pony, no, he's bloody good. He's really good on Mortis.
He's got great Mortis
He's
on
really
it,
good on Mortis. And I was surprised that he was forced into the gem carrier role in the last game, because I think Mortis could have worked in that last game. Yeah, it wouldn't have worked against Meg, but it absolutely would have worked against Bell and Jean. He definitely could have pressured. And with the way the map is on double swoosh, there's plenty of bushes in there. He could have got around the right side and put a lot of pressure on and really upset the whole Totem setup. Instead, they decided to stay the exact same comp 3 games running, which, you know, again is sort of like, that's the difference. That's the mentality you get locked into when there's not another voice in your ear to saying, guys, maybe we should think about this if you're sort of all internalizing effectively. So they need to look forward. Sorry, to carry on. They need to look to the next map. I expect them actually to probably stay pretty similar, actually. It's down to Reply Totem to switch it across to find something in there, maybe an EMS or something like that. Or maybe they go with the bonkers, wacky-jacky max combo.
Actually, do you know what? I was going to say that anyway. I was going to say the M's will be a great pick right now, but what doesn't change the fact that Mood will just switch to something completely different? You know, this is the problem.
Yeah.
That kind of comp, you know, in overtime, done for. Like, there's nothing he could have done. Of course, for Mortis, you need a bit more patience if he did bring it out on the first set, but this set will be perfect. Just literally just hang behind the Rosa or just let Rosa just go in and not initiate the damage, but at least to tank or put the pressure or be the distraction in the left lane. And of course, OP, you can take advantage of it every single time. He can smell blood in the water pretty much 9 times out of 10 when he pushes that right lane. So it does look like, but Mood Gaming would be sticking with the same comp, but Reply Totem has switched to the B, to the Spike, and they've also switched. Okay, so we do have the M's as well, though, but the problem is, okay, almost scored it, but I think this is a good composition for Reply Totem to work with against this comp.
No, it's perfect. And this is the, I would say the biggest difference right now between, you know, your top teams and your nearly teams is the fact that they just came in and said, oh, that worked, let's do it again. Whereas the top teams were like, that worked. Presser pops the super shot off, and yeah, nobody was focusing on actually defending there. But yeah, they're coming in with the exact same try and test it. But the problem is there is a massive counter against them now, and Totem just have him completely countered.
Yeah, and looking at OP just trying to get round him, but he's actually completely given up at this stage. But this is the problem, you see. This is the problem that the Mortis is going to have. With the Rosa now to push up as far as he would like to because the M's dealing that damage or keeping him at bay, especially having a thrower on your team. OP is not going to have as many chances. He could just go straight in now, possibly. But the problem is, look, you know, already straight away trying to stop it. They're going to pass it in onto them on purpose just to try and take him out, which they have done. Indeed, is going to be the last person left standing as Reply Totem are going to be looking to put this in. Nicely done here by Maru. And that's going to be not as quick of a set compared to what Mood Going bought, but a great counter in order to deal with that composition.
And that right there is the difference. You know, bring the same comp, you're going to get countered. You're going to get countered 100%, and they just could do nothing about it. That was Reply Totem answering it absolutely in kind, saying, this is the counter to your comp you just beat us with. If you do the same, we will slap you. And they did just that, 2-0. So now Mood are just going to be like thinking, okay, how do we counter that? They sort of like back in their own brains again. And, you know, they can't go with the tried and tested. It doesn't work. Now, they could maybe speed things up with the Max, who knows? You know, the fact is the classic B came out, the classic Spike, and, you know, everything sort of ground to a halt along with the Tara. Literally everything there, like the gravity from Tara, stop you. The super coming out from the Spike, stop you. It's like it perfectly counted. Really well played by Reply Totem to turn that around. Now, for them, like, do they bring the same, or do they expect to try and read into the changes that we can come out? I think we're probably going to see Spike change. Stay, sorry. Actually, to be honest, I think we can see Totem stay the same. There's no reason why not to, because it counters quite a few things.
Yeah, I was going to say, for the composition of Reply Totem, not only does it counter that entire composition for Mood Gaming, but at the same time, it's a safe variety of brawlers to use no matter what comes at them at the moment here. So don't be surprised if they make just one change potentially, because they probably will expect Mood to change entirely. But no, it looks like they're sticking with the exact same. But on the other side, though, for Reply Totem, it looks like they're going to be sticking as well. So fine, fair enough. This is going to be Reply Totem loving it.
The classic mind games, right? If they might change, so if we change, it will cause us the problem. But if we don't change, it will work out well. You know, okay, so DD, can he walk it over? He should be able to. No, it doesn't work out, but OP still manages to just about squeeze it in there.
Yeah, can't it fine there, but at least it does solidify that goal. Totem let him get a little bit too offensive too early there, and of course Mood Gaming did not hesitate at all as OP does take down Maru. Great start from him. Oh, he's getting a bit too tempted to push all the way around, but as he's dealing with that, though, the other two players are literally quite far back here, as already Totem is able to try and kick that away, but Rose is pushing straight in as Braze is taking down DD. Gugu is now trying to at least try and push on in, but Maru's already cleaned him up. OPE is still doing a great job against Mori, and Maru's just going to try and slide in if he can, which he manages to be able to and tie this up.
Tight. Match point then. And set point for both teams here. Maru cannot deal with OP at the moment. If he can get on him, but if he can't get on him and he gets the help of Mari, that will absolutely work in their favor. Gugu realizes he has to back away from this one. Didi should be able to slap Maru down, but has to use the super in the process, and Mari is getting the free shots off at the moment, and nobody can deal with Soy de Bressa on Spike.
Never can, as the ball now just coming in the bottom left-hand side. OP now is looking to try and pick up soon, but seems to be having a little bit of trouble with Brazier there. Maru's taking down Didi, so that's not going to help. Oh, Gugu's actually very weak as well. It's only OPU who can really make a difference, and that's exactly what he's doing. Just keeping the ball well away to give his teammates enough chance to come up on a respawn and try and make some magic happen. But at this rate, at the moment, Maru's just putting it onto his opponent's side. Mori's going to look to try and defend as much as he can onto his left lane, but stops OP in his tracks. Gugu's going to be the last one. Surely this is going to be it, though, but Brazier's only done a fair amount of damage. Gugu looking to recover, but the thing is, though, 10 seconds left, and if it goes to overtime, I'm going to be severely worried for Mood.
Yeah, no, they're just waiting for the overtime right now, so as soon as that wall goes down, they can just punt it in there. You can see Soy de Bressa is just sat waiting. As soon as it goes down, there we go.
Lovely.
Yeah. You can see that coming a mile away, and there's nothing they can do about that one. Totem, and you could see what kind of OP had like one little gambit where he could have he used the super kick and then the dash. But the problem is, Totem saw it coming a mile away. So I don't know if we're going to get to watch it or not, but either way, it was Soy de Bressa just sat there. It's like, you're going to dash right to there, bam, drop the spike right on top of it, and it stopped the play dead in one play on far move. And that's really all the gambit they were going for.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense as well. I will say that good effort from Mood considering the composition they were up against, but again, their fault for, I wouldn't even say it's their fault, but they just tried their luck hoping that they'd assume that Mood were going to switch, but they didn't need to because the composition they had is safe. Even if they did change, it's still a safe comp, but you know, just too much of a risk there. Oh my god, look at the damage difference as well. I did not expect that in the slightest. 170,146. That is absolutely absurd in terms of a difference. I thought that was a bit wrong, or maybe there should be a correction there. Maybe it's combined both sets, but that is ridiculous.
Yeah, no, it's obviously the power of a Rosie. You've got to beat the shield down, right? And the multi stashing on you, and that's obviously the spike laying it down, everything being laid down on top of it. So yeah, you know, just well played by Totem in the end there. So they go 2-0 up in the set now, despite looking a little bit shaky in there. You know, it's still looking good for them. It does mean we move on to the third map and possibly the final map. It is Shooting Star up next, the bounty map. Just to remind you guys of bans, I know you get them in chat as well. It is Byron Brock, banned out by Mood, and Ash Leon, banned out by Reply to them. We're getting straight to the game.
Yeah, this is going to be stale if there's no Brock. We're going to see, yeah, the tick Nanny and Viper. We're going to see the other side. Yeah, it's going to be exactly the same. This is pretty traditional, pretty standard, textbook comp, and without the Brock, of course, we're going to see this kind of stalemate situation happen here. So it's all about the battle for the center and who can get the blue star early, and Maru's going to be on who grabs it first. Gugu's taking a huge risk. I cannot believe he actually managed to get away with that.
Yeah, and it was just sidestepping, worked very well and paid off for him, but the peeps coming for him, and there we go. Takes him down. Blue star goes over to Totem, and now they can just sit and defend. We'll see how this one works out though, but I don't think either of the team want to defend here. It looks like they're going quite aggressive, and Maru trying to force them away from the cover there and gets OP! That should not happen.
No, it shouldn't at all. Then that means that Reply Totem will have a 3-star lead and a blue star to the name. Gugu's getting it taken down as well. I don't know why he was so aggressive there. I think he felt like he could maybe cause a bit of trouble onto Mori, because obviously with the bounty he has 4 stars. It would have been a great way to bring this back from Mood, but that's too much of a gamble there. But saying that though, Gugu's taking down Brazier, so he's caught up just a tad, scraping by, 3 stars behind still. And I must say, this is getting a little bit more chaotic than I expected, considering how Shooting Star normally progresses.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, let's not forget, right? Obviously, Reply Totem were beating Blood Diamonds in their setup. They're very good in Bounty, and you can see paying off for them. It was them that threw the game last week on Bounty. It wasn't this map, but they are dominated now, 15-9. And Soida Bressa continuing to do work. Mari, though, is the man they are hunting for right now. 5 stars on his head. But for Mood, they can't get out. They can't chase it. They are just getting pummeled in the corner.
Yeah, they honestly are. There's no doubt about it. It's very rare you see a lead like this on Shooting Star. It really is. Even 7 stars with the blue is still quite a fair amount. And that's going to be a huge worry here. It means Reply Tournament are going to be a match point, and I don't think we're going to see many of them either, because that was just a couple of major errors there from Mood.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of default comp. We're not going to get any changes in the comp. It's just a case of who aims better. Gugu did very well there. Yeah, as I said, I watched Asia earlier on today on Purple Paradise, and it was just completely different comps. I didn't expect them at all. They were all close range sort of brawlers. It was just like, what is this? I'm used to Piper, Nanny, Bell. What's going on here?
They wanted the fisticuffs, didn't they? It's fine.
Well, it wasn't even bruises. It was like just close. It was like Max in there and Leon and stuff like that. And
okay.
What was the weird ones I remember seeing? Oh, Gale was on there and stuff like that. Gale and Griff and stuff like this on Purple Paradise. It's like, this is great.
I would watch AP more often.
I know. That's what I thought. I thought I really enjoyed this. Something completely different. But then here we are back on the classic European bounty side of things. And yes, it's back to Nanny, Tick, and Piper with the Bell ban. It was Bell ban, not Byron. Was it Byron ban or Bell both? It was Bell both,
it
wasn't it?
It was Byron, Leon, and Ash.
Oh, so Bell isn't banned. Okay. I'm surprised Bell wasn't being played, actually.
Yeah, that's actually quite true. But then again, it's always Piper, Nanny, Tick every single time. If Brock is not banned, then of course Tick's replaced. It's pretty much as simple as that, really, isn't it? You know, it's very, very box standard. I always prefer the Brock being played because we get to see a lot more elements of individual plays and aggression coming out. But it's just very, very standard. It's a very nice, slow, calculated, methodical approach. But if you like that, you know, it's great. It's fantastic. I think it's nice that these teams are being a little bit more aggressive than normal compared to what we normally see here on Shooting Star. But Mood, they need to play like they want it, because I feel like they haven't the last few games. We saw, I don't know who's playing the Nani in the left lane for Mood, but kind of overstepped the mark twice, getting a little bit desperate, and there was no reason for it. Yeah, sure, someone may have a little bit more stars in terms of their bounty on their head, but that shouldn't really give you the encouragement to make such a overzealous push. But you know, hopefully we'll see less about it's very difficult to call, because even then with Mood, even at quite a, you know, I wouldn't say heavy disadvantage, but a decent advantage anyway, they just keep giving it away to Reply Totem. It's like they were wanting to lose it on stage. Absolutely, yeah. It's I don't know. They were so quick to start the last game, and now they're just they're taking their sweet time. It's like, okay, maybe they are discussing the fact that, you know what, we're on match point here, boys. We might need to change something up. But honestly, I don't think they are going to change something up. This is why it's taking. I'm surprised it's taking so long, because they're gonna turn up with the same mirror comps once again. There's nothing going to change. They just need to set the game up and go. Yeah, unless it's not going to be the Tick, Nanny, and Piper, then I don't know what else you're going to do, unless you're do an absolute drastic change. I mean, do they go Poco? Do they go, you know, OP suddenly brings Mortis out, and then Buzz maybe, like just something to just pile in? That's about the only thing I can think of, which, you know, which could get stopped by an aggressive comp and keep them on maybe, spawn. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe. We'll see. Okay, no. Oh, what a surprise. It's a mirror match. Well, how did that take them so long? Guys, come on. Oh, I don't know, but Gugu's at least given Mood a bit of a chance here, but Mori needs to be careful. He's in the left lane, he's in a little bit of trouble and managed to stay alive, but actually takes down OP straight afterwards here. Beautiful stuff there from Mori. It was going from knocking on death's door to coming up with a win there, which is something that normally see every day. It's OP now just trying to get a couple of shots onto the center. Mori's taking down Gugu, and I must say, doing a nice job filling up that kill feed. Yep, it's well, position is normal, right? So, ooh, that's Maru got a little lucky with that one, but 8-2 up, removed all the cover. What are you going to do about it? Peeps going looking onto Maru quite easily for that one. He
Gonna return to sender. Looks like it. Yep, straight into OP. He wasn't followed up by Maru though, but look at the pressure on the right side. Gugu trying to go aggressive, trying to make it work. Does manage to force him away. Homemade Recipe comes in, and Soydepresser backs it up with a shot of his own. Tap in for days.
Good job by Maury. He's not overextending. He knows that OP was probably just waiting for him here, but actually misses 3 shots in a row here. This is not good for Maury. He just pulled all the way back here. Don't get me wrong, he had a great first couple of minutes, but things have changed a bit now. He had 5 stars to his name, manages to get away here. Needs to be careful, those OP. No, it's not going to happen here. But look at Gugu, though. He's on the far left-hand side, trying to flank up. But look, already Maury's taken down DD once again.
Yeah, Gugu's gone. DEP's managed to get one, but he's not going to get away with his life. But he got a second, actually. That paid off. Got Soydepresser down, so that worked out well. It is still Reply Totems to lose, which, you know, I say that to lose because they have done it in the past, and they've done it again. 23 to Mood, Reply Totem. I wouldn't say they've lost it like giving it away, but they've definitely lost it by a push and pressure from Mood. It ain't over yet.
No, not yet. No, we thought it was going to be. We're literally just counting down the timer, but there we have it. You know, it was quite unexpected. A little bit surprised there, considering they it was a 2v3 scenario in favor of Reply Totem when there was like the countdown started. So I'm surprised we've got this so quickly, and we even gave them a chance to push into the center there. A little bit of a shock, but Mood Gaming keeping themselves alive here, but they've got a tall order. It's a long, long run as they now got to try and claw back, not just in this game, but also 2 more sets afterwards as well. As you can just see in that final moments where Gugu took down Maru there, and even then still finished up both those players. And I do feel so for Maury. He did such a great job valuing his life, just keeping himself away from the rest of the move. But in the end, it came to the dying seconds there.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say Reply Totem were a little lapsadaisical. We'll go with that one. There we go. We'll throw some words together. In the middle part of that game, I was watching, I think it was Soydepresser on the Piper on the right-hand side, was just getting very, very, very aggressive. I mean, in fairness, they were just trying to use the tick to corral him in, but he went way, way deep. You know, he used his super to go forward, which is always a bit of a danger sign in itself, to see if you could get in their faces, and kind of gave it away. At the same time, the nanny on the left side lost out, and that's when we saw the tick having to back away. So definitely a little too aggressive, perhaps, there in a game that they really should have just won and done. And got on with it, you know, get on with things, because we've all got more games to cover here tonight. Let's see, are they going to bring out the mirrors? Yeah, of course they are.
Yeah. No change to the story, but we are going to go to the final game in this set. Gugu now already takes some presents, so nice little start for them. Maru does help out a little bit with the blue star, but Didi's pushed up quite far enough. He's trying to do more damage onto Maru, doesn't get it, but manages to get away with his own life in the end, which is a bit of a shock. As Brazier also weak on 1400 HP, but Gugu, fancying his chances, takes advantage of it.
So they've changed the channels around, and we noticed. Maru's decided to go right side against the Piper, whereas the Gugu against Soydepresser. So they've decided to go Nani with Piper either side. It's Totem to force this change, and that has paid off now for Mari there. Absolutely. And it's given Soydepresser just that small bit of cover to the push up. That's a great shot, though, from OP to catch Mari down. And now the pressure onto Soydepresser. Not able to push any closer forward. Just got to wait for Mari to respawn.
Certainly does. Reply Totem with the star leads. I do like the decision-making from Mood this time round. I feel like the decision-making, they've been a lot less careless, but a lot more thoughtful on how they're going to approach this setup from Reply Totem. So I'm already liking this already, as Mood Gaming is going to try and ride this momentum. Already the Piper there, you can see from Brazier already taking a lot of damage there. Mori just on the front line, they're just trying to keep him at bay to stop him from approaching that left lane. Brazier comes out once again. Good dodge on from Gugu's last shot. But still, though, this is looking good for Reply Totem. Got back center control, still keeping them at bay here. And with anyone's guess, you'd think that Mood Gaming are the ones with the disadvantage. But now Mood Gaming do have the advantage, and they'll be pulling all the way back.
Gotta push, see what they can do. Nothing. That is going to be Mood catching Maru off. Mari's going to go down, but he's managed to get OP picked off, and the blue star. It's a hit and run from Reply Totem, and they are absolutely running body blocking all the way to the bank, and they will take the series 3-0. An absolute snipe coming out from Maru.
As if it happened, both of them were, what, like on 10, 15% HP, if that, and still got away with it. I thought that was literally, again, another done deal. But no, it's not. Mood Gamer will not be surviving any longer. They do get taken down, and it does mean that Reply Totem have come out on top 3-0. I would say, yeah, I'm not going to talk too much about it. I'm not going to dissect it too much, really. It was what we expected, wasn't it, in terms of prediction, especially scoreline as well.
Absolutely. But Mari, sorry, not Maru it was Mari that got the snipe away. You can see it right here. You can see he's on 436, gets the kill on OP. Thank you very much. Blue Stars ours. Goodbye. And runs away. And you can see how tight it was in terms of like kills, damage, healing. It's all tight. You know, there's just 2,000 between them in the healing, 4,000 in the damage, and just the 1 kill differential. So Reply Totem in the end, though, do take the series, and Mood Gaming, it's another close one for them, but it's another 3-0 for them. And it's unfortunately, you know, they've put in a good show, I would say, this ESL Mobile Challenge, but unfortunately for them, it does seem that they may well be bottoming out the table now.
Yeah, it looks like they will be. Bit of a shame. Shooting Star, you don't really see it within, or sorry, over the 10k damage mark really between both teams, because it's always the same lineup, same situation happening every single time. Bit of a shame, but we'll see how Mood Gaming do in the future, because I haven't really got many matches left now anyway.
No. All right, we're going to go to break, ladies and gentlemen. When we come back, it's going to be SK Gaming up against 3X. We'll see you in a few.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. We are on the second to last match here and it will be between SK and 3X. And guess what? We've got double versus 3X as they'll be playing against FA as well. Joining me is the lovely Ark. I am pointing the wrong way around. There you go. But yeah, this is going to be a tough one, isn't it? I think a lot of people in their minds in these next two matches will go 3-0. Why? 1, 3X haven't really got anything to play for anymore. And 2, it's SK and it's FA. SK, you know, a dominant force, of course, in the EU region. And FA, they're looking to try and seal the deal. Well, not seal the deal, but try and edge their way, of course, to try and make it into the top 4 for the qualification spots here. But I'm not going to count 3X out just yet. They can still try and play 7th to get, you know, a little bit of chunk of change here to add to the tally here. But the problem is, though, 3X, sometimes they've been in a slump, but sometimes they've shown some promise. But this season, it's been really tough for them.
It has been a bit. It has been a bit. They have just not quite got into a rhythm this time round. And you know, a brand new roster. There's Storov and BBG is coming together with Dark and Kagami. You know, you never really necessarily know how it's going to go out. And it just hasn't quite been, I think, what they were hoping for. They're sitting on a 2-8, you know, 8 losses to the 2 wins. And that's a rough one, to be honest. And when you're up against SK Gaming, yeah, that's going to take a lot. I mean, you know, SK, to be fair, have had a bit of a rocky season as well to some extent. They've had a lot of 3-2s. Definitely not the sweeps that we were kind of expecting to see from them. They're on 8 and 3. So there is a possibility of an upset today, I'll be honest. I mean, we saw last play day, you know, going back to there where Navi got the win 3-0, and we were all kind of surprised to see that. And FA were able to get a set, but not much more than that. But at the same time, it's definitely not the same SK that we're used to seeing. It's just about whether, you know, we might see an upset here with 3X. Like you say, Lethal, the question is, you know, are they going to be bringing everything to the table today, considering that they can't really do much more than put up a good fight?
Okay, so it seems like Ark is feeling a bit exotic with his choices here in terms of predictions. Like it, I do like it though. But what I also like is all these as well. Safe Zone, Nuts and Bolts, Ring of Fire, Gem 4, and then Sneaky Build. Of course, SK will be quite happy with Nuts and Bolts there. As we look at the Banzo, Brock and Sprouts, and for 3X we're going to have the Stu and the Byron. So of course we've got the Bell available, we have the Poco as well. I would say going back to the standard, I feel they're like.
Yeah, I mean, SK bringing out the Sprout ban, no surprises there alongside the Brock. That's pretty much their go-to kind of bans right now, and the Stu and the Byron. Kind of surprised a little bit to see the Stu, but I again still vouch for the fact that it's a viable ban to have. I still think that it's underbanned at the moment, similar to like the Leons and the Spikes and others like that. So if it's into that category for me, yeah, I mean, Ash is now available. Bell is for sure. I still think though for Safe Zone, I'm not sure we'll see much Ash, to be honest. I mean, it's still, for me, I think the meta is very much going to be sitting with that kind of Colt, Piper, and Nanny idea, although I still also like the go-to of the Poco, the BB, and the Max as well. It can be very difficult to shake that one. So at SK, I wouldn't be surprised to see them bringing out that kind of Poco, BB, and Max idea. They do like and enjoy using it. I think the Nanny is much more the side of 3X. But yeah, I mean, nonetheless, I think this kind of series of bans quite unusual to see. Again, like Sprout opens up some possibilities elsewhere, as well as the Stu. So the Byron being banned is quite key, though, I would say, with regards to Ash being available here.
And you saw it just down below, though. Why do you think Ark likes B so much? Hashtag ESL Mobile on Twitter. Please let us know why or how you feel. He has to mention B on almost every matchup. But do you know what? We've seen her a couple of times, actually. Actually, do you know what? I remember a couple of weeks ago you mentioned her, and then no one was really using her that much. But we've seen a lot more of her, actually, funny enough, today, speaking of the Devils. So at least, you know, your prediction in terms of why they're not being used or why she's been underused, you could say. It seems like they're bringing more to the table since you said that. So clearly, you know, they're listening. They're trying to make you a happy boy. And now we're going to see, yeah, the standard. The Piper, the Nani, and the Colt. It's like watching Shooting Star, but for this match, pretty much, from Safe Zone. But let's see what happens here. It looks like going to be going into each other's lanes. And let's see who's going to get the early advantage here to try and sprinkle a little bit of damage onto the safe.
I can tell you now, with a potential tank meta inbound continuing on with the balance changes coming into play with the new update, you're going to see more of B as well. So that only pleases me more so. But at the same time here, I wouldn't advise it. It's a brawl which you want to have in the right circumstances. Here, I do think it is about the Colts, the Pipers, and the Nannies as well. No side damage on either side at the moment. No supers yet either on either side. So that's still to be earned realistically. A lot of the map broken up, but still a long way to go in terms of any kind of aggression. We want to kind of see the peeps being come out to play relatively soon.
Certainly is. Jetton's feeling a little bit leery here in the right lane. Wants to try and make the push if he can, which he has done a little bit more damage onto BBGs. Dark's taking a huge amount though. Saying that though, the trade comes out a little bit surprised, but okay, no worries at all, as they've already gone to the other side. But with 2 guys on the safe instead of 1, I think we could tell here already. Semantic's just going to push stop Rob all the way back into the left lane. Skyrix comes back for him. Lovely stuff there. But there's still a player in the top right. It's going to be Jetton causing a little bit of havoc there in that right lane. Finally gets cleaned up. It will be 3x with the disadvantage though. Only by 12%, so there's not really a huge amount in it as of yet. But look at Semantic. He just wants to feel the kill feed once again, doesn't he? But Skyrix has got there before him as the trade comes out. Semantic, there we go. There's his turn, but he gets traded out at the same time. But the main important thing is though, it did an extra 17% damage, and also Jetton's managed to get a little bit of damage onto the top.
Skyrix as well, just cycling so nicely here, and even if he goes down, doesn't matter. It's been a good distracted. He's able to stay alive. I think it's 136 HP and another P for his troubles as well. That's what you gotta have. If you can play Nanny here, you've got to be able to cycle this well. You got to keep the pressure rolling in. You got to keep your opposition continuously back in the back spawn, and that's exactly what Skyrix is doing now. You might consider going for some damage, but no, comes behind BBGs, continuing to bring forward the momentum for his team.
That was a cheeky play. Absolutely love it, though. But this is a time for 3x to come back in this matchup here. Now down by 12%. But one team wipe or one good engagement should be able to secure this, though. Skyrix take a lot of damage from that. This could be it here, as the damage is flying out from 3x. And that is definitely going to do itself justice there. Down to 29%, winning by 21. 3x with the advantage. Okay, I might be right here. Still early.
You just never know what SK are turning up this season. That's the thing. I mean, normally we wouldn't expect to see this kind of thing at all. You know, like they'd be so composed until the very end, and normally, you know, be able to hit back, also be on the back foot and really continue their aggression forwards. I think that they are definitely the team which can turn this around still. But you know, just a couple of mistakes here and there. Like their synergy's been a little bit off. I mean, this moment here, not really much Jetton could do under the situation there, but nonetheless, quite a key turning point in terms of the damage that rained in afterwards.
Certainly is. I think we saw there, as soon as 2 of the players were weak in the centre, that was it. It was done. There was no way they were going to... If they weren't going to collapse on them, then when are they going to collapse? And we said it before, one team up should do it, and they've done it, took advantage of it. And I'm still quite surprised, because I think SK did a great job winning out their lanes on a number of occasions, but then again, 3x did an even better job just trying to trade each other out to make sure that they wouldn't create too much of an impact onto their own safe. So looking very good already, but still, yeah, quite a bit of a surprise. As you might know, in terms of SK, which ones are they turning out? But it's just not a good sign. You know, this is not a good start for them here. They need to really show and make a statement, because you've already mentioned before with BSC finals coming up in the end of November, and of course with the ESL Mobile Challenge finals coming up in just a few weeks. The problem is SK really need to show that not only are they full of confidence, live flair on the server and be able to defeat anyone and everyone, but they can't really show all these weaknesses across the board.
Exactly that. You know, this is against the team which, you know, obviously can't really do much in terms of the top 4. So it should be something that should be relatively easy for SK. I want to see them have a bit more mid-control, be able to handle a bit more of this pressure and get some more takedowns secured ready. And this is looking better already. Semantic tapping nicely and getting just playing around the idea of going with Super. Skyrix, a nice pickup as well. Has to keep the hand now also. So this is looking a lot better. Everyone has got Super. Everyone is in a good position and good health-wise, apart from Jetton. They can push forwards now, but again, like, you've got to also get some damage on the safe, and this is why Skyrix now going with the peep, looking to kind of do just that.
Certainly is. Dropping down to 91%, and oh, Skyrix, you are an absolute pain, aren't you? And he still goes for the trade, though. Okay, so I think he went to go for the trade and then try and get one more shot off onto the safe before we get cleaned up, just to delay this push from 3x. Semantic and Jetton, though, still have center control, even as a 2. Skyrix has just dived in and gone, thank you very much. Dark trading him out straight afterwards, but love it though. Jetton just focusing on the safe, just leaving the Piper at bay. And do you know what? Why not? Why not? You might as well just try and get what you can out of it. Dropped it down to 55%. Skyrix down the left lane, just trying to give them fake info, thinking that they're already set up and ready when they weren't. So at least Skyrix gave them enough time to kind of re-establish themselves and now try and push for this center control once again.
I want to say, I really like how Skyrix is a strategy is just to go completely on the aggressive, just teleport behind and just start to clear up some of the back end and then allow your team to push forwards rather than go, you know, specifically for the safe in mind, and it's helping out a lot He's going to go with Peep again, and now nice Semantic has picked up 2 kills on the way. He'll actually teleport now to get the damage, and yeah, SK already looking so much better than the previous game. Learning from their mistakes, this is what we kind of expect to see from them.
Yeah, looking much better. Skyrix staying alive in the left lane. I think he's just winning his duels outright on just a number of occasions. I'm surprised he's managed to get away with what he has done, but I think he's seen a lot of weaknesses on a number of occasions and just take advantage of it. And there we go. He's still on their side. I kind of felt like he's been on their side rather than his own side for a lot of on a lot of moments there. But that was incredible there. Skyrix there just being a huge nuisance, huge distractions. He must have got behind him, what, 3-4 times, which is not really something you see on safe zone.
Yeah, I like to see a lot of those peep cycles. It's ideally what you've got to do as Nani, and with Semantic's playstyle, that's a lot of the reason why he was able to do just that, going just on the aggressive on the opposition rather than the actual objective in the safe, and allowing then Semantic and Jetson to pick up the pieces afterwards, and kind of led to a lot of the pressure that we saw in that game. And I want to see that again. I want to see that again from SK. They're tying things up nicely now, and this set is still not over. They tied set. It's going to come down to this next game. So taking away that momentum from 3x here is a very, very important thing to do.
Yeah, I want to see SK really give it here. Like they can't let. In SK's standpoint, especially as one of the gatekeepers seeing the EU scene as one of the top dogs, you shouldn't really be letting them take barely any games. That's what you should be like as a top team, especially in this region. But if you're letting them take games maybe in sets, it shows a lot of weaknesses. But then again, it could be completely wrong. They could just be saving a lot of their bits for either final. So it does make some sense in that as well. Just have to basically swallow their pride and just crack on with it. But let's be real though, on safe zone, it's not really about the compositions, is it? It's all about just trying to play it safe until you find a moment of weakness, which we saw from SK Gaming managed to poke and prod at that a lot against 3x. But so far so good here, as they've managed to done a tickle of damage there onto the safe of 3x. Jessen's actually just gone absolutely crazy in that right lane, and now he's gone absolutely havoc now onto that safe, dropping down to 60%. But don't forget, no, Robert's also sneaked by in the left lane, trying to do a little bit more to the safe, but Skyrix is having to play ring around the rosy, but it looks like Semantic is going to put a stop to that.
Yeah, now breaking the side as well, very important to do so, as we've seen him do time and time again, and that will definitely be an opening to be able to defend for these peeps and the nannies that keep coming in from the stop rob side of things. Dark just playing it very slow in the middle here, not really pushing forwards, but now making a bit of a motion forwards as Samantha tries to shut it down. But I want to see Skyrix going on the aggressive. I want to see Jetson having a super hand and tapping, because BBG's is not waiting around there on Semantic, and follow up from Dark on point with the homemade recipe there. So good amount of aggression coming in from 3x. Again, it's a very close game so far. Nice taps from Jetson, but not enough to stay in the mix as the peep comes in from from Skyrix. I want to see him go on the aggressive now.
Skyrix, man, you are so annoying, but I love to see it again. But Ludo, he did nothing, but he kept the 2 players back, so he did do something, you could say. Just keeping 2 members at bay, knowing that the more delays he does, the better, and it's definitely working in their favour. As at the moment, SK Gaming still need to find that 2% in order to do a bit of damage. And the problem is though, 3x are already set up. But again, one team right, like we did with 3x in that first game, could do it. Skyrix are trying to look for it here, but BBGs are taking down 1. They've got in range actually, but look at this. 3x need to push. They need to try and get as much done as possible. 2 seconds left. Will they be able to do it? No, the trade is going to be coming out, and that is going to be 16% in favour of SK. And yeah, just scraping by. This don't get me wrong, great set win, but shouldn't be scraping against 3x.
This is what I was going to say as well. I like the body blocking from Semantic towards the end. Very important to do so as well. But I couldn't help but watch that thinking 3x were going to take the set. It looked very, very aggressive from them, and it looked like SK was struggling to hold and keep that composure towards the end. Just about managing it. Semantic did some great taps along the way as well, but very, very close, towards the end of that game, and possibly, arguably too close.
Yeah, it certainly was. I do like Skyrix's shenanigans on the odd occasion. He really was doing them dirty on a number of times there. It might just be objective efficiency. Takedowns is a good example, mate. You can see 15 takedowns. When you've got that many, sometimes objective efficiency is obviously just not there, really, like considering the amount of slays you had across the board. A little bit of a surprise there. So we know what the weakness is, and this is what I love about it as well. It's the fact that if someone objectively as a team have not done as well, but they still got a huge amount of takedowns, that's an easy fix. It just means you've got to stop hesitating around the ball, the safe, or the Ike, etc. So, I don't think they need to worry too much about it, especially in the slaying department.
Well, Siege up next, nuts and bolts. Safe zone is now swiftly past us. But again, you know, it's close. It's very close. This could well be a game mode that could favor 3X actually, if they're able to get a couple of pushes here and there, and back it up accordingly. I remember last time I was watching SK struggling quite a bit on Siege. So again, you know, pretty closely matched up. I mean, in terms of the broad choices as well, I think that 3X has got a good understanding of the meta. It's just sometimes not being able to apply it to that same level of punch that we're seeing from SK. I still think this could go either way. And again, that's not a place that I often find myself being. It's going to be either one of the two things. It's going to be this is where 3X start to build back from control, or this is where SK will start to take ahead.
Yeah, I don't know what SK's best map is on Siege, but I know Siege is one of the best game modes anyway. But it's strange that you say that though, that they've been struggling, which is it's hard to see those two things in the same sentence. Like I wouldn't really picture it like just a few months later. It's absolutely absurd. But do you know what? If you're right, then we could see an absolute crack of a game come up here in the nuts and bolts matchup. It depends how 3X are going to approach this. What we're going to see as well in terms of brawler choices. We've seen quite a lot of interesting variations. It's nice to see the Poco double tank comp actually appear before our very eyes on a number of times there. I can't remember. I think Poco actually even been banned today? Maybe once?
I think maybe once, yeah, possibly. It's been very much not banned this time around as opposed to last time around, to be completely honest. I'm looking back through and yeah, I mean, it's like once against AC Milan Clash in FA. Aside from that, we've seen no Poco at all, so which is very surprising to see. But yeah, straight in with the bars from SK and jacking the Frank, you know, just triple tank for them. And I don't see why not, in all honesty. Especially they get this early lead, this early push advantage. The miss from Jetton against the Max, and this is the problem really. The Max on the side of 3X is quite a key component, really.
I do prefer the buzz with no throwers as well. And you know, looking at this, we're going to see now how SK are going to crack on. Already got a 3-bolt advantage going into the next one here, so can't really complain. Hold on a second. Maybe going for an all-in here. Okay, never know. Okay. Oh, no, actually, you never know, especially with the bot coming in as well. I think they're just trying to inflict as much as possible, aren't they? Even if they have that deficit, I don't think it matters too much. But it looks like they were quite tempted to go for it, weren't they? But in the end, down to 26%. One more should do it. But the only problem is the semantics. Scarlett just needs to wait for the Frank to appear just to give him a little bit of help. But the problem is semantics already taken a fair amount. Jetton's diving straight in here. Scarlett's on the left-hand side. Will he take down Rob? Yes, he does. That's going to give him a bit more room to breathe. And I reckon if they get this next spot, they may just go all in here.
Yeah, I kind of feel like they have to be honest. I mean, this comp is going to be struggling over time, and if Dark continues to get pulls and you know, Jetton goes in with Super, it's going to continuously open up the map, and that's going to be a really disastrous thing when you got a Jackie, a Frank, and a Buzz. Let's see now, nice value from Scarex at the spot coming in, and Jetton's just going to go in super early with the Sun of the Ike. That is going to be surely all she wrote. Yeah, very, very quickly done. Bot didn't even connect. That was the right way to go about it. Ultimately, you know, it was a big, risky idea that you've got to make count in the early game.
Yeah, just trying to use the bot as bait. Perfectly understandable. So I do think they were trying to go for the all-in, weren't they, the first time round? It's just the fact that they knew that the second bot, they had to absolutely just get it all done and dusted, weren't they? Which is perfectly understandable. Which does mean, I was going to say match point. For some reason, I'm assuming that the series is going much quicker than it should be. In the back of mind, it will be set point here for SK. With 2 days first game quite comfortably, which is again a bit of a worry here. So we're going to see if we can find any changes. But the thing is, though, do 3X even need any changes here? I don't think the composition's that bad. I just don't think they got enough value out of it and just didn't really do a good job keeping Jetton back.
Yeah, ultimately, if you get that early game under control, then, you know, you got the ability to break open the map. And again, Jetton, if you're able to juke his shots, will be able to break up the map for you as well. All that range is going to come in really handy when keeping everyone on the back. But unfortunately for 3X, I think this is where, you know, SK enjoy, you know, being in Siege with, like, you know, big tanky brawlers and a kind of high risk strategy. It's kind of where they thrive. So you're going to have to get quicker to the mark. I mean, the Bowser on the side of SK as well is able to get a good early start to that bolt. And after that, you know, getting that first push very key. But this comp does not come without its fair share of weaknesses as well. And I do feel like a lot of that could have been taken care of by 3X if they played it right.
Yeah, we'll have to see going into this next matchup because that was very quick and SK had some very early plans there to try and get this series out of the way and all done, but it didn't work out in their favour. But it didn't matter. They managed to finish up in the second one. And I think the reason why they took that risk with the all-in as well, they had a 3-pot lead afterwards anyway, didn't they? So if they did somehow miraculously get center control and go straight after, then it'll be fine. They can do a second all-in straight afterwards. And I was a little bit surprised how 3X gave away control the center after the first bot so easily, because Semantic was already down to half HP and they did a tiny bit of damage onto Jetson, but yet they just couldn't stop the approach. So that's the only worry I have, is that there's been a couple of hesitations from the likes of 3X, and the fact that they just couldn't keep them at bay even with a decent advantage. It was strange.
Yeah, you got to utilize the Sandy a bit more, and try to take everyone by surprise a bit more. Again, with that HP to hand on the side of SK, they can have a bit of mobility around the mid, get more bolts and take more damage along the way. But you've got to get those kills confirmed. At the end of the day, you've got to be able to take it down to a 3 versus 2 or a 3 versus 1, ideally. Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with the comp, and that's why you're going to be seeing 3X play the same again. But the adaptations are going to come on the side of SK. Storm has got Sweet Dreams to hand here and looking to try to connect it onto Skarx and Dalso here. So follow-ups to count as well. Oh, double take on the left-hand side. The bolt will be on the mid, but 3 bolts back this time around by 3X should give them this first push.
Yeah, interesting with the Barley in the M's and the trademark Surge Day coming out from Skyrix. Bot heading into SK's eye view is now Skyrix is just going to try and delay things as much as possible. It's been a pretty solid defense so far, actually. They will take a little bit of damage, which is obviously pretty standard from especially the composition they're rocking at the moment. But look at this. All 3 members of 3X are just hanging in the center, not really worried about their position or the angles they're taking. But of course, with the Storm, it makes perfect sense as to why they were doing it. But it looks like Storm is trying to put a little bit of pressure onto Semantic, which he's doing a good job of so far. Skyrix and Jetson still being kept at bay here. The bolts are still all tied up here. But we're going to see some crazy bot if this is going to be a tied game. But even though Skyrix does take him down, trade comes out for Skyrix as well. Jetson's going to be on his last legs, but actually he's going to still take down Stop Rob. But still though, 3X did manage to win that outright with the bot as well. They will get center control, and SK Gaming do have a 3-bolt advantage.
3X played it really smart. They were taking their sweet time around those bolts, and unless they picked up, no more will spawn. So they left it until the very last minute before they put them into their pocket, and it meant there wasn't really many left for SK to do much about. They're just stringing this along. They do not want to have a big bolt deficit over their shadow going into this final round here. So they played it spot on, but now SK got a chance to be able to bring back as 3 versus 2. BBG's very low as well, but able to stay in the mix here. Going to bank 1 to the left-hand side. Skarx going for the mid with 1. Gets the takedown as well, so SK should get a push. Now it's around how much damage they can get off the back of it. They should be able to get this 24% that they need here, realistically. But if 3X can defend, then this is a good chance of being a tie here.
Yeah, I can't see this being a problem at the moment, especially with Jetson on the Barley as well. Already doing a super straight away, though. We have to deal with it, though. 15 seconds left. They managed to take down Dark and Rob. Oh, that's going to be it. That is definitely going to be it. And Jetson just making life worse here for 3X. That's going to be a nice, comfortable victory there for SK as they win that second game. Nice plan of action. I was a little bit worried with the fact that, of course, with a thrower, the aggression's not going to be there to try and at least pull apart that entire lineup of 3X. But it looks like they managed to do it in the end. Took a bit of time, a bit of patience, a bit of discipline, but they've done it.
I think SK just playing it very safe towards the end. Exactly what you need to do. You need to make sure that you're there for the push. You need to make sure you're not making any silly mistakes along the way. They made sure to ensure the final round was theirs, and rightly so. Again, I did like, though, the attention to detail from 3X to be able to try to just string it along as much as they could. But at the end, that final push coming in, 3X were just kind of a bit indecisive as to what they were trying to do. They were trying to get some takedowns from the side of SK, but then they left the bot doing its thing, and then by the time that they realized they'd spent too long doing one thing, they realized they hadn't been defending the bot at all. So yeah, I mean, as far as the scorelines are concerned, pretty much the same story to be told on both sides, let's be honest. But again, SK just played it better.
Yeah, 5,818 damage here from SK, but we talked about it before in the first set where the slaying power was there, but not the objective. But of course, with the same takedowns and the incredible difference in objective efficiency, SK rectified that straight away, even though that was a different mode. So currently 2-0, which is not something we're used to, because normally it's been 3-2 or 3-1 every single score line in every single play day, but it seems to be just a nice, comfortable day for a lot of these teams. We know we had a little bit of a balmy earlier between Blood Diamond and Navi, but that's to be expected. Those two just go literally at each other's throats, don't they, every time they play against each other, and I look forward to see maybe if they play again if Navi makes it to the finals. We'll have to see. as they're looking very good with that 2-0 victory. But now SK want to just solidify their spot here comfortably, try and get that second seed if they can. So the first seed, nope, because Clash are looking unstoppable. And the problem is for SK, they want to try and secure the second seed. But then again, wouldn't matter, second or third, you're going to play against each other anyway, no matter what, aren't you?
Exactly that, yeah, exactly. And, you know, I think that from what we saw SK playing like in Safe Zone, we seem to have passed that hurdle now, you know, going through Siege. They looked a little bit unsure of themselves towards that early set, but now, Ring of Fire, Hot Zone, you know, I think this is where they can tie this one up, to be honest. Like, they had a much better game in Siege, able to perform under pressure better and also make those pushes count well. Hot Zone, very much the same story of having that control over the center and, you know, not a team that have, you know, shied away from playing Meg here as well, and others like Leon's go super on the aggressive and, you know, a lot of options which they're quite capable of doing. I think even, you know, I wouldn't be at all surprised if Semantic brought out, or sorry, Starix brought out Spanish pick here, as we saw him playing in Siege earlier today. But the bans were Brock and Sprout for SK, Stu and Byron for 3x, so don't expect any of those fall. But still, yeah, Meg coming straight out for Semantic actually, and Starix can go with the Nanny. Okay, interesting. I've not really seen SK play that much of the Nanny, but that's kind of curious. Oh, hold on, Storm is playing Sprout.
Okay. And Jetting kicks things off straight away, getting 2 off the bat. Lovely already. BBG's though in the right lane, being a nuisance, as Jetting and Semantic clearly realise that, but Skyrim is getting a little bit of objective done. I say a little, but 30% is actually quite a lot. Semantic now just trying to hold into the centre. BBG's just trying to flank around, but I love how he's not gone too deep yet. It's waiting for Skyrim to push on further and does catch him with his trousers down, but not before Skyrix getting that trade. A very important trade, I must say.
We'll wait to hear the confirmation from Legos, but Storm's playing the Sprout, and it was the ban on the side of SK Gaming, so surely that is going to be match point in favour of SK. I think, honestly, Fricks have just thrown this before they've even started, yeah. I mean, and SK made the ban, so they'll be well aware that, hang about, guys, didn't we ban that? Yeah, we did. So regardless of what happens here, this is going to be match point in favour of SK.
Guys, just keep an eye on the bans, please. And obviously, good job. Good job. Yeah, it's good job pointing out as well. Actually, I'm curious if both teams select a banned brawler. I assume it's just a replay then, pretty much. So that's how I assume it's going to be anyway. But we're going to let this game crack on, and we're going to see 3x being teased to win. And if they do win this, then it will be a real shock to the system for them and a bit of a shame, but. Like I said, SK are already coming out with a very strong approach anyway. It's just sad to see it. You hate to see it, but 7% left for SK in order to try and close this game out. Absolutely typical. And D-Man is spot on in chat every week. You're not wrong at all, as SK will take it.
I mean, at this point, it's almost like a game that the players are playing with the cast. They notice. Do we play a blind brawler? Are they on the case today?
We're blind, but not that blind.
Pen and paper, guys, please. I'm the same as T-Man. If I was playing, I'd be writing it down because you don't throw an opportunity. That there was, going into that third set, every possibility that they could make a comeback. Well, now there's even less chance of that happening because, they seem to not notice as well. Like the game seemed to carry out in much the normal kind of fashion. Either way, SK now on match point. But
yeah. Standard, again, predicted. Scoreline, we probably expected this as well. D-Man, do you know what? D-Man was probably going mad about it before the match even started. He probably sensed that the Sprout was actually picked or banned brawler was coming out. But he's not wrong, though. Like, we've seen it in the majority of a lot of these weeks, at least once. And it's silly. It's a shame. I think people just being forgetful. Or, at the same time, 3x are probably just not thinking about the bans at all in the slightest, just due to the fact that on the back foot, 2-0 down against SK. Reverse sweep, highly unlikely, but now it's going to get even worse here, especially now that SK on match point.
This year's definitely been the worst year for it. I mean, we've only added two more brawlers to the mix, but in terms of the bans, but everyone seems to be struggling. Nonetheless, SK going to bring out Mortis, Frank, and Rosa. That is definitely not what I expected to see. So just counting on these HPs to carry into the mid, and Skyx is going to be 3 versus 1 here, and somehow staying alive as long as he can on the right hand side to allow Jetson to come back into the mid. But definitely not what we expected to see from SK coming out to play with this game of hot potato. Sorry, hot zone.
Yeah, it's interesting to say the least. Like, we know Jetson likes his Frank, but we didn't expect him to bring out this in this matchup here. Semantic coming out with the mortars to finish up what Jetton just tried to leave behind. Skykes is coming out as... SK are coming out one at a time and still winning. This is mad. 3X need to really stand their ground, not obviously directly in front of him in range, but just need to keep their distance and just try and keep applying pressure here. Okay, now finally they've done it. They managed to secure control. Semantics realised that as well. And now he's just waiting for the opportunity now to push on forward, and he's going to take BBGs down straight away. But I actually decided to go straight for Dark. Fair enough. Fair play, mate. I actually do applaud you on that little engagement, taking them down here. But again, SK can just keep pressuring the objective with this tanky composition and eventually get the victory. But Skyrix is now managed to put him... Look, 3X literally put themselves in range, but at the same time, they need to contest this objective.
Yeah, Semantic's doing so well. He just couldn't quite line up the super to hand there. We're going to go down there as well. Jetton, though.
Nice.
Going to finish it off. Nicely done. SK Gaming will take it.
I think that's why I was questioning about them going in single file every time, but I think it was just, you know, it's very difficult. When you try and stop the objective, of course, you need to come into contact or come to some kind of range. It's tough. You can't just keep trading out tanky compositions or bruises, because that's exactly what's going to happen there, isn't it? And the fact that SK almost went in single file, just trading each other's kills out, it worked in the end. Simple but effective, but I am quite surprised it worked. I really am. Even with all three of them together, sometimes they were just riding the struggle bus a tad. But it's just one of those things. SK win this outright 3-0. As 3X now going to be even further at the bottom, or closer at the bottom, shall we say. You can't really get any further if you tried. And now they've got to face up against FA. But for FA, though, in their next match, it is a must-win. But before we finish up here, let's have a look at the takedowns. 6 more takedowns for 3X compared to SK. Perfectly understandable, because SK were just basically trading and going for the objective. Nothing really much else in that last game. And that's literally about it. Not really too much to dissect, Ark.
Yeah, I mean, I just like the strategy. First time I've seen it really in Ring of Fire, and just kind of having the Rosa to have the grow light to build the blocks to kind of allow a bit more maneuverability coming back into the mix there. I mean, ultimately, I think 3X had the confidence to be able to take it down. If they had something to break the bushes a bit more, it would have helped a long way. I mean, the Tara is the only thing that can realistically break up much of that anyway. So, but yeah, SK looking decent. I mean, again, I wasn't really sure what kind of SK we were going to see today, but definitely one that's got the job done.
Yeah, at least they managed to do it in clean fashion. None of this struggle 5-set malarkey. But we will be seeing 3X once again. They'll be playing as FA, and the storyline here is FA needs this win in order to give themselves an opportunity to try and qualify maybe the ESL Mobile Challenge Finals. So don't go anywhere, as we'll be back in just a few minutes.
I keep reaching, yeah, I keep reaching and reaching, reaching the top. I keep reaching, yeah, I keep reaching and reaching, reaching the top. I keep reaching and reaching, reaching the top. Keep reaching, yeah, I keep reaching and reaching.
ESL Mobile Challenge is brought to you by DHL and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. ESL Mobile Challenge for the final game of the night. I'm D-Man, and joining me is Lark for this one. As we move on, and it is Free Agent's turn to take on 3X. 3X didn't look, honestly, that bad against SK there. I thought they had a few chances, but Free Agents, we saw them at the very beginning of this day as well, and they were up against Clash. But for 3X, well, let's hope they're going to bring a pen and paper to this game to start with, so they get the bans written down. And make sure they don't pick a banned brawler.
Had a decent shot at things in the first opening set, and then kind of dwindled quite heavily in Siege, and then little cracks were formed already by the time we got to Hot Zone. But yeah, this is going to be a fresh opportunity for them to be able to at least end the day on a high.
Yes, well, we can hope. We can hope. We'll see what 3X can bring to the table. They are, what have they got? 2 games left, so they don't. No, they can't move their. They can't improve their position. They could lose their position. I think if Mood win 1 though. Free Agents, they started the day. Honestly, it was a pretty strong game, despite the fact Clash won it 3-0. Free Agents definitely pressed them. Every single set was always going the distance. So, you know, Dark Joker, Cyclone HK, they brought a lot of nice ideas to the table. They were the ones that brought the Meg first out today. The Clash actually stole away from them.
Yeah, absolutely. I genuinely feel like the scoreline did not give that set the best amount of justice in favor of FA, because they did. They stood the heat and turned out straight away with the Poco Ash ban, which I think is probably the smartest ban to play at the moment, in all honesty. 3X coming in with the Stu and the Byron. So good bans all across the board for me, I've got to be honest. Again, 3X coming off the back of that loss to SK, and that would be a question as to how they approach this one. Purple Paradise is the first map for Bounty, double swoosh then for Gem Grab after that. Center stage for the Brawl Ball as the 3rd set. Pit stop for the 4th set for Heist if we get that far, and then Nuts and Bells for Siege if we get to the 5th and final.
Yeah, that leaves I would say the standard open for Purple Paradise. You know, the Nanny, the Piper, the Bell. It's all sort of available for them. I don't think there's probably going to be too much to read into this one. You know, it's the standard. It's a big open map. Everybody knows Purple Paradise. We've had it multiple times, and honestly, it's actually offered some pretty interesting play.
Yeah, I kind of feel like the Gene, though, is a must here for me. I think you've got to have that Magic Puffs realistically, but well, especially with the Byron Band, that was kind of the other option realistically for the kind of healing side. But with the Byron Band, I feel like you've kind of got to have that Gene, Piper, and Nanny. But yeah, I mean, ultimately, it's kind of interesting this week. We haven't seen barely any Bell bans, so we may see something along those lines. To be honest, it's definitely always something that you've got to consider when it is available, because it has been brought down a little notch in terms of ban things recently. But yeah, definitely to be bear in mind, because ultimately, if you're going to run the Gene with the healing puffs, then everyone's going to be kept close quarters, so it could be a strategy to include there as well.
Yeah, and while we've been obviously, you know, talking about Navi's great climb, we should really mention the Free Agents are on 5 and 6. So if they were to turn this into a win and then go into next week, you know, next week, tomorrow, I should say, they're playing Reply Totem and Mood tomorrow. 2 winnable games, I would say, for them. We are in a bit of a sticky situation where we could see, you know, Blood Diamonds maybe even slip out the top here. This is like, bearing in mind, Navi obviously want to go on 10 today. Navi are on 7 wins, 6 losses, if I'm not mistaken. Blood Diamonds, 7 wins, 5 losses, I think. Yep. Maybe 6 losses. Yeah. Reply Totems on 5 and 6 losses. So this is a full this is a game that Free Agents absolutely need to win coming into this one for the chance to get to the finals, and the chance is real.
I think it might have actually more losses than that, to be honest. I've written down 4 and 7 at the start of today, so yeah, I mean, it's either way, it's incredibly close now, and it's
4 and 7 was Reply Totem at the start of the day.
Say that again.
Reply Totem were 4 and 7 at the start of the day. Free Agents were 5 and 5.
Yeah, 5 and 5 now. Yeah, exactly. So now 5 and 6. Yeah, that lost to the Clash. So again, so much that can change. I mean, every game matters. This is what we were saying earlier on about Reply Totem.
HK.
You've got to make sure that you make every moment count.
Launch it in there, a little risque, to say the least. 9-8, pretty tight between them, as you see both teams coming into this with identical comps. So the standard mirror match coming in, and Cyclone finishing and punishing that one off with a homemade recipe. Oh, nice combo.
Well, Blue Star's still in favor then of FA. Still a lot of time on the clock, so it's nice to see a lot of back and forth already, a lot of aggression being shown from both sides. Dark Joker has the magic hand as well, but as does BBG's. Keep coming in first though, looking to jump. Yeah, gets to jump out of Dark, and the landing is hard as Cyclone taps nicely, but Peep coming in now is going to be very cautious around it. He didn't jump in time.
Didn't even react to it, that's for sure. Just didn't see it coming. I think we're so focused on trying to get the kill, and actually almost did with the double taps there, but now it is 3x with the lead, and it's down for HK to try and help out his team. Here comes Cyclone. Is he going to be able to dodge it out? He dodged too early. I think he dodged too early. No, yes, he did. He got caught out by it. He actually jumped into it, if anything, and it caught him at the back.
Yeah, not the best of positionings there, but Peep was caught by Storov there, but not going to be any reward there for FA, who are going down like flies at the minute. BBG's is going to be a saving grace, but not really enough to be able to get anything more than just a loss. FA a bit behind, and yeah, not looking as good as we saw them earlier today so far, but it is still the first game.
It is. There's no doubt about it. And it was a tricky start. They were already on the back foot. It's always dangerous when you're having to chase a game. They did manage to take the lead briefly, but honestly, some nice taps coming in there from the Pipers. Some beautiful shots. You can see HK was doing very well early on, but then got dissipated, and that started to put the pressure on, and Stop Rob put the pressure down, and you can see it's very tight throughout the game.
You can be so careful. There's a lot of low HP moments where we saw Dark just capitalizing on those snipes and just landing them every time pretty much. So yeah, like you say, when you're behind, you kind of got to be careful to not chase that kind of like losing streak and getting taken down as quickly as they were. You got to be a bit more composed and a bit more careful and patient, especially when you got like that with the healing puffs. There's always a moment where you can just kind of recollect under that and just heal up accordingly and then go on the push, rather than being too aggressive too early on.
Oh, the pressure caught off. They were trying to trade the blows and trying to cover off the hit points there as they body block each other, but Dark Joker does go down. Start with the blue. Goes on. The peak going out. Where's it going to be the focus? It's taking its sweet time. There we go. Now he's looking for it. It's actually going to be BBG's he wants to get. It's not going to be the case. Doesn't work out. Meanwhile, the return coming through. Cyclone's got to be careful. It's Dark Joker it's going for. Meanwhile, they do manage to land the shot. It's tanked out well. So Blue Star traded over. Cyclone picking that up.
See HK land the next people a little bit better. I mean, he does need to obviously have a little bit of time in the air to be able to increase the damage along the way. But yeah, didn't quite get in much value from the last one here. But and it's very low there. Had to go right behind Dark Joker to stay alive there. Magic Puffs coming into play. But at the moment, it's going to be a Peep coming in for 3x. And yeah, they've been much more successful with their piloting so far.
Yeah, definitely looking good. Cyclone, got to be careful. Does get away from it this time. Oh, got caught out on the back again. Unbelievable. And that's the Blue Star traded over. That's so important, but there's still time to play.
Nice gadget
to send a nice.
Yeah, nice back to from HK there. But yeah, Cyclone's going to be much more cautious on his jumps when this Peep comes in, because he's jumping straight into the line of fire every time. But they do have the lead now by 3 stars and the Blue Star as well. So if they can hold on for 15 seconds, then this will be going in the way of F8.
Oh, he's looking for the grab. The magic hand. BBG is not able to get it. Has to back away. Has to respect the damage coming through. Dark's going to push. They've got to be careful chasing this one because the magic hand is available. Dark Joker's already used his up. Cyclone will get away. And it was all square one apiece. But a couple of times that Peep is catching him napping. He jumps away straight into the Peep.
I was thinking, is just going to jump into the Peep again? The saving grace towards the end of that game was that the timer was already going to run out anyway. So, but yeah, you've got to be very careful on where you position yourself. When there's Peep coming in, do you go towards your teammate for a bit of a body block, or how you approach it is very, very careful. And the Cyclone just finding it more often than not to add more stars in favor of 3x. But nonetheless, though, this is a fresh new start, and we're all tied up. So any team can take this first set.
Absolutely. Dark just looking to get that Blue Star. It is HK trying to get the flank in. That will give them the chance to get step forward and get that Blue Star. And Cyclone even finding Stop Rob. That's a nice pickup and a second double tap onto Dark. Paying off well for Cyclone. Oh, that's aggressive. That's not going to work out. BBGs don't really know what he was aiming towards there.
Yeah, not great. 7 stars. There's a big lead, an early lead for free agents now. I like the way they are approaching this one. They just seem to be very, very coordinated as a team. Look at that. I didn't expect that to be a pickup from Cyclone, but somehow he made it work. And Fugees has the magic hand, but at the moment, the way this free agents are playing, I don't think it really matters. They get rid of this deep accordingly. Oh, a bit of a miss though. HK did not pop the return to sender.
Didn't get it in time, but that Cyclone, I'll tell you what, he is on it. 6 stars on him, though. That's a little dangerous. It's a bit scary when it's all stacking in one way, but they can body block enough. The blue star is on Dark Joker as well, so they've got to be careful. Here comes the peep. It's going to go onto both. Oh, my God. That just happened, and 3X now in the lead.
As quickly as that. Oh, my word. Honestly, free agents are not handling these peeps at all well. They're either jumping into them or giving away that many stars in one instance. It's not a good look, guys. They're going to have to realistically really make these shots count in the final seconds, which they've been doing so far. But they are struggling to at the minute. HK with the return to center, not going to get the value that he needs, and the lead extended more so in favor of 3X.
Yeah, and that's the pin going down. HK comes in. It's now complete aggression coming out from 3A. There's the peep coming through. It's going for HK. Doesn't manage to get him. Now they can pick it up. They can go to find on BBGs. The pull comes in. They get BBGs down. It's still not enough. One more shot required. Not going to happen. 19 comes in. It gets blocked out. And 3X take the first set.
I mean, that just came down to the peeps. It really did. And but I had the 3X, you know, they were making them count better. Like, they were connecting more often. I mean, you saw the value of that in the last game. That really gave him the value. You know, that's where free agents were struggling. It came down to the peeps. Credit to Cyclone, because he was absolutely on fire that game as the Piper and tapping consistently well, accurately so. But ultimately, you know, I do always say, like, you know, a Nanny is pretty much, you know, a confirmed kill if you can make it happen. So that was, for me, the differential, was sort of being more consistent at obtaining them and hitting them.
Oh, my
disgusting.
word. You can't let that happen. I mean, that was 8 stars and the blue star in one. I mean, effectively, you know, 9 stars with the blue, but yeah, so 3X steal it away. Despite the damage going free agent's way, it was a peep steal right there. Incredible stuff, and 3X set things running. You know, we've been talking about set differentials. You know, both the start of the day, 3X and Mood both only picked up 9 sets so far. Of course, we saw Mood, you know, putting some work in earlier, but just not able to turn it into the score favor. You know, this is the same that we've been saying for 3X. They picked up 2 games so far this season. For free agents, they have to win this. They have to win this. If they go on 6 losses, suddenly, 7 losses, suddenly it's not really looking likely that they will get into that top 4, which will be a real kicker because of the way that they've played in the last few weeks.
Just these small mistakes, you know, again, like, it's still the first set, so we're swiftly into the second set now, but there's still plenty of time for them to turn this one around, and they had some great moments, and it just came down to just a little bit of a lack of awareness, maybe a lack of communication as well, in just terms of making sure that they had the supers to hand when people were coming in. They looked great earlier today against Clash and just very narrowly missed out, and like you rightly say, yeah, I mean, if they lose this one today, it'll be a big loss for them realistically, because they got a great shot at things, so they can bring this one around now. Double switch gem grab up next. This is where they're going to start to do it. They do not want to go 2 sets down. That would be a disastrous thing for them.
Poco, Ash, Stu, Byron all banned out, which will obviously main things around. So Max, yep, going to be the standard gem carrier for Cyclones. He goes aggressive. The Brock, of course, not banned out. So surprised that neither team maybe even used it in the last game. Actually, we didn't even think about it, to be honest, because it's been banned so often.
Yeah.
But the Pam not working out on the right-hand side. The Bell picking up the kills there, and that's going to be Stop Rob backing in and out on the Gene.
Well, I worry for FA here. They're going to have to make a load of this count, because the Bell, the Gene, and again, the Brock just breaking open everything. The range advantage to have, you know, in favor of 3X is going to go a long, long way here. Let's see. Stanley's going down now, and that's a great thing to have. They're going to have to get more of them for sure, because you can see how much of a difference they really make as Dr. goes in with the speed to hand as well. Trims drop, but I don't think there's any way realistically that free agents can get them out.
No, and you can see Pam's heel going to get removed, so HK is stuck in the corner, but he can come around, he can spray them all in the face, finds himself a double. That's really nice for him, and they can pin on this one. Cyclones goes aggressive. BBGs will back away and survive. He did manage to get Stop Rob down, and that's going to give him much more mid-control once again.
Value the HC go from the scrap sucker there. Like the only reason he was alive on that 2 versus 1 because the air was depleted off the back of that gadget. So great value from him. Vengeful Spirits going out from Stop Rob, and yeah, this is a chance realistically now for a bit of a turnaround if Rex can just keep this composure here. I mean, there goes down HK. Cyclone left alone with 9 gems in his pocket here. BBG's knows it's going to try and push him forward. A great opportunity. They can make it count, but I think Cyclone should be able to get away from this.
Oh, he survives. He just about survives. Backs away. They get a nice pull. Now, this is quite clever from 3X. Keeping basically the gems tucked in the corner there. I'm not too sure it's still enough to take it to 10, though, which is what we have here. And obviously, Cyclone surviving just a moment ago. Stop Rod's going to go for it. He's got the magic hand ready, available to go. He wants to look for Cyclone. Gets HK in his way instead. 3 seconds to go. It's not going to happen. Free Agents will take the first game.
Again, that Sandy was so important, and a great place from HK. Again, I don't think Free Agents should have won if it came down to the comps, if I'm honest. But they knew the weakness that they had up against them and the way to go about it, and they did it really, really well. I felt like 3X realistically had the better comp in my opinion there. But if anything, it just goes to show more so how well FA played it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think everyone's realized what it's like. Wait, Brock. Oh yeah, we should probably bring that Brock. But he didn't need it. They didn't need the Brock. It actually paid off well for him in the end, despite all the damage going down. You see Dark Joker does get pulled, does get taken down, but this right side, the value that was being gained over there as the gem carrier got destroyed, and Cyclone on the max. The max as a carrier is always deadly because it's so fast and it gives you that escapability, and that's basically what kept him alive there. He was being hunted by 2.
Yes, it's a great counter to the magic counter gene as well. You know, it's having that additional phase shifter every now and again to evade that is and can go a very, very long way. I felt like, you know, despite the bush being pretty much eradicated, this where Sandy Sandstorm came in really key, ready to kind of make up for that fact and still provide some unpredictability in their favor. So same comp is going to be running for FA then, and actually it's going to be some changes on the side of 3X going towards the Tara, the Max as well, and the Sandy. So this should be a lot more even now in terms of the playing field.
Ooh, the HK switching sides though, deciding to try and go on the left channel this time around. Got to be careful of those Tara cards coming through, but they do manage to deal with him. They back away, and oh, BBG is stunned out beautifully. Very well played. The Sandy Sandstorm goes down as well. Dark is going to try and keep himself alive. HK will find him in there. Stop Rob. It's a double Sandstorm, isn't it? I think at the moment it's down there. Doesn't matter. Stop Rob back in there, and now Cyclone has to back away and respect this.
I like this Max and Tara combo from 3X, I really do. And if FA are not careful, then Stop Rob will get into a really nice position to make it count. And Paul from Leon going out, keeping HK low, he's got to deal with that and can't heal up accordingly. The healing station is there though, and now he'll be able to gain some traction off the back of that. Cyclone's going to be careful though as well with these 3 gems, and at the moment the aggression yet continuing on from 3X. Oh, but the gems are dropped now. Can Cyclone make a snatch? Oh, Cyclone gets out with the gems. Now 10. What a miss for 3X.
Yeah, just comes in, hoovers them up, and out he goes. Look at that, he's already stopped in the corner, Dark Eyes. He's just like, so angry with himself about the whole thing there. Sandstorm goes down, but it's all a little too late, isn't it? BBGs and Dark go down, and Free Agents will take the set in a quick 2-0.
Big errors there from 3X, honestly. They should not have overcapitalized on that left-hand side there. There was just no need. They could have been a bit more defensive about it and just kind of went back to the drawing board to recollect from the mid. Yeah, bit of a miss. Credit to Free Agents there to capitalize on that situation because, yeah, again, I don't think that they realistically should have won the first game with the comp they had, and they did. And then that moment there as well when it seemed all against them, and they turned it around. So great plays from them.
Yeah, absolutely. Working out well for Free Agents. It means we move on. Center stage next, and I mean, at the moment, that's sort of the pace I think Free Agents were happy with there. And you can see in terms of kills, you know, it was a total steal, absolute steal, damage, kills, everything. Total steal by Free Agents there to just nick in there, steal away the gems and say thank you very much, and take it completely away from 3X. So solid stuff. So center stage next. Let's have a look. Bans-wise, does it affect center stage? Well, the Poco ban definitely could. The Stew ban definitely could. That's almost certainly could be used. Just a little flick of the tail. Don't worry. Just keeping myself ginger involved here. The Byron Dope wouldn't be a part of it. So, okay, center stage. Let's talk took potential comps. We know 3X obviously have brought to the table many times the Max, the Jackie, and another bruiser of some variety. They love the speed setup that the comp with the Max just to boost in. It's a gimmick and it pays off and it can work against them. So do 3X go a bit of like Reply Totem-esque effectively, as we saw earlier, and go the full counter? Do they come in with maybe a Tara, maybe an Ems or something like that, just to totally counter a Spike, actually, probably throw it out there?
Now they got the Max back, they're looking more like themselves, and I'm not surprised to see it again at all in Brawl Ball. I think actually it could have been a viable ban here for 3X if they'd chosen to go for it, but trying to use it themselves in the same way with the M's and the Roses still pretty decent and strong. But look at this, Cyclone making a dash for it. Oh, past the wall, the pick up along the way as well to BBGs. Lovely stuff from Cyclone, and FA are fighting back so well off the back of that first set loss.
Yes, stunning start. That's what they're looking for. We know that 3X can do this, but unfortunately, it's being done against them, isn't it? It's their own gimmick being used on them that they started things off. Stop Rob, going to pop that super, trying to help Dark to get in there, but it's not going to happen. Dark Joker comes straight away into the face. Dark Joker already caught out. The Ems is such a strong counter to a Rosa. And now look at Cyclone go. Is he going to get the respawn? Tries to pass it up for Dark Joker, tries to set it in, but it's not going to happen. Stop Rob gets the respawn in time.
Really nicely done there as well, but unfortunately Dark Joker couldn't quite make the goal happen. I think he could have been a bit more patient maybe, but wants to go for it, see what would come off the back of it. Nice unfriendly bushes there from Dark as well. The slowdown coming into play, and Dark Joker and HK were exposed for a little bit of time now. Sort of popping his super along the way as well is quite a good thing to clear up the left-hand side. The speed very important now, realistically. Cyclone, yeah, it can work now harmoniously there with HK. We have to clear up this left-hand side lane.
Yeah, HK's going to chase it on, but Dark's getting pummeled, and those M's is such a strong counter. Now Cyclone comes in. BBG's in all sorts of trouble. Stop Rob's going to pop the super, but is it enough to take him down? Yes, it is on the line. Dark Joker will be able to stop the ball carrier, though. And with that super running, should do well against Dark, but they still have that lead with 40 seconds to go.
Yeah, that goal now definitely coming very much into play here, but FA have got to hang on a little bit longer. 30 seconds left remain. Oh, nice unfriendly pushes there from Dark as well. The push for is strong on the right-hand side as well. BBG's, though, pass straight to Joker. That's the way he wants to put it, surely. Dark Joker's still alive in this position here. Now HK can come back in. He's got super to hand as well. He can clear up Dark. Oh, man, that was a great opportunity for 3X right there.
HK still hanging on. Stop Rob. 13 seconds to go. All they got to do is keep the ball in the corner, and they'll take this first game. The pressure, though, from Stop Rob. He manages to get it down. He's rolling on the line. Anyone just needs to get onto it. Dark's coming, but he gets slowed down. Is he going to be able to walk it on 1 second? No! Not going to happen. The slow touch. Oh, man. Painful to watch.
Yeah, that is the word. Painful right there. I mean, that double takedown there, and the ball is sitting there, nothing that anyone could do about it. I still feel like the equalizer was there prior to that moment, in all honesty. I think 3X had a great opportunity, and they just kind of choked it towards the end. Just the pressure got to them in the final 30 seconds. But yeah, that was a very quick stop from free agents. I was actually surprised to see it go on as long as the rest of the game did, in all fairness, because off that first start, I thought they were just going to rinse and repeat it.
I mean, it was so close both ends. Like they could have got an equalizer either side. They could have. It could have been a quick 2-0. There's multiple times they tried to make it 2-0, just didn't work out for them. But both bring in, the same comp to the table. I expect to see actually probably the same again. Both teams then tend to adjust too often. If you were to adjust, what would you go with? Come on, Art. Dig into that brain. Start seeing what you're going to do. If you were a coach right now, coach of free agents or 3X, you'd say, guys, this is what we need to change.
I still kind of like what Clash do. And they bring in Shelly. Like, just be really, really bold and just eradicate what you can see coming. It's going to struggle against the Max, no doubt about it. I mean, I think I like the B. I think that's fair to say. I always like a bit of B. But so ultimately, I think in this instance, you kind of just got to match it, in all honesty. I think that, I would be foolish to advise to go anything opposite than the Max and the Rosa. I think that you know, Poker would be quite helpful to have in this instance, but it's hard to counter this in terms of how much time you have. And then Ems is a great counter for it, as we saw, because ultimately when that push is coming in, you've got to have slowdown. Ultimately, that's kind of the focus, really. Anything that's got good slowdown. B can struggle if you're kind of a bit too close to the bush. But Max, you know, with that speed to hand, Rosa being so tanky, you're going to really struggle if you haven't got something to counteract in that respect.
I wonder if they're going to change the Rosa for a Jackie. Wouldn't surprise me, but no, it's going to stay the same both sides. It's actually a lie. Dark Joker comes out with the Tara instead, actually. So the Ems and the Tara, they've ditched the Rosa with the Max there. So they've just gone full counter now, knowing that 3X are going to stick with the same, and that's exactly what they've done. This is going to be a real problem. That gravity, big old black hole, causes some real problems. Here we go. The speed goes down. It's HK Super running that is just draining them down, and Cyclone should get that over the line, and he does.
Very nice phase shift there from Cyclone, just knowing that he had the time to maneuver it, and so accordingly, again, very much the same story, but now the push coming through, the speed behind this push was there, but the momentum now just gone, and the ball's still in the middle when the speed finished. So I would like to have seen a bit more of a push through now, but still going to pop his super. That's going to allow PBGs and Dark to double side this, but the pass to the left, yeah, they can get this one clear.
They were trying to get it clear and speed it into the goal, but it's kind of counted on them. Yeah, you can see that's what they were aiming at there. Didn't quite work out for them. Yeah, Cyclone's not going to be able to run this one in, though. But I really like the way that free agents played that. They completely backed away from the center circle, said, you know what? We know you've got supers. We know you want to pop and decimate us here. We're not going to allow it to happen. Now Cyclone gets that speed boost in there. They're going to try and put the pressure on the right-hand side. Steals all on BBGs. Can't stop them going over the line. It's 2-0. And the set goes over to free agents. 2-1 in their favor now.
Again, these maps most that cater towards aggression really help out free agents now, and you know, going back to that first set, such a different story. As soon as we had Max as a playable option, that's when FA really started to make it work, and Bricks, again, a team which loved to play it, but as soon as it's around, you know, you just saw how well free agents played it.
Absolutely, fantastic work, and free agents knew what they were doing in that comp. It's definitely worked out well. I feel a little sorry for free agents, certainly in the first game. The second game, you know what? If you bring the same comp out, expect to be countered. That's all I'm going to say, because, you know, we saw it earlier on with Mood. You know, it's if you keep bringing the same thing, you're going to get countered in the end. So free agents dominating that second matchup this time around.
Next up, we got Pit Stop and Heist, sorry. So, like, you know, no Max is going to be seen there, at least none that I can see or foresee. You know, it's going to be very much a different kind of playing field now for 3X to be able to maybe bring a set, and this is the time to do it, really, isn't it? I mean, if you can get through Heist and make this a 2-2, then they stand a good chance of being able to level things out quite considerably. That was the moment for FA to realistically make their push in double swoosh and in center stage. But yeah, Pit Stop gonna be a different situation for them to have to deal with now. So this could be interesting to watch, actually. This could be very interesting.
Yeah, so the Poco Ash band, Stu, Byron banned out. The game's getting underway. These guys are firing off. I love it. Let's see what they're going to bring to the table. We don't even need to debate it. It is going to be an Edgar. I think I just saw a Rico and it's not a Genius, an Ems. A Bull Edgar and a Daryl, isn't it? It's a Daryl skin.
Yeah.
But,
yeah. Kind of like a triple tank idea coming out from 3X here, and
this is similar to, was it Clash? We saw something similar like that. It's the SK Clash game or something like that. Something weird and wacky, that's for sure. And it was a very quick game at the time. It is the map to bring them to, and it was a full-on base race at that time. And it looks like it might well be the same. HK doing a great job at defending right now, but he's got to be careful. Stop Rob's going to be jumping in his face. Cyclone gets the respawn off, and now have they dealt with Dark Joker? Doesn't get the jump that he's looking for, and BBG slows him down. It's pretty even so far.
I think Dark Joker could just literally jumped on the save there, realistically. He was going to go down if he went for the takedown, so probably better to get some damage in the meantime. Good rolling from Dark there, and Cyclone does take care of it. There's the jump in from Joker, the damage being dealt now as BBG's on the other side of the field goes and pushes through here, but nicely defended there from HK and Cyclone, working really, really well here. They've got to keep a good balance and a healthy balance of that going on the aggressive and the defensive here. So this is a tricky comp to manage, but they have got the comp to deal with it. The Rico and the Ems going a long way here.
Yeah, if only they had something to break the wall away, it'd be perfect for Cyclone on the Rico, but He's having to be patient and be defensive, and it's working out well at the moment. You can see HK putting the pressure on. Dark on Daryl is really struggling out here. Tries to power roll in, gets instantly dealt with. BBGs pops all his ammo there and still gets nothing for his troubles on HK, but that's going to be a work here. They've got 2 through now. The ball goes piling in, and that's a problem now. The super comes out, but he doesn't manage to deal with BBGs. Finally manages to pick him off the side there, but Dark Joker's still going for it. But it's a bit of a base trade going through, and the defense of Free Agents is holding strong. Daryl will roll on in, but Dark Joker has been dealt with, but the damage has been done.
Yeah, it's still very close. Could go either way at this point. Storm has got his super on the left-hand side there. Gets pressurized and rightly so. But BBGs, they've missed that. Cyclone's going to have to come in and connect really well with this one. Oh my word. They may have dropped.
Gets it. That was tight. Dark Joker makes it work out there. But yeah, as you say, BBG's sneaking around the back now, almost paying it off. I tell you what, I think if it had delayed the super just a split second, the super would have connected onto it, because I don't think it quite connected onto the safe. I think that was so, obviously you missed that little chunk of damage, which could have been the difference. It's just those smallest of things, but that's a tight game. I like that one.
Yeah, very, very close to call at the end of there, but at the moment, yeah, 3X are getting shortchanged, massively so, and FA are playing it perfect, and they've got to. I mean, again, the importance of this game is quite considerable here. Dark Joker, more often than not, was consistently going on the aggressive there. Very important takedown towards the end of that one, yeah.
Just missed. He actually went past it just ever so slightly, got the angle slightly wrong. If he'd have gone straight into it, would have had that bonus bit of damage from the charge as well, and it could have been the difference there, but the first game in the set and now match point goes to Free Agents, who, as you say, it's very important that they get a win here to keep their chances alive to get into that top 4 after Navi picked up 2 very important games today. They're on a charge themselves. They know that Blood Diamond is already on 7 wins, and SK picking up a win as well. This is a problem for them. They have to get all the wins now for the end of the season.
And this is where 3X banned the Stu as well, which would have been the perfect brawler to have with the M's and the Edgars. So, you know, they've kind of got what they wanted in that respect. They kind of went in with the comp which they felt was going to do the work, and it just came short. I mean, it's still a really viable option, but they're going to have to rethink. I don't know whether they're going to change or stick on that side of things. I think they kind of need to swap away from it, actually. Go with the M's and the Edgar themselves and have something else alongside it, because yeah, I think Free Agents now are in a really, really good spot. They've got the pressure mounting over 3X right now.
Yeah, if they can keep the pressure on, right, and it's, well, okay, the game's going to start. I'll get back to it in a moment, because we've got a real interesting issue that could lay out to the final game tomorrow. But let's see how this one plays out. So the Edgar Rico M's sticks. The Brock coming out here, I like that with the Barley. So instead of jumping in with the Edgar, this time they're just going to try and remove everything away. And it actually also covers off well against the Edgar. So they're keeping the pressure down, but Free Agents, they're under siege a little bit here. They've got to be careful.
Yeah, I'm not sure why Joker decided to jump in then whilst the healing tonic was in play, because it's not gonna help you out, is it, when everyone's still healing at the time. But nonetheless, though, I do like the be able to counter Stop Rob. That's gonna be a really good advantage in favor of FA here, but they're gonna have to really time it well to do so. Yeah, and that wasn't it. That wasn't it at all. This is gonna open up a lot of damage potentially here for 3X to be able to lay down this save.
Yeah, this is problematic at the moment. They don't really have control, do they? That little change. Last call actually not going onto the safe. That opens up things for Dark Joker to sneak around the side. So he's going to get a little chance here. Just waiting. Is it clear? Is it safe? Should I go for it? No, it has to wait because they've still got to deal with Stop Rob. HK pops that super early, and that's just going to burn down Stop Rob through the wall. Doesn't quite finish him off, though. So Dark Joker at the moment is a bit of a passenger in this game.
Yeah, he needs to focus on Stop Rob, honestly. He needs to be able to be at full health and time it right. Focus on the amount of shots that Stop Rob is laying down, count them carefully and jump when the time is right. At the moment, the timings are all wrong, and that's the problem. Realistically, FA should be able to handle this pretty easily, but again, you see Stop Rob swooping to the left-hand side there because he knows that he needs to evade Joker, but Joker needs to be on that. He needs to change with it and just be a constant pest, and he's just letting Stop Rob do what he wants to do.
Yeah, and that worked out perfectly. BBG's like, yeah, you're going to jump, and just going to pop the super and burst you in the face. Finally gets on him, but you know what? BBG's is there once again, and they still have that in their favor. So sticking with the same comp, I've talked about it multiple times. You stay with that same comp, it can burn you down. And at the moment, that's a problem because the adjustment from 3X has been fantastic.
Well, it's very close nonetheless, though, and these final moments could be crucial here. At the moment, it's really good pressure being applied by 3X, and that's a very important takedown by Dark there as well. Cyclone, Dark Joker can jump here, but it's going to be very, very careful. But this could turn around very quickly. HK coming from behind, but taken care of very quickly. Yeah, 3X played it perfect, absolutely perfect, and they got the damage that they need. So this is going to be tied up in terms of the set.
Yeah, very well played. Dagger's last call just to finish things off and make it secure. So we're still on match point, but we're now on set point with 3X picking up a very strong win there. So adjustments paying off, you know, going with that thrower setup with the Brock, just removing all that cover, and basically the Edgar was just nullified.
Yeah, but I honestly feel like they should have done better with it. I mean, you could see that, yes, 3X were very much aware to it. They made it count when, you know, Dark Joker jumped in onto Storrob. There was always the support there from Dark. That was pretty much consistent. So you've got to take on that information. You've got to, like, you know, see that is happening, and then try to gain the best possible upper hand and get the time when they're not expecting you, or when Dark is not there to pick up the pieces. You've got to count the shots again, because ultimately, if Storrob has not used them, then as soon as you jump, you're going to get, you know, consecutively hit very, very quickly. Again, when the jump was there was already a healing tonic in play. Not a great time to jump in as Edgar when there's healing going on in the process. So again, Edgar's always a hard counter to Barley, but you've got to time it correctly.
Yeah, and it just didn't work out, and it was actually very well managed as well by 3X,
Yeah,
as you mentioned. Like they were switching channel very well between the two. So I think we'll probably see the Edgar switched across here. Actually, maybe you can go with the Brock themselves this time to see if they can change how things are going to work for them, because you know they were basically playing 2v3 in that last game.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say. I think, you know, you got to swap the lanes again. You know, you got to follow where you know you're going to be a pain, and just keep on that, and don't let your opposition play the game that they want to play. Yeah, they're going to match it pretty much, aren't they? Yeah,
oh, okay. So the Edgar for Stop Rob instead. So okay, so the difference being obviously the Brock in there with the Rico. See if that's more beneficial. Stop Rob's going to be able to jump over easily. Gets in there and gets a little bit of damage down. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dark Joker can punish Dark now. He can jump on Dark quite easily. And they're a little unsure of his position at the moment. They can see Edgar's going to get the difference down. Dark Joker, sorry, I should say, for free agents. Cyclone doing a very good job at punishing Stop Rob there, actually, keeping him at arm's length.
Joker's still alive here, and I was surprised. He popped another gadget along the way as well, so obviously he wants to continue the jumps raining down here. He's got another one going to be going in. How is he still alive at the moment? Dark finally takes care of it, but now Cyclone and HK coming from the rear.
Yeah, he managed to get the damage down onto BBGs on the M's. HK now pops his super. Definitely going to deal the damage there. Has to just be careful, doesn't get burnt down. But this is a great bit of work from free agents here. Match point for them, remember. And a very important one at that, as they are in with a chance at qualifying, but it is going to be a very slim chance, and they're going to have to win every game from here on out. This one being the case. Stop Rob goes for it. Dark Joker's decided to stick for it, so they've decided to leave Stop Rob back there for Cyclone on the spawn. They break away the cover. That's actually going to be 3X that have done that to try and remove and alleviate, and that's actually very clever. I feel that's going to cause a lot of problems for Dark Joker now, so they can turn around quickly and deal with Dark Joker, who's going to go for that safe. But at the moment, FA are losing.
Yeah, Dark Joker went for the jump of the Brock. I don't know why. You've got to keep the aggression going. Even then, Dark was half health, and he still was able to take him down that as quickly as he did. You know, you've got to know your counters, and you've got to be able to capitalize on the moments that are there in front of you. Now, FA are behind, and I felt like they had a really, really great lead. They were shutting everything down. They had a great amount of damage dealt very early on, but now they're just letting this slide. And that is not what you want to be doing against a team like 3X. Dark Joker now on the left-hand side, shut down again by BBGs. And I struggle to see how they're going to get the damage they need in 15 seconds.
Yeah, I honestly, yeah. Sorry, there's not a lot I can say about it. Have they got the damage down? They absolutely can in the time they got it. And that's unbelievable. They got wiped out quickly, and free agents will come in quickly. And just... how did 3X allow themselves to get wiped at the end there? They had the game. Wow.
I think that both sides dropped the ball there. I'm not gonna lie. There was no way that much damage should have gone down at the end. I think that 3X had that in the bag, just as FA had it in the bag at a much earlier point in time as well. I don't know what to say to that.
So I want to watch it again, and so I'm just waiting for us to get to it. You know, we're okay here. This is it, right? So HK goes in with the M Super, gets 2 down. Big plays from HK to make that work out. So well played. Some individual performance coming off there. Free agents, and as you can see, you know that tells the picture right there. They didn't get the kills, and they're very tight on damage and heals. But free agents steal the game away, 3-1 in the end. So it goes their way, which honestly I feel should have been a 2-2, but a single individual play, and just like that, HK makes the difference. So game on, right? I want to actually, you know what? We'll get to it in a moment because we're going to have the scores at the end of the day, and I want to put the ramifications across. Oh, that one, the double peep off. Forgot about that.
But you're right. I mean, that was ready for a 2-2. I had already prepared myself for a 2-2 there. So again, just small mistakes that like we saw on the side of FA in that first set. They started to recollect themselves, but I genuinely feel like 3x played a better round of Heist. You know, more often than not, they seem to me to be in control, and it's that last final slip and very costly. You cannot let an Ems do that. And you see Cyclone very cautious there as well to make sure that super bouncy star power getting maximum effect. Didn't want to take any chances there. So yeah, I was still surprised that happened, to be honest.
Yeah, kind of blown away. Let's have a look at how the match has the match summary is all played out for the night. We started things off with a back-to-back Clash win. They took down both Free Agents and Mood Gaming. Some quick 3-0s from them. Navi in a real tight one with Blood Diamonds went to double match point. Of course it did. We had to have one of those games today, didn't we? Then Navi took down Reply Totem 3-0. Reply Totem in kind took down Mood Gaming 3-0. That score doesn't really tell the tale, the whole truth in that one. SK Gaming 3-0 over 3x, and then Free Agents a 3-1 as we just saw over 3x to round out the day. Some solid 3-0 scorelines, but honestly, I don't think any of them were really that clean.
Yeah, I gotta be honest. I mean, you know, I wanted to see a bit more from Reply Totem today against Navi. That would have been a nice thing to see them kind of have a bit more of a battle in that kind of mid part of the table. I think Blood Diamond, yeah, they're going to be feeling a bit defeated by that scoreline. Again, it was so close and could have gone either way, honestly. It's Man Clash, no real surprises there. I mean, they haven't taken a loss yet. I didn't fully expect that they would today. Going to see whether they can finish on a complete clean sweep. But yeah, I think for the most part, we kind of saw what we expected to see. I think SK, yeah, I mean, I had a little bit of a question mark at the beginning, but then came through pretty strong. But I think for me, Navi, really a big story today. Just kind of going out in that forefront with 2 victories. That when it matters, that's the thing. They timed this so well.
Well, unfortunately, now we have to look at the predictions. And for me, I actually fell behind you guys today. You guys had Navi over Reply Totem, and I went with Reply Totem, but I was so wrong on that one. Navi really put up a strong performance. We all got the Blood Diamonds game wrong. Navi, with the back-to-back wins, puts Blood Diamonds under pressure. And I want to talk about that. We're going to get to the current leaderboard in just a few moments. But yeah, that's going to definitely change things up, because tomorrow's games, we could be going into the final game with Blood Diamonds needing to beat Clash to stay in the finals. That's the way I see it going right now.
I can tell your cat is not pleased to hear that.
Meow!
No! I mean,
maybe he's a BD fan. He's going to be down BDs in the chat. Meow, meow, meow.
Yeah. I mean, it's been a great day. I mean, pretty much what we saw, in terms of predictions came to light. I think that's just that one game for Blood Diamond. We've had a clean sweep actually on the predictions, so at least for my and Lethal's predictions, D-Man. But yeah, it's very rare to see that falling behind, but it happens, mate. It happens.
Yeah, the meow's coming out, but yeah, the way I see it, right? Okay, so 3x are now on 6-6, 6-6, I think. Yeah. So they need 1 win. BD are on 7-5.
7-5, yeah.
So they could go 7-6. No, they play twice tomorrow. Yeah, so 3x we expect them to win, but they've got to play Clash as the final game. So they could... Man. My cat's really not happy. I don't know what the meowing's going on.
So loud.
What are you doing to this cat? It's being tortured behind me, maybe. I don't know. Starving hungry. So BD are on 7-6. So they could end up on 8 and 7. Yeah, 8 and 7? That's not right. If somebody updated it, maybe they're trying to catch me off guard. We'll wait for the rankings to come up and we can see the real ramifications of it. But the way I see it, Navi have got one game tomorrow. It's against 3X. That's a rivalry game, but it's one that they absolutely can win based on how they've played. They, in the last 2 weeks, have beaten SK, they've beaten Blood Diamonds, they've beaten Reply Totem. Let's have a look at the leaderboard to see how the ramifications will roll out tomorrow, because tomorrow is the final play day before the finals. The finals, you need to be in that top 4. As you can see, Blood Diamonds on 7 and 5. You've got 2 games tomorrow against 3X and Clash. If they win that 3X game, they're safe. Navi, they've got 1 game tomorrow. If they win that game against 3X, they are safe, and it's out of free agents' hands then. They have to play Reply Totem and Mood. They have to get them 2 wins in there, and they'd be on 8 and 7 overall. That's their chance in there. Who else 8 and 7? I was losing my mind thinking it wasn't possible, but it is that many games. Blood Diamonds, they play 3X and Clash. So they could be on 8 and 6. I'm confused. They play more games. So what's going on?
I think you're right, though. I think Blood Diamond can potentially go 2 more up because they got 3X. And...
BD are on 7 and 6. They're not on 7 and 5 unless that's been updated. Maybe it's been updated. Oh, I think they're updating it as I go. That's what's blown my brain.
Well, they started today on a 7 and 4. I know for a fact it's right down in my notes. So looking at the
yes, so they're on 7 and 5.
Yeah. So it's going to be very interesting. Tomorrow's going to be. There's so many potential outcomes tomorrow are at hand potentially. You know, I mean, free agents can actually. They can bring this one back. It's not fully over yet for them, I don't think. And again, Mood have only got 1 win in the pocket so far this entire season. Reply to them, we're not looking great today, it's fair to say as well. And FA, I felt they did pretty well under the circumstances. This might not be over for them at all. Like, they can just bring out all the stops and maybe have a little bit of luck along the way. You never know.
That's what's done me. They're on 6 and 7. That's not right. You can't play 12 matches and be on 6 and 7. That's what's confusing me. I think the records are wrong. I'm gonna have to look this one up. I will figure it out, ladies and gentlemen. And we'll be back tomorrow for Playday 8. The top 4 will go through to the finals. Who will it be? We'll see you tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for joining me. Thank you very much to production. Thank you very much to Ark and Lethal, and you guys, the players and the viewers at home. See you tomorrow, 6:20. See you then.
I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouth. The chosen one they call. I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell. Know you're breaking calls. What your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me a real one when it's time to go. Hey, elevator. This is to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up. Level up.
All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's
still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. What your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator, listen to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up.
I keep reaching, I keep reaching, yeah, I keep reaching and reaching, reaching the